Chapter 221. After a long time, Nia Hai, Nia En, and the others finally calmed down. Nia Li's speed of growth was indeed too shocking. They also understood that Nia Li would be an eagle that would spread its wings and soar to places that they had never set foot in their lives, reaching areas that they could not imagine. Nia Li, with our knowledge, we may not be able to give you any advice. Nia Hai was silent for a moment before saying, "You are undoubtedly the most outstanding among the younger generation of our Tensei family. We cannot imagine to what extent you will reach in the future. Since you have decided to go out to gain experience, we will not stop you. You have already seen everything in the family's treasury, and there is nothing else that interests you. I think you will not be interested in ordinary things, but this item is passed down by our Tensei family ancestors. Only the heads of the family can possess it." Hearing Nia Hai's words, Nia Li was a little confused. He did not know what Nia Hai was talking about. Only the heads of the Tensei family generations could possess it. Even Nia En looked at Nia Hai in confusion. He did not know what Nia Hai was talking about. Only the heads of the Tensei family generations could possess it. Even Nia En and the others don't know about the existence of this thing, although I don't know what it's used for. Nia Hai laughed. He took out a space ring from his bosom and took out a small embroidered box from within. He then opened the box and took out a red cloth bag. Seeing Nia Hai's actions, Nia Li and the others became even more curious. What exactly was it that Nia Hai had hidden it so well? Nia Hai slowly opened the red cloth bag and took out an item. After seeing this item, Nia Li said in surprise, "It's actually this?" Hearing Nia Li's words, Nia Hai looked at Nia Li in surprise and asked, "You know what this is?" Nia En and Nia Ming looked at the thing in Nia Hai's hand in confusion. The thing in Nia Hai's hand was a torn piece of paper. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was as thin as a cicada's wing. When the sunlight shone on it, it seemed a little transparent. It was filled with dense and difficult to understand words. Nia Li nodded. How could he not know what it was? The reason why Nia Li was reborn had a lot to do with this thing. In his previous life, Nia Li's cultivation had already reached an unimaginable level. Even a heavenly fate realm expert was like a speck of dust or an ant before him. However, at that time, he still didn't know the origin of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. At that time, the Temporal Demon Spirit Book wasn't complete. It was missing 8 torn pages. Nia Li found a torn page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book in Kong Ming the Great's empty sarcophagus. However, he never thought that Nia Hai would actually have a second torn page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. This torn page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book was passed down by the generations of patriarchs of the Tensei family. Could it be that it has some kind of relationship with the Tensei family? Nia Li was a little puzzled. After thinking for a while, he decided to forget about it. He'll find out about it in the future. I also have a torn page here. Nia Li took out the remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book and said, "I have a premonition that there's a huge secret hidden within this remnant page. Patriarch, please hand this remnant page to me for safekeeping." Seeing the remnant page in Nia Li's hand, Nia Hai's eyes widened. All along, he knew that this remnant page was an extraordinary item. It was passed down from an ancestor a long time ago. However, he never thought that Nia Li would also have a page in his hands. He doesn't know what Nia Li is referring to when he said that there's a huge secret hidden within. This secret is probably something that only Nia Li can answer. Here, Nia Hai passed the torn page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book to Nia Li. Nia Li received the torn page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book and compared it. He discovered that the 2 torn pages were exactly the same. Even the words inside were exactly the same. Nia Li frowned his brows. What's going on? Could it be that there's a duplicate page in the temporal demon spirit book. Since he couldn't figure it out, Nieli no longer thought about it. He stored the 2 torn pages of the temporal demon spirit book. Nieli, since this was passed down from the ancestors, you must take good care of it. Nia Ming instructed. Nia Ming is a cautious person. Although his son is already a legend rank, he's still as humble as before in the family. He does things respectfully and carefully. Naturally, he wouldn't dare to neglect the family's inherited treasure. Father, I understand. Nieli nodded his head and said, I will definitely take good care of it. Nieli chatted with Niahai and the rest for a while. At night, he accompanied his family for a meal. Nieli felt that he owed his parents. Ever since his rebirth, Nieli has been running around to protect Glory City. He spent more time away from his family than together with them. However, this is also a helpless action. Only when Glory City is truly safe can Nieli's heart be at ease. The night gradually darkened. It was a night without any words. In the morning, Nieli bid farewell to his family. After making some preparations, he set off. At the entrance of Glory City, Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ning, and the rest have already arrived. Nieli looked at the distant city wall and saw 2 figures quietly standing there. It's Yi Mo and Yi Zong. They only stood far away and did not come up to bid farewell to Nieli and the rest. The golden morning sun shone on their bodies, draping them with a layer of golden battle robes. Looking at these 2 figures, Nieli's eyes were filled with tears. In his previous life, it was the 2 of them who fought for Glory City. Under their protection, Glory City was able to survive. However, people will eventually grow old. Only the rise of the younger generation can allow Glory City to be truly worry-free. Luo Ming and the other 2 also arrived. Young Master, Nieli, are we going back to the Nether Realm now? Luo Ming and the rest were already impatient. Before they left, Yi Mo and Yi Zong gave them a lot of good things, especially the wine of Glory City. After drinking it, they were simply stunned. There's actually such good wine in this world. Compared to the wine here, the wine that they drank before is simply horse piss. They were anxious to return and let the patriarch have a taste. Not bad. Nieli nodded his head. Hearing Nieli's words, Luo Ming and the other 2 couldn't help showing joy on their faces. Nieli looked into the distance. This time, aside from going to the Nether Realm, they also have to go to the 9-layered Deathlands. He doesn't know what they'll encounter in the future, but it's bound to be magnificent. Perhaps they won't be able to see such a brilliant morning sun for a long time, but the hope in their hearts won't be extinguished. Nieli looked at Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning, then looked at Duanjian, Lu Piao, Daozit, and the rest. His heart was filled with lofty sentiments. He's someone who will become a peerless expert. Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ning, and the rest will also step onto the peak in the future. What can a small 9-layered Deathlands amount to? Yi Ziyun waved her hand in the direction of Yi Mo and Yi Zong. This will be her farthest journey. The group walked out of Glory City and headed towards the entrance of the Nether Realm, gradually disappearing at the end of the forest. On the city wall, Yi Mo and Yi Zong watched from afar. Father, Yun, and Nieli have already left. Yi Zong said, looking at Yi Mo, who has been standing there in silence for a long time. Yeah. Yi Mo nodded his head, sighed, and said, they're going to fight for the future of Glory City. After all, we're already old. I hope that they're blessed by the heavens. Although he's worried about Yi Ziyun, Yi Mo knows that by hiding under her wings forever, he won't be able to become an eagle that soars into the sky. Yi Zong was also praying for Yi Ziyun, Nieli, and the rest in his heart. With Nieli and the rest's current strength, protecting themselves shouldn't be a problem. Yi Zong, I'll leave Glory City to you for now. I'll be making a trip to the Abyss Prison Realm. Yemo said as a ray of light flashed across his eyes. For Glory City, Nia Li and the rest didn't hesitate to risk their lives in the 9-layered Deathlands. Therefore, he can't just sit there and do nothing. Yes, Yi Zong replied. Regarding Yemo's words, he unconditionally obeyed. In the distant sky, the red sun slowly rose. The sunlight shone on the snowy mountains far away, reflecting the sparkling and translucent light. It's simply too beautiful. In the depths of the Saint Ancestral Mountains Niali, and the rest gradually distanced themselves from Glory City. Stepping on the thick snow, they headed towards the entrance of the Nether Realm. In the Saint Ancestral Mountains, there would occasionally be some snow bears and snow-wind great apes appearing. However, these creatures were no longer a threat to Niali and the rest. Because of Duan Jian's advancement into legend rank, it had a catalyzing effect on the soul realm of others. Along the way, Niali felt that his soul realm was undergoing a rapid transformation. He has already stepped into 2-star black gold rank from 1-star black gold rank. The speed of his cultivation is indeed frightening. This soul array might have even more shocking effects in the future. Just when everyone was slowly approaching the entrance of the Nether Realm, 2 powerful auras suddenly enveloped them. The strength of these 2 auras even surpassed Yemo's. Feeling these 2 auras, Plume Flame Godniece, who was sitting on Nieli's shoulder, had a slight change in her expression. Nieli, they're here. Plume Flame Godniece immediately reminded Nieli. Hearing Plume Flame Godniece's words, Nieli's heart trembled. He immediately understood what Plume Flame Godniece was talking about. Duan Jian and the rest also felt these 2 unusual auras and immediately put their guards up. In the snow, 2 figures slowly walked over. One of them was very muscular with a slightly arched body. Both of his arms were astonishingly long, like a long-armed ape. He only wore a pair of cloth pants, and the muscles on his body were covered with all kinds of strange totems. The other one had a skinny figure. His face was painted with colorful things, his nose bridge was sharp, and his eyes were emitting a chilling light. His palms were like eagle claws. Plume Flame Bitch, we've finally found you. We've been searching for you for so long. The muscular man bared his teeth, giving off a sinister feeling. Us 2 brothers have been searching all the way from the Heavenly Fate Plateau. Since you're no longer hiding in that tortoise shell of the Black Spring, then we'll trample on you. The skinny man revealed a malicious smile as he sized up Plume Flame Godniece. Chapter 222. TSK. I didn't expect that your divine body could only be condensed to such a small extent. But this is good too. Such a small body. There will definitely be a different taste when you play with it. The skinny guy said lewdly. The scene of him holding Plume Flame Godniece's petite body in his hands and ravaging it appeared in his mind. Plume Flame Godniece's face was as cold as frost. Although her state of mind was already hard to affect, these 2 guys still succeeded in infuriating her. Luqian Sha, Luqian Mo, the 2 of you chased me all the way to the Black Spring in order to seize my fragmented divine spark. You have been guarding the Black Spring for so many years. I didn't expect you to still be alive. But today, even if I have to use my life force, I will kill you. Plume Flame Godniece stared coldly at Luqian Sha and Luqian Mo. As Plume Flame Godniece spoke, she transmitted her voice to Nieli. Nieli, although they are only at the peak of the legend rank, their bodies have been cursed and won't be destroyed. One of them is a scarlet shark, while the other is a ghost lizard. I'm not sure what level their cultivation has reached, so you have to be careful. If I can't defeat them, I will use my life force to hold them back. You have to run. Plume Flame Godniece's divine body was still in the process of condensing again. Once she used her life force, it might take a long time before she could condense her divine spark again. Nia Li was a little touched by Plume Flame Godney's words. After all, he had just gotten no Plume Flame Godney's. Actually, with Plume Flame Godney's ability, even if she couldn't defeat these two demonic beasts, she should still be able to escape. Are you guys discussing how to deal with us? Hee. Don't make any more pointless struggles. Lu Qiansha revealed a cruel smile and slowly approached Nia Li and the others. Unlike Lu Qianmo, he wasn't interested in women. He liked to enjoy the pleasure of tearing people apart. Yi Ziyun, Duan Jian, and the others were ready to fight at any time. Nia Li felt that the other party's aura was indeed very strong, so he shouted, "Everyone, listen to my command. Duan Jian, Luo Ming, you go and stall that skinny monkey. Everyone else, be careful." Although the soul realms of Yi Ziyun, Shao Ninger, and the others had been stimulated, they had yet to step into the legendary realm. If they joined the battle, it would be very dangerous. However, he already had 5 legendary powerhouses on his side. Yes, without the slightest hesitation, Duan Jian suddenly leapt up, brandishing the black flame sword as he pounced towards the skinny man. Luo Ming followed closely behind. Nia Li glanced at Plume Flame Godney's and said, "Goddess, let's kill the fatter one first." "All right," Plume Flame Godney's replied. Hearing Nia Li's words, Lu Qiansha raged. Nia Li actually didn't put him in his eyes at all. "With just you guys? I want to see how much ability you guys have." His muscles bulged as he swung his huge fist towards Nia Li. Every time his muscles were pulled, there would be a muffled explosion sound. Plume Flame Godney's waved her right hand, and a huge wall of fire formed in front of Nia Li. "If I was at my peak, I might still be afraid of your law of fire. But now, I will completely tear you apart." Lu Qiansha roared. His thick arm directly tore apart the wall of fire. 2 violent water dragons formed out of thin air and pounced towards Nia Li. Nia Li's body suddenly became thick and sturdy as he transformed into a fanged panda. The current fanged panda was already completely different from before. His entire body was surrounded by the law of darkness and light. His body had also grown several times bigger. When he saw the water dragons pouncing towards him, he opened his mouth and spat out a yin-yang blast. The yin-yang blast flew out, and with a loud bang, the 2 water dragons were instantly blown into pieces. Seeing this scene, Lu Qiansha was shocked. It was actually the power of light and darkness laws. He actually sensed the power of light and darkness laws from a human child. Why would these 2 types of law powers appear on a single person? Ever since the spiritual gods' battle, Lu Qiansha and the others had been cultivating all the time, sensing the law powers. They wanted to seize all the law powers of the human race's spiritual god. If they weren't obsessed with cultivation, they wouldn't have let Plume Flame escape so carelessly. But no matter how they cultivated, the law powers were too difficult to grasp. After so many years of cultivation, they only managed to touch the knack of cultivating the law powers. But they didn't expect that Nia Li, a human child, could actually control 2 law powers at the same time. Whether it was the law of light or the law of darkness, they were what they yearned for even in their dreams. The things that they couldn't get were actually obtained by a human child. Moreover, there were 2 of them. This was simply intolerable. Roar! Lu Qiansha's eyes were scarlet red as he swung his huge fist towards Nia Li. After Nia Li transformed into a fanged panda, although his body was a lot sturdier, he didn't have the slightest bit of clumsiness. After exerting a gravity field on Lu Qiansha, he dodged to the side. Boom! Lu Qiansha's fist missed and bombarded the ground in the distance. Immediately, dust flew up from the explosion and a huge pit appeared. When Lu Qiansha missed and didn't have the time to change his move, Nieli opened his mouth and spat out a yin-yang blast at Lu Qiansha. At this moment, Plume Flame God Knees didn't stop. She condensed a ball of blazing flames and blasted it towards Lu Qiansha, sealing off Lu Qiansha's retreat. Seeing that the yin-yang blast and Plume Flame God Knees flames were about to land on Lu Qiansha's body, Lu Qiansha suddenly flickered and flitted past the yin-yang blast. He leaped up and pounced towards Nieli. This Lu Qiansha didn't seem to have any powerful long-range attack secret techniques, but his physical body movement technique was extremely shocking. His speed was as fast as lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Nieli, Plume Flame God Knees, and Lu Qiansha were engaged in a chaotic battle. Although Nieli's cultivation was slightly weaker, he had accumulated powerful combat experience and keen senses in his previous life. This allowed him to fight with ease under such a huge disparity in cultivation level. Yi Ziyun, Xiaoning, and the rest stood far away. They understood that they couldn't participate in such a battle. Even the two one-star legend rank experts under Luo Ming couldn't interfere, let alone them. They felt anxious for Nieli and the rest. At the same time, they poured their soul force into Nieli's soul realm. Nieli's soul realm had increased by several folds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. After all, Lu Qiansha was an existence at the pinnacle of legend rank. Lu Qiansha's speed and the strength of his physical body surprised Nieli. Several attacks landed on Lu Qiansha's body, but they didn't cause any damage to Lu Qiansha. But even so, Lu Qiansha didn't seem to dare to take Nieli's yin-yang blast head-on. After all, it was condensed from the law of darkness and light. The trajectory of the yin-yang blast was easy to capture, making it hard for it to hit Lu Qiansha. Plume Flame bitch, let's see where you can run to. Lu Qiansha's big hand grabbed towards Plume Flame God Knees. Boom, boom. Plume Flame frowned and snorted coldly. She summoned streams of flames to bombard Lu Qiansha's body, causing Lu Qiansha to retreat step by step. Lu Qiansha's body was instantly lacerated. Lu Qiansha roared in anger. His body rapidly transformed into a giant beast with an extremely strange appearance. His entire body was covered with gelatinous black skin. He looked like some kind of aquatic creature, but he had hands and legs. His left palm grabbed towards Plume Flame. There seemed to be invisible energy in his palm. Swish, swish, swish. The invisible silk, thread-like energy locked onto Plume Flame God Knees. Those invisible threads instantly formed dense strangulation marks on Plume Flame God Knees' body. Plume Flame God Knees' face immediately revealed a painful expression. She snorted and tried to struggle, but she couldn't break free. After all, her divine body had just recovered, and her strength had only recovered to around 3-star legend rank. There was still a huge gap between her and Lu Qiansha. Humph, humph, you want to escape from my palm? Dream on. Plume Flame, if you obediently surrender, we can leave your divine body behind. Otherwise, I will shatter your divine spark again. Lu Qiansha laughed maniacally. Under his control, the invisible threads bound Plume Flame God Knees even tighter. It was as if he wanted to completely crush Plume Flame God Knees. Nieli, you guys leave quickly. Plume Flame God Knees said anxiously. She was already preparing to activate her natal energy. Damn thing, eat my hidden weapons. Nieli's palm moved slightly. 2 draconic bombs shot towards Lu Qiansha's head and abdomen. Seeing the 2 round balls shooting towards him, Lu Qiansha sneered. He retracted his right palm, and the 2 draconic bombs flew directly into his palm. Ha! These 2 iron balls can't be a child's toy, right? You want to injure me with these. What a joke! Lu Qiansha laughed maniacally and ridiculed. The corner of Nia Li's mouth curved into a sneer. These draconic bombs weren't ordinary iron balls, but dragons' soul stones sealed with the law of darkness and light. Before Lu Qianxa's laughter ended, two terrifying explosions were heard. The terrifying power instantly swept out and engulfed Lu Qianxa's right hand. Ah! Lu Qianxia let out a mournful scream. His right palm was torn apart by the power of the draconic bomb. His entire body was shaken by the power of the explosion, and he staggered a few steps back. His huge body collapsed with a loud bang. At the moment of the explosion, Plume Flame Godnese broke free from the shackles. She quickly cast a flame shield on herself to protect herself. Seeing this scene, Plume Flame Godnese was completely stunned. She recalled that Nieli had told her about these draconic bombs before. She didn't take it to heart at that time, but after witnessing it today, she didn't expect these draconic bombs to have such terrifying power. Chapter 2:23. In the distance, Yiziyun, Xiaoning, and the rest were also slightly stunned. They still didn't understand what had happened. Lu Qianmo, Duanjian, and Luo Ming, who were in the midst of an intense battle, paused for a moment. Lu Qianmo didn't expect that Lu Qianxia would actually fall in the hands of Nieli. He was already feeling anxious in his heart. "I'm going to kill you." Lu Qianxia roared in rage. This was the heaviest injury that he had suffered in the past thousands of years. He didn't expect that he would actually be plotted against by a brat like Nieli. His heart was filled with rage. However, at this moment, Nieli sneered. His right hand swished as 6 draconic bombs were shot towards Lu Qianxia. Seeing Nieli's action, the surrounding people instantly felt their scalps go numb as they quickly retreated. They didn't expect Nieli to be so generous and throw so many at once. When Lu Qianmo saw this scene, he wanted to support Lu Qianxia, but he was stopped by Duanjian and Luo Ming. "Your opponent is me." Duanjian coldly snorted. Before Lu Qianmo could make a move, a terrifying explosion came from behind. The whistling sound seemed to be able to penetrate everyone's eardrums. Just as Lu Qianxia got up, those draconic bombs appeared around him. His eyes were filled with fear. What the hell are these things? How can they have such terrifying power? He had just suffered a serious injury, so it was already too late for him to dodge. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Qianxia's body was completely engulfed by the yin-yang blast. He was blown away and landed a few hundred meters away. After suffering so many yin-yang blasts, Lu Qianxia was afraid that he wouldn't be able to live for long. "Big brother!" Lu Qianmo let out an enraged roar. Sharp spikes grew out of his body, and he turned into a huge lizard. Pung. Pung. The spikes on his body pierced through Luo Ming and Duanjian's bodies and sent them flying. Lu Qianmo pounced towards Nieli like a madman. Lu Qianmo thought that with Lu Qianxia's strength, he would be able to kill Nieli and Plume Flame. However, he didn't expect Nieli to take out a black metal ball that could actually explode, causing Lu Qianxia to fall into a trap. Lu Qianmo and Lu Qianxia have been inseparable for tens of thousands of years. Their relationship has even surpassed that of ordinary brothers. Sensing that Lu Qianxia's aura has been completely extinguished, Lu Qianmo went completely insane and pounced towards Nieli, vowing to kill Nieli and take revenge for Lu Qianxia. Lu Qianmo and Lu Qianxia retreated and spat out a yin-yang blast. Boom, boom. The yin-yang blast continued to explode in the sky, but Lu Qianmo dodged it. He roared towards the sky and spat out a venomous liquid towards Nieli. The venomous liquid covered the sky, completely sealing off Nieli's escape route. Nieli's body rapidly shrunk as he kept the fanged panda demon spirit at an astonishing speed. He quickly turned back into the shadow demon, and his body quickly disappeared. PFFF. PFFF. The venomous liquid spilled on the ground, emitting white smoke. However, the ground was empty. Where was Nia Li's shadow? What's going on? Lu Qianmo frowned his brows. His attack should have completely enveloped Nia Li, sealing off all of Nia Li's escape routes. However, why did Nia Li suddenly disappear? Plume Flame Godnese coldly snorted. In an instant, lightning flame meteors bombarded towards Lu Qianmo Duanjian, who was far away, also charged over. He brandished the black flame sword and engaged in battle with Lu Qianmo. Nia Li's body moved outside of the venomous liquid's area, then slowly reappeared. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and was able to dodge Lu Qianmo's attack. If it was someone else with insufficient combat experience, they wouldn't be able to react in time. The strength of these two fellas is really shocking. If it wasn't for him using the draconic bomb to ambush Lu Qiansha, it wouldn't have been an easy task to kill Lu Qiansha. The instant Nia Li reappeared, two draconic bombs were already shot out from Nia Li's hands. Duanjian, quickly dodge. Nia Li barked. Hearing Nia Li's words, Duanjian immediately dodged to the side. Boom. Another two draconic bombs exploded around Lu Qianmo's body, and a terrifying might swept out. However, Lu Qianmo dodged in time. Although he was affected by the impact, his injuries weren't too serious. He leaped and once again pounced towards Nia Li. Let's see how many more of these toys you have. Go to hell. Lu Qianmo's right hand suddenly turned into countless spikes and covered Nia Li. The mysterious metal balls that Nia Li used looked like hidden weapons made by inscriptionists. This level of hidden weapons must be extremely difficult to make. Nia Li shouldn't have many of them in his hands. At the instant when Lu Qianmo leaped, Nia Li's heart moved. 15 to 16 metal balls appeared in his hand, and he threw them towards Lu Qianmo. Seeing this scene, Lu Qianmo's heart trembled. He didn't expect that Nia Li would have so many draconic bombs. He quickly dodged to the side. However, he saw that, at this moment, another 15 to 16 metal balls appeared in Nia Li's right hand, and he continued to throw them. Wave after wave, the draconic bombs in Nia Li's hand seemed to be endless as they crazily poured towards Lu Qianmo. What's going on? Why does this kid have so many of these toys? Lu Qianmo's face turned green. He quickly dodged and avoided those metal balls. Some of the metal balls fell to the ground, but did not explode. Seeing this, Lu Qianmo immediately understood that Nia Li is playing tricks. It's impossible for Nia Li to have so many draconic bombs. Many of them must be fake. Lu Qianmo waved his palm energy through the air, and with a bang, he shattered one of the draconic bombs. Nothing happened. Lu Qianmo sneered. As expected, he once again pounced towards Nia Li. So. The metal balls in Nia Li's hand continued to pour towards Lu Qianmo. Although Lu Qianmo deliberately dodged, some of the metal balls still landed on Lu Qianmo's body. Boom. Just when Lu Qianmo's defense was a little lax, a draconic bomb suddenly exploded around him. The terrifying energy instantly broke through Lu Qianmo's defense and devoured his right forelimb. Lu Qianmo immediately let out a mournful scream. He finally hit one. Nia Li's brows twitched. Previously, when he was crafting the draconic bombs, Nia Li already understood that the Dragon Soul Stone is limited. He used some steel to craft a similar-sized metal ball that looked similar to the draconic bombs. Nia Li thought that if the opponent was on guard against the draconic bombs, these fake draconic bombs might have a miraculous effect. He never expected that Lu Qianmo would really fall for it. After Lu Qianmo fell for it, Nia Li took out a few real draconic bombs and threw them at Lucien. Lucien. Mo had just been hit by a draconic bomb. Before he could react, he saw draconic bombs flying towards him. Boom, boom, boom. Lucien Mo's mournful scream was drowned out by the explosions. Just like Lucien Shah, he was sent flying. Sensing that Lucien Mo's aura was slowly disappearing, Nieli heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally dealt with these two troublesome fellows. Raising his head, he noticed that Plume Flame, Yi Ziyun, and the rest were looking at him in a daze. Nieli scratched his head. Was there something wrong? They clearly didn't know what the draconic bombs in Nieli's hands were. The power was simply too terrifying. It actually killed two pinnacle legend rank demon beasts. They originally thought that they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage in this battle. Who would have thought that Nieli's side would directly bombard the two demon beasts and send them flying? They didn't recover from the shock for a long time. Nieli, what exactly are those metal bombs? Can you give me a pile too? Lu Piao rubbed his hands and said with a smile. He was completely shocked by the power of the draconic bombs. If he had a pile of draconic bombs, even if he encountered a legend rank expert, he would definitely be able to make the other party suffer. A pile. Nieli smiled bitterly. He had exhausted all his dragon's soul stones and only managed to get 50 to 60 of them. Where was he going to get a pile? Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to make so many fake draconic bombs. Even if you can't get a pile, give me a dozen or 20 will do, Lu Piao said with a smile. It's useless even if I give it to you, because the power inside can only be activated by my law of darkness and law of light, Nieli said with a bitter smile. Hearing Nieli's words, Lu Piao immediately revealed a disappointed expression. He spread his hands and said, "All right then." His idea of blasting a legend rank expert to death had completely fallen through. Nieli, where did these two demon beasts come from? Yi Ziyun looked at Nieli and asked. These two demon beasts are here to kill Sister Plume Flame. Nieli glanced at Plume Flame and said, they are enemies of Plume Flame. As for the matter regarding the spiritual god, Nieli couldn't explain it clearly in such a short time. So that's how it is. Everyone suddenly understood. It turned out that these two legend rank demon beasts were here to kill Plume Flame. Everyone, I'm sorry for letting everyone encounter such danger. Plume Flame said apologetically. It's all right, Sister Plume Flame is too polite. Since we are all companions, helping each other is something we should do. Dowsit and the others said. Nieli searched for a while and found 3 items, all of which were left behind by the two demon beasts. One of them was a green poison pearl, filled with an astonishing amount of poison. Nieli's thoughts moved. This is a good item, so he quickly kept it. The second was a silver moon longsword, a legend rank item. Nieli directly gave it to Dowsit. The third was a black dragon scale. He didn't know what it was used for, so Nieli directly gave it to Duan Jian. After packing these things, Nieli looked at everyone and said, let's hurry into the Nether Realm. Everyone walked towards the entrance of the Nether Realm. Just as Nieli and the others stepped into the Nether Realm, in the northern heavenly ice field far away from the Saint Ancestral Mountains, a slender figure was sealed in the thick ice. This person's appearance was so handsome that he didn't look like an ordinary person. People couldn't help but feel a suffocating feeling when looking at him, as if their heartbeat would stop. He seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes. I didn't think that Plume Flame, that woman, would be able to escape from the Black Spring. Those two idiots didn't keep an eye on Plume Flame. Not only did she escape, but she was also killed. Truly useless. His voice was like the ice from hell. Chapter 224. His hands formed a mysterious seal. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, which emitted 2 rays of divine light. The purpose of your trip is to the Nether Realm? You want to seek the protection of the master of the nether realm? With my strength, I'm indeed no match for the master of the nether realm. However, don't think that with the protection of the master of the nether realm, you'll be safe. Strange rays of light appeared in his eyes as the power of countless laws revolved around him. The power of the laws first transformed into streams of light, and then slowly strange flowers bloomed around him. 1 flower, 2 flowers, 3 flowers, until 6 flowers bloomed, and only 1 flower remained. This 7th flower was swelling as if it would bloom at any moment. It's been tens of thousands of years. I've been hiding here, waiting for the moment the 7 lotuses bloom. Plume flame. Unless you offer your divine spark to me, you'll have to die. The corner of his mouth revealed a sinister smile. Nether realm at the edge of the 9-layered Deathland's countless tents were set up on the boundless wasteland. The experts of hundreds of families from the 15 cities of the Nether realm were all gathered here. Each of these families occupied a piece of territory, their banners fluttering in the wind. Although the Jade Seal family was one of the top 3 families in Blackrock City, they weren't even ranked amongst the 15 cities of the Nether realm. The most powerful families of the Nether realm were all gathered in Nether City, the heart of the Nether realm. Any one of them could easily crush the families of the other 14 cities. Becoming the disciple of the master of the Nether realm, aside from the possibility of stepping into the realm of spiritual gods, one could also become the ruler of Nether City and receive the worship of countless families. This was undoubtedly extremely tempting. Although they knew that the 9-layered Deathlands was filled with danger, everyone still rushed forward without a care for their own safety. A group of people arrived at the Jade Seal family's tent. It was Nye Li and his group, who were covered in dust from the journey. Nye Li and his group first arrived at the Jade Seal family in Blackrock City. However, they were informed that Luo Xiao and his group had already arrived at the 9-layered Deathlands. Therefore, Nye Li and his group were led here by the experts of the Jade Seal family. "Uncle Luo, we meet again." Nye Li lightly smiled as he greeted Luo Xiao. "Nephew Nye Li is here too." Luo Xiao smiled. He glanced at the people around Nye Li and raised his eyebrows. Who are these people? Luo Xiao could sense that the auras of Nye Li and the others were very shocking. It was very likely that they had already reached black, gold rank, or even legend rank. The tall and sturdy young man with black wings on his back was one thing, but the others were all so young, yet their cultivations were so strong. If they were given more time, to what extent could they grow? Nye Li introduced Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and the others. As for Plume Flame, she had been hiding in Nye Li's sleeve. Hearing Nye Li say that Yi Ziyun was his fiancé, Luo Xiao couldn't help taking a few more glances at her and gave a slight nod to Yi Ziyun. Yi Ziyun's face turned red. She didn't know whether she should respond or not, so she could only glare at Nye Li. Nye Li chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Dowsit, Lu Piao, and the rest looked around. They haven't been in the Nether realm for long, so they were filled with curiosity about everything here. However, the smell of sulfur here was extremely unpleasant. In comparison, Glory City was simply heaven. With nephew Nye Li's current identity, there's no need for you to risk your life in the 9-layered Deathlands. Luo Xiao said to Nye Li in a low voice. Nye Li is now a senior inscriptionist. If anything were to happen to him in the 9-layered Deathlands, Luo Xiao would simply cry himself to death. Once they enter the 9-layered Deathlands, all the experts from the various families will be competing with each other. At that time, it's inevitable that there will be friction. Every family has many demigod rank experts. They're not people that Nye Li can fight against. Nye Li naturally understood Luo Xiao's concerns. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Luo. We're only here to join in the fun. We won't take any risks. Li naturally wouldn't come here just to join in the fun. However, in order to dispel Luo Zhao's concerns, he could only say this. Hearing Li's words, Luo Xiao felt a little relieved. Luo Xiao felt a little more at ease. Why aren't you guys entering the 9-layer Deathlands? Li asked. Normally we can only enter the first layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. We have to go up layer by layer. It's a difficult journey, and it'll take a few months to reach the 6th layer. However, in 3 days, at midnight, the 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands will open. Once it opens, we can directly enter the 7th layer. Luo Xiao said. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning were also listening attentively. The 9-layer Deathlands was indeed a mysterious place. So that's how it is. Li nodded his head and asked, what does the 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands look like? The 9-layer Deathlands was originally an ancient battlefield. Countless experts died, and it experienced the accumulation of death aura for tens of thousands of years before it was formed. However, the 7th layer is different from other places. The Master of the Nether Realm has transformed the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers into his absolute domain. Within this domain, all the rules are set by him. Every time the Master of the Nether Realm chooses a disciple, the situation is slightly different. I don't know what the rules are like this time, but every time you enter a layer, the Master of the Nether Realm's servant will appear and inform you of the rules. Luo Xiao explained. The last time the Master of the Nether Realm chose a disciple was 10 years ago. Normally, the number of disciples that the Master of the Nether Realm accepts varies from a few hundred to a few thousand. However, only one person can become the final successor. Li nodded his head. In his heart, Li was filled with curiosity towards the Master of the Nether Realm. He didn't know what kind of person the Master of the Nether Realm was. This is the VIP medallion of the Divine Seal Auction House. As long as you have this, ordinary people won't dare to provoke you. When you meet with trouble, nephew Li can show this medallion, and most problems will be solved. Luo Xiao thought for a moment, then handed a golden medallion to Li. Li took the medallion from Luo Xiao's hand and examined it. It was only an ordinary medallion, although there were some special inscription patterns carved on it. The Divine Seal Auction House is one of the top 3 auction houses in the 15 cities of the Nether Realm. Within the Nether City, they have an extraordinary position. Ordinary families wouldn't dare to provoke them. Luo Xiao said. Previously, Luo Xiao relied on the fact that Li was a high-rank inscription master and had forged many valuable battle weapons. That was how he was able to establish a connection with the Divine Seal Auction House and obtain a backer. And Li nodded his head and kept the medallion. These things were naturally the more the better. For the next few days, nephew should stay here and not go out. Right now, all the families are gathered here, waiting for the opening of the 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. The people outside are very complicated and chaotic. It's best for nephew to be careful. Luo Xiao reminded Li. Thank you for your reminder, Uncle Luo. I will be careful. Li nodded his head. After chatting with Luo Xiao for a while, Luo Xiao arranged a place for Li and the others to stay, waiting for the opening of the 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. Li could feel powerful auras sweeping past everywhere. These were all demigod rank experts. One could imagine how intense the competition for the successor of the Master of the Nether Realm was. Even the demigod rank experts were fighting for this position. Everyone returned to their own tents. Li stayed in his own tent and focused on cultivating. He once again took out the mysterious egg and continuously poured the power of law into it. Along the way, he had already lost count of how much power of law he had poured into the egg. However, there were still only a few tiny cracks on the egg. There was no sign of it hatching. For this egg, the more power of law, the better. It didn't reject anything. However, Nieli could feel that the heartbeat inside the egg was getting stronger and stronger. Furthermore, the connection between him and the egg was getting closer. Therefore, Nieli didn't give up on pouring the power of law into it. Nieli was certain that it wouldn't take long before the egg hatched. After pouring the power of law into the mysterious egg, Nieli continued to cultivate. As he cultivated, the 2 remnant pages of the Temporal Demon Spirit book quietly emitted a faint glow that enveloped Nieli's body. As time passed, Nieli's cultivation continued to increase. After such a long period of cultivation, he had already stepped into 3-star black gold rank. From his soul realm, Nieli could feel that after Duan Jian's catalysis, the cultivation of the others had also increased by leaps and bounds. The majority of them had already stepped into 4-star black gold rank. Their cultivation speed had always been faster than Nieli's. After cultivating the Heavenly God cultivation technique, Nieli had the slowest increase in his cultivation. Although the increase in his realm was slower, the increase in his strength had exceeded the others. After a moment, Lu Piao hurriedly ran in and said, "Nieli, I just received news from a young member of the Jade Seal family. Many of the younger generation of the Jade Seal family have entered the first layer of the 9-layer Deathlands to adventure. They seem to be searching for something called the Spiritual Origin Fruit. It's said that it can greatly increase one's cultivation." Spiritual Origin Fruit. Hearing Lu Piao's words, Plume Flame landed on Nieli's shoulder and said to Nieli, "This Spiritual Origin Fruit is an extremely rare item. It's said that it can only grow from the corpses of countless experts. However, the Spiritual Origin Fruit itself is extremely pure, like ice and snow. It's an extremely pure energy. If you can find a few Spiritual Origin Fruits, it will be of great help to your cultivation. Who knows, it might even allow you to directly break through to legend rank." Nieli pondered for a moment. If he could obtain a few Spiritual Origin Fruits before the 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands opens, it would greatly increase his cultivation. It would be of great help to them. Go tell Dowsit. And the rest that we're going to take a look at the 1st layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. Nieli said after thinking a while. "All right, I'll go inform them now." Hearing Nieli's words, Lu Piao instantly became excited. Chapter 2:25. After everyone made their preparations, they quietly set off together. Since they only have a cooperative relationship with the Jade Seal family, Nieli didn't want his movements to be restricted. The entrance to the 1st layer of the 9-layer Deathlands was a long path that led into the depths of the mist. Everything in the distance was shrouded in layers of mist, making it hard for people to see clearly. On this path, there would occasionally be people walking in groups, heading into the depths of the mist. Within the mist, Nieli would occasionally feel waves of deathly aura assaulting him. Looking at the ground, there were corpses everywhere, as well as some damaged battle weapons. Many of the battle weapons had already been corroded to an extremely high degree. A casual touch would cause them to shatter into ashes. Feeling this dreadful deathly aura, everyone couldn't help feeling a chill. Luckily, there are so many people here. Lu Piao shrunk her head. This place really isn't something that ordinary people would come to. Along the way, there would occasionally be groups of people passing by, so they wouldn't feel particularly nervous. Those that came were all ordinary experts from the various families of the Nether Realm. Most of them were black gold rank, with the slightly stronger ones being legend rank. However, demigod rank experts would disdain coming to the 1st layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. After entering the fog, the surrounding environment instantly changed. The experts of the various aristocratic families who were advancing in succession suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Why did they suddenly disappear? Dowsett asked in puzzlement. Yi Ziyun and the rest couldn't help having doubts in their eyes. Those people were clearly tens of meters away. Why did they suddenly disappear? Nieli furrowed his brows and immediately said, "You guys follow closely. Someone has placed a fog of bewilderment here. It's very easy to get separated. The fog of bewilderment will usually last for an entire day before dispersing. The time it takes for it to disperse is roughly 2 hours. If you get separated, gather at the exit when the fog of bewilderment disperses." Just as Nieli finished speaking, he looked around. He had no idea where Lu Piao and Xiao Shui went. Then it was Dowsett, then Duan Jian. The people around them disappeared, one by one. Nieli hurriedly grabbed Yi Ziyun's hand. He also wanted to grab Ning Er's hand. However, Ning Er's figure quickly disappeared into the fog, and the surrounding fog rapidly changed. Plume Flame Godnies seemed to have discovered something and flew off somewhere. Ning Nieli shouted, but Ning had already disappeared. Where are Ninger and the others? Yi Ziyan asked. Traces of nervousness and worry could be seen in his eyes. They're fine, although we got separated from them. Our soul realms have formed a soul array, so we can sense their existence. Nieli said after sensing for a while. They won't get lost. Being grabbed by Nieli, Yi Ziyun's face couldn't help turning slightly hot. However, she didn't dare to let go. The fog of bewilderment was relatively dense, and if she wasn't careful, she might get lost. She didn't expect that she would mysteriously become Nieli's fiancé. She felt a little awkward about her new identity. Nieli brought Yi Ziyun out of the fog. After traveling through the dense fog for several hours, Nieli and Yi Ziyun walked out of the fog. Only then did Nieli and Yi Ziyun walk out of the fog. Although they could sense that the others weren't far from their position, it wasn't easy to find them. After passing through the fog, Nieli saw many figures flying in the distance. Streaks of red light soared into the sky, and a mysterious aura spread out in all directions. He could feel the majestic and pure energy contained within. Nieli's heart stirred. Was this a sign that some treasure was about to appear? Follow me, Nieli said to Yi Ziyun as he flew forward. Yi Ziyun followed behind Nieli. The two of them flew into the distance. This was a vast lake. The lake water was turbid, but it was unknown what was hidden in the lake. Streaks of red light shone through the turbid lake water. Just the aura alone was enough to make one feel relaxed and happy. The thing in the lake water had obviously attracted the covetous eyes of countless people. Experts from various aristocratic families had gathered at the lakeside, wanting to fight for the treasure in the lake. However, no one dared to enter the lake. For many of them, this wasn't their first time here. Although the first layer of the 9-layer Deathlands was relatively safe, many places were also filled with danger. However, danger lurked in many places, especially in some lakes and abysses. No one knew what was hidden in them. The treasure in the lake water had attracted everyone's attention. I didn't expect the first layer of the 9-layer Deathlands to hide such a treasure, such a pure aura. It must be something extraordinary. Hundreds of experts from various aristocratic families had gathered at the lakeside. They were all on guard against each other. Once the treasure was revealed, it would definitely cause a fight. Who's going to fish it up? One of the well-dressed young masters frowned. There was no point in just watching from the lakeside. Young master, I remember now. There used to be a rumor that there was a treasure hidden in this lake. A few years ago, it released a strange red light, but it disappeared very quickly. Afterwards, a few demigod rank experts came here to investigate, but they couldn't find it. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. A silver-armored servant said respectfully. The well-dressed young master frowned his brows. The treasure at the bottom of the lake might be hidden again at any time. The opportunity was fleeting. The well-dressed young master grabbed a servant with his right hand and threw him into the lake. The servant was a black gold rank expert, but he was actually picked up like a chick. Go down there and find it for me, the well-dressed young master said coldly. The servant fell into the water with a splash. He didn't dare to go ashore, so he dived into the water and started searching. The servant gradually disappeared into the murky lake water. At this moment, the lake water suddenly began to churn violently. A moment later, a thick stream of blood came out. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces turned pale. There was probably something terrifying hidden in the lake, and that person was probably dead. The well-dressed young master's face turned cold. He lost a subordinate, but didn't get anything. This made him feel a little depressed. The surrounding people distanced themselves from the well-dressed young master, afraid that they would be thrown into the lake. Who is this person? You guys don't know? He's Song Ming of the Soul Feather family, known as the #1 genius of the Nether Realm. So he's Song Ming of the Blood Feather family. Everyone had expressions of fear on their faces. Song Ming was fully deserving of being the #1 genius of the Nether Realm. At such a young age, he had already reached the pinnacle of legend rank. It was said that he came prepared this time in order to become the successor of the Master of the Nether Realm. However, not far from Song Ming, several figures stood proudly. Their auras weren't much inferior to Song Ming's. Normally, these people wouldn't come here. However, the 7th layer of the Deathlands would only open in 3 days. Many of them had nothing to do, so they decided to enter the Deathlands to take a look. They didn't expect to encounter this red treasure light. A look of disgust flashed across Yi Ziyun's elegant face as she glanced at the cultivators from the various aristocratic families and clans. Song Ming, in particular, had complete disregard for human life. Compared to him, the people of Glory City were much kinder. Aside from the sacred family and a few other families, they wouldn't kill each other. Although everyone coveted the treasure at the bottom of the lake, no one dared to go down. Suddenly, a clear voice came from afar. Laughing, "Brother Song Ming, let's go down together and fish up the treasure. As for who the treasure belongs to, we'll decide later. How about it?" The one who spoke was a delicate and handsome young man who looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. He was dressed in white and looked very handsome. He stood there proudly as his clothes fluttered in the wind. There was a faint smile on his face, making him look very carefree. Who is this person? Mu Yi of the Spirit Cultivation family. He's also a super genius. However, he often secludes himself for years and rarely shows himself. Many people don't know what level his cultivation has reached. Everyone's discussion was heard by Nie Li. Whether it's this Mu Yi or that Song Ming, they're both disciples of some super families in Nether City. It seems that there are quite a lot of people here to fight for the treasure. Hearing Mu Ye's words, Song Ming laughed and said, "Since you've said so, why wouldn't I dare?" Although he doesn't know what kind of creature is hidden at the bottom of the lake, Song Ming naturally won't show any weakness with the protection of his family's armor. Plop, plop, plop. Song Ming, Mu Yi, and the other 5 experts dove into the lake. However, after the 6 experts went down, no one dared to follow them. The experts from the various families looked at the muddy lake water and felt their scalps go numb. After all, this is the 9-layered Deathlands. There are many places that haven't been explored yet. Who knows what kind of terrifying creature is hidden here? After the 6 experts dove into the lake water suddenly churned. Pillars of water shot up into the sky. Muffled bangs could be heard from the bottom of the lake. An intense battle was probably going on. All of a sudden, a huge demonic beast rushed out of the lake. It let out an angry roar and flew into the sky. On its forehead, a red jewel was deeply embedded in its flesh, emitting a dazzling red light. This demonic beast looked a little like a lizard. Its entire body was covered in black skin. However, its forelegs were strangely small, and its huge tail was tens of meters long. Its entire body was emitting a terrifying corpse aura. Seeing this scene, the people at the lakeside were so scared that their faces changed. They cried out in alarm. "That's a zombie Jiao dragon! Run!" The hundreds of people in the surroundings scattered like birds and beasts. The remaining people prepared to fight at any time. "What's a zombie Jiao dragon?" Yi Ziyun asked doubtfully. Although she was standing far away, she could clearly see the demonic beast's appearance. A zombie Jiao dragon is a type of snake-type demonic beast. It lives among tens of thousands of corpses. It devours the essence of corpses to finally take form. It's an extremely intelligent creature. An adult zombie Jiao dragon usually has the strength of a legend rank. Every 1,000 years, the strength of a zombie Jiao dragon will experience a leap. When it reaches 10,000 years, it will probably be able to rival a spiritual god. Chapter 2:26. It turned out that the zombie Jiao dragon was so powerful. No wonder everyone was so shocked when it appeared. Moreover, this zombie Jiao dragon was a little different from the other monster beasts. A strange red bead grew from its head, attracting the attention of countless people. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 figures shot out from the bottom of the lake and pounced towards the zombie Jiao dragon. The longer the zombie Jiao dragon lived, the smaller its body became. It was unknown how long this zombie Jiao dragon had lived. Nieli couldn't tell, but judging from its strength, it shouldn't be at the demigod rank. Otherwise, the 6 people would already be dead. The 6 people that charged into the lake were all well-known figures amongst the younger generation of some of the Netherrealm's superfamilies. They were extremely confident in their own strength, so they showed no fear when facing the zombie Jiao dragon. Boom, boom, boom. As the 6 people fought the zombie Jiao dragon, the others were also eager to give it a try, ready to surround and attack the zombie Jiao dragon at any moment to snatch the red bead from its head. Looking at the red bead, Nieli's heart trembled. Just what exactly was this bead? Even he wasn't too sure. However, there was one thing that he could be sure of. Judging from the energy fluctuations emitted by this red bead, this thing was definitely not something to be trifled with. "Nieli, what is this red bead?" Yi Ziyun asked. Her heart was also filled with doubts. "I don't know either." Nieli shook his head. A trace of astonishment flashed through Yi Ziyun's eyes. Even Nieli didn't know the origin and use of this bead. In her heart, Nieli was simply omniscient. Seeing Yi Ziyun's expression, Nieli naturally knew what Yi Ziyun was thinking. He spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Of course, he wasn't omniscient. In this world alone, there were too many things he didn't know. At this moment, the zombie Jiao dragon suddenly roared towards the sky, opening its mouth to spit out balls of water. These balls of water shot out in all directions, constantly exploding, causing the surrounding people to be thrown off their feet. Some of the liquid splattered onto the bodies of these people, causing sizzling white smoke to rise, corroding much of their skin. Ah! Some people who were hit by the water balls immediately let out mournful screams. One of the water balls flew towards Nieli and Yi Ziyun. "Be careful!" Nieli shouted anxiously. He directly threw Yi Ziyun out. His left hand moved and crushed a guardian god stone. Boom! The water ball exploded at the spot where Nieli and Yi Ziyun had been standing, creating a hole in the ground. The water splashed onto the shield and slowly flowed down the shield. If the water ball were to directly hit the shield, the terrifying liquid would probably corrode and penetrate the shield. However, only a small portion of it was blocked by the shield. Nia Li and Yi Ziyun both fell into a pit on the side, and the delicate fragrance of a young girl wafted over. Nia Li felt as if his hands had touched something soft. He subconsciously pinched it, and a soft and round feeling came from the palm of his hand. The fragrance from Yi Ziyun's hair made people feel relaxed and happy. Yi Ziyun didn't know what was going on. She was dizzy from being hit by Nia Li. Nia Li's body was on top of hers, and the pressure made her feel a little suffocated. She felt a strange feeling coming from her chest, and her cheeks immediately turned crimson. "You get up." Previously, she had thought of repaying him with her body. Only then would she be able to repay Nia Li for saving her father. However, she was still very nervous when it came to it. Such intimate contact. And feeling Nia Li's broad chest, Yi Ziyun's heart thumped wildly. Seeing Yi Ziyun's shy appearance, Nia Li quickly got up and rubbed his head. He laughed mischievously and said, "An accident, an accident." Yi Ziyun quickly sat up, and her cheeks were still flushed. She softly responded, and seeing Yi Ziyun's shy and moving appearance, Nia Li was filled with pity. He extended his hand and pulled Yi Ziyun up, saying, "Be careful. This zombie Jiao dragon's water balls have an extremely strong corrosive effect." Yi Ziyun glanced at the surrounding ground. Indeed, the places where the water balls were spat were corroded, and her heart couldn't help but shiver. Nia Li raised his head and saw Song Ming, Mu Yi, and the others. The battle with the zombie Jiao dragon was getting more and more intense, and the sky was turning dark. Boom! Song Ming's blood palms constantly bombarded the zombie Jiao dragon's body, causing it to let out mournful screams. While the zombie Jiao dragon was struggling, its tail ruthlessly struck a young expert nearby, causing him to spit out blood and be sent flying. Song Ming coldly glanced at the young expert, but he didn't care. Although they were working together, they were still competitors. He couldn't be bothered to care about that person's life or death. Hearing the zombie Jiao dragon screams, Nia Li inwardly thought that the zombie Jiao dragon wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Being besieged by so many legend rank experts, the zombie Jiao dragon was no match for them despite its powerful physique. Roar! The zombie Jiao dragon let out a furious roar, and the red jewel on its forehead emitted a dazzling radiance. Its body was constantly changing, and layers of red scales covered it. 2 long feelers grew from the corners of its mouth. Bang! 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 The zombie Jiao dragon's tail struck 2 young experts, sending them flying. Song Ming and Mu Yi couldn't help taking a few steps back. They never thought that the red jewel would have such an effect. It allowed the zombie Jiao dragon's strength to rise to another level. It seems that they have a chance. Nia Li wasn't prepared to fight. Although the red jewel was indeed an amazing treasure, it was his fortune to obtain it, and his fate to lose it. He wasn't prepared to force it. At this moment, Nia Li suddenly felt a familiar aura. He looked into the distance and saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Who else could it be but Yi Han? Yi Han was with a group of people from the Wu family, watching the battle from afar. Feeling that Nia Li's gaze was a little strange, Yi Ziyun followed Nia Li's gaze and looked into the distance. When she saw Yi Han, she was instantly filled with rage. Because of Yi Han, she almost lost her father. She was filled with rage and hatred towards Yi Han. Feeling something, Yi Han looked over. When he saw Nia Li and Yi Ziyun, his eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a trace of chilling light. It's actually Nia Li and Yi Ziyun. Enemies really are bound to meet on a narrow road. Because of Nia Li, he wasn't able to inherit the city lord's position, and could only betray Glory City. Like a stray dog, he came here now that he saw Nia Li and Yi Ziyun together. His heart was burning with jealousy. Since you're here to die, then don't blame me. Yi Han clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. There were a total of over 20 people from the Wu Gui family. The one leading them was a well-built youth wearing silver armor. He held a huge sky-silver sword in his hand and emitted a frightening killing intent from head to toe. Yi Han whispered into the youth's ear, "Young Master Wu Yu, those two are from Glory City." Wu Yu took a glance at Nia Li and Yi Ziyun and narrowed his eyes, especially Yi Ziyun. His eyes couldn't help lighting up. The women of the human race have always been the most beautiful among the various races. Although Yi Ziyun is still a little young, she has already grown into a slender and elegant woman. From Glory City? What's the strength of those two? Wu Yu asked as he looked at Yi Han. Young Master Wu Yu, according to what I know, those two should have already reached gold rank. Yi Han pondered for a moment and said, when he left, Nia Li and Yi Ziyun were indeed only gold rank. Bullshit. 2 gold rank dares to enter the 9-layered Deathlands. Wu Yu scolded. Hearing Wu Yu's words, a trace of confusion flashed across Yi Han's eyes. Indeed, 2 gold rank dares to enter the 9-layered Deathlands? Could it be that Nia Li and Yi Ziyun have already reached black gold rank? But that's impossible. The cultivation speed of Nia Li and Yi Ziyun can't possibly reach such a frightening degree. It's also possible that someone else brought them in, and they got separated. Yi Han said, after pondering a while. He refused to believe that Nia Li and Yi Ziyun had already left him far behind in terms of cultivation. Wu Yu pondered a while, then waved his hand and led the experts of the Wu Gui family, as well as Yi Han, towards Nia Li and Yi Ziyun. Nia Li, they're coming. A trace of seriousness appeared on Yi Ziyun's face as she tightly gripped the blizzard spiritual pearl in her right hand. She was already prepared for battle. The blizzard spiritual pearl is an extremely mysterious and powerful treasure. The current Yi Ziyun is already able to fully utilize the blizzard spiritual pearl and burst out with strength several times her own. Nia Li, on the other hand, appeared to be very indifferent as he walked towards the experts of the Wu Gui family. He wasn't afraid of Yi Han coming to find trouble with him, but he was afraid that Yi Han would turn around and run. If that's the case, it would be too difficult for him to find Yi Han. Seeing Nia Li's actions, Wu Yu's eyes narrowed. He could feel the aura of a black gold rank on Nia Li's body. However, a black gold rank actually dared to appear in front of so many people. Just where did Nia Li get his confidence from? Yi Han, I never thought that you would dare to appear in front of me. Today, I won't let you leave. Nia Li coldly looked at Yi Han. Betraying Glory City, such a traitor will be personally executed by him. Nia Li, aren't you a little too arrogant? Who do you think you are? This is the Nether Realm, not Glory City. Just who is the one that won't let who go? Yi Han coldly snorted as he stared at Nia Li. Wu Yu crossed his arms and looked down at Nia Li. Brat, you've got guts. You actually dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Wu Yu, if you join me, I might consider it. But if you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being merciless when the time comes. Nia Li's gaze lightly swept across Wu Yu's group and coldly laughed. If you guys hand over Yi Han, this matter will be settled. If you guys don't hand over Yi Han, then don't blame me for taking action. There was a naked disregard in Nia Li's gaze, which made Wu Yu extremely unhappy. Did Nia Li have a screw loose in his head? He actually dared to say such big words. Among their group, almost everyone was an expert of black, gold rank, or above. There were even 2 legend rank experts among them. Nie Li only had 2 people on his side, yet he dared to be so arrogant? Chapter 227. Wu Yu coldly snorted. Nie Li is really arrogant. With a slight wave of his hand, 3 experts from the Wuguwei family leaped up and pounced towards Nie Li. Nie Li furiously roared. His body rapidly transformed into the fanged panda. Yi Ziyun also activated the Blizzard spiritual pearl in her hand and integrated with the Snow Queen demon spirit. After integrating with the Snow Queen demon spirit, Yi Ziyun was like a goddess descending to the mortal world. Countless icicles revolved around her, making her look incomparably noble and holy. After Nie Li and Yi Ziyun integrated with their demon spirits, Wu Yu and the rest were slightly startled. Originally, they felt that Nie Li and Yi Ziyun's strength was only around 1 star black gold rank. However, after integrating with their demon spirits, both Nie Li and Yi Ziyun's aura suddenly increased by several folds. At the very least, they've reached 4 star black gold rank. Human demon spiritualists do have a knack. Wu Yu narrowed his eyes. However, so what if they're 4 star or 5 star black gold rank? They still have 2 legend rank experts on their side. Roar! Nie Li furiously waved his huge palm towards one of the black gold rank experts that was pouncing towards him. Within his palm, lightning was faintly flashing, containing unparalleled power. Humph! That black gold rank expert's energy exploded from his body as he prepared to dodge Nie Li's attack and give Nie Li a fatal punch. However, just as he was about to make his move, his body suddenly became extremely heavy. His movements slowed down. At the same time, 2 icicles appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around his feet, instantly freezing them. Boom! Nie Li's palm landed on that expert's head, sending him flying. Boom! 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 That black gold rank expert rolled dozens of meters away and heavily slammed into a pit. Nie Li glanced at Yi Ziyun, who was behind him, and couldn't help lightly smiling. Yi Ziyun is indeed smart. After familiarizing herself with the fanged panda's characteristics, she immediately found the best way to cooperate with the fanged panda. She's using the Snow Queen's power to coordinate with him in battle. Another black gold rank expert suddenly appeared behind Nie Li and brandished his greatsword. Just as he was about to chop down on Nie Li's neck, a loud bang was heard. His greatsword had struck an ice wall, and Nie Li, who was in front of him, had already turned around. Nie Li, who was in front, instantly turned around and spat a yin-yang blast from his mouth. In just 2 simple exchanges, 2 black gold rank experts were killed. The last one was pierced through the chest by Yi Ziyun's icicle. Kill that woman first. Wu Yu's face was ashen. Originally, he only wanted to send 3 people to test the strength of Nie Li and Yi Ziyun. He did not expect that Nie Li and Yi Ziyun would be so merciless and directly kill 3 people on his side. His movements were concise and smooth, and his efficiency was astonishing. It was simply unimaginable. Nie Li was a person with rich combat experience. After cooperating with Yi Ziyun for a while, he suddenly had a feeling of telepathy. The power that the 2 of them could create when they cooperated was definitely several times stronger than when they fought alone. The experts behind Wu Yu, all of them rushed towards Nie Li and Yi Ziyun, wanting to kill Nie Li and Yi Ziyun in one fell swoop. Seeing this scene, Nie Li immediately summoned his soul weapon Thorn Fist and guarded beside Yi Ziyun. Nie Li integrated with a battle-type demon spirit, while Yi Ziyun integrated with a snow wind attribute demon spirit. The 2 of them are very compatible, as long as Nie Li doesn't let anyone get close to Yi Ziyun. Yi Ziyun would be able to unleash several times her combat power. The Blizzard Spiritual Pearl in Yi Ziyun's hand emitted a dazzling radiance. In the blink of an eye, a violent blizzard formed in the surroundings. Like a storm, it surrounded Nieli and Yi Ziyun. Although this snowstorm wasn't enough to repel the experts of the Wugui family, it was still not enough. However, the bone-piercing chill caused their movements to slow down. This snowstorm, in addition to Nieli's gravity field, was enough to weaken the strength of the Wugui family's experts by at least 20%. Bang! 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 3 of the Wugui family's experts charged into the center of the snowstorm and engaged in a fierce battle with Nieli. However, Nieli brandished his thorn fist, blocking them outside. An intense battle broke out. Although he was surrounded by so many people, Nieli was still very calm. With his rich combat experience, Nieli could easily determine what kind of moves his opponents would use and where they would attack. Therefore, he could easily deal with their attacks. As for the Wugui family's experts that were fighting with Nieli, they became more and more fearful. Every time they attacked, Nieli seemed to be able to predict their attacks. He knew where they would attack and completely blocked their attacks. Every move of Nieli's was the best way to deal with them. Nieli only sealed the direction of their attacks and did not make any other movements. As for Yi Ziyun, who was behind Nieli because no one was able to get close to her, she immediately released her hand to cast her spell. The ice spikes that filled the sky were like a rainstorm covering the sky and covering the earth as they smashed down. Originally, this kind of technique consumed a lot of the power of law. However, with the Blizzard Spiritual Pearl, Yi Ziyun's power of law seemed to be endless. As the icicles fell, blood splattered everywhere. Although they had only killed 2 black gold rank, the remaining people had more or less suffered some injuries. Courting death. Do you think that you can stop us like this? Seeing this scene, 2 legend rank experts of the Wugui family flew down from the sky and slashed down with their swords filled with endless killing intent. Luo Tian sword slash. Countless sword shadows fell, and every sword shadow contained a violent power. This was the power of a legend rank. The 2 legend rank experts of the Wugui family finally couldn't endure it any longer and made their move. This was the moment they were waiting for. The instant the Luo Tian sword slash was formed, Nieli made his move. His right hand moved as he took out a legend rank forbidden technique scroll and tore it apart. A golden shield appeared out of nowhere and enveloped Nieli and Yi Ziyun. Boom, boom, boom. The dense sword slashes landed on the golden shield, causing it to explode continuously, and the sword shadows were directly blown to pieces. This was a powerful scarlet gold shield. It had the best defensive effect among all the shields. Furthermore, the scarlet gold shield had a special effect. It could attack the opponent from the inside without affecting the integrity of the shield. Almost at the same time, when Nieli displayed the scarlet gold shield, Nieli opened his mouth and inhaled. His abdomen contracted, and his chest rapidly expanded. 2 balls of light, 1 black and 1 white, appeared out of nowhere. Furthermore, they grew bigger and bigger, becoming several times bigger than normal. 4x Yin-Yang Blast, 6x Yin-Yang Blast, 10x Yin-Yang Blast. The size of these 2 balls of Yin-Yang Blast was 10 times bigger than an ordinary Yin-Yang Blast. Furthermore, they were filled with the terrifying power of law. They practically sucked all the soul force in Nieli's soul realm dry in an instant. The 2 balls of Yin-Yang Blast danced in the air as they shot towards the 2 experts of the Wugui family outside the scarlet gold shield. The 2 legend rank experts of the Wugui family flew in the air. The Luo Tian sword slash was simply densely packed, causing chaos in the area below. Explosive energy filled the air. The corner of their mouths curled into sneers. This Luo Tian sword slash should be enough to kill Nieli and Yi Ziyun. However, a golden shield of light appeared out of nowhere and blocked the Luo Tian sword slash. The Luo Tian sword slash was actually unable to break through the golden shield. What's going on? This is the Scarlet Gold Shield. How can this be? This is a shield that only legend rank experts that cultivate the power of metal can display. They never imagined that Nieli would be able to display this shield and block their attacks. Before they could even react, the black and white balls of light intertwined and danced in the air as they shot towards them. The instant the Yin-Yang blast flew towards them, the two legend rank experts' first reaction was to activate their shields. In an instant, two black shields appeared out of nowhere around them. This shield was a secret technique of the Wuguei family, the sacred Luo shield. It was capable of blocking an all-out attack from a legend rank expert. From their point of view, their shields should be enough to block Nieli's Yin-Yang blast. Therefore, they brandished their swords and prepared to unleash a second wave of attacks. Sensing the actions of the two experts from the Wuguei family, the corner of Nieli's mouth curled into a smile. Their perception of the level of power was simply too poor. They were simply not on the same level as him. Although the two of them were legend rank experts, in Nieli's eyes, they were still too inferior in terms of the usage of power. A Yin-Yang blast that was 10 times stronger wasn't something that could be easily dealt with. The black and white balls of light intertwined with each other. With a loud bang, the Yin-Yang blast suddenly exploded. The black and white balls of light were only 10 times stronger than an ordinary Yin-Yang blast. However, when the black and white balls intertwined, the power of the explosion was more than 100 times stronger than the original. Nieli's Yin-Yang blast was formed from the power of law. The terrifying explosion instantly engulfed the two legend rank experts from the Wuguei family. In that instant of contact, the sacred Luo shield on their bodies instantly shattered into pieces. The violent power instantly engulfed them. When the power of the Yin-Yang blast hit their bodies, they revealed expressions of disbelief. How could the black and white balls of light explode with such frightening power? Even the sacred Luo shield couldn't block it. They had greatly underestimated the power of the Yin-Yang blast and paid a painful price for it. Even if they wanted to dodge, it was already too late. They were sent flying by the power of the Yin-Yang blast. Their bodies were charred black as they landed a few hundred meters away. The shock wave from the Yin-Yang blast's explosion swept through the surrounding 100 meters, creating a huge crater on the ground. The surrounding experts of the Wuguei family were also affected by the shock wave. Each and every one of them vomited blood as they suffered heavy injuries. After being ravaged by the Yin-Yang blast, the golden scarlet shield finally couldn't take it anymore and shattered into pieces. However, Nieli and Yi Ziyun, who were within it, weren't affected at all. Even the grass beneath their feet was still intact. "Done, pack up." Nieli clapped his hands and stored the fanged panda demon's spirit. His body slowly returned to his human form. Chapter 228. After the golden scarlet shield disappeared, Yi Ziyun looked around. The surroundings were already a mess. Those from the Wuguei family were either dead or injured. Only Wu Yu and Yi Han, who were a little further away, were still standing. Recalling the earlier battle, Yi Ziyun realized that Nieli seemed to have already calculated everything. The reason why Nieli didn't use the legend rank forbidden technique scroll right from the start was because he wanted to wait for the two legend rank experts from the Wuguei family to make their move. In that instant, when the two legend rank experts from the Wuguei family executed the Luo Tian slash, Nieli had already thought of a way to deal with it. Furthermore, he predicted that the two legend rank experts would underestimate the power of his Yin-Yang blast and kill them in one move. In terms of true strength, Nieli might not even be comparable to a legend rank expert. However, Nia Li's estimation and grasp of strength has already reached an extremely precise degree. Furthermore, he had many hidden cards up his sleeves. Even if the Yin-Yang blast didn't kill them in one move, Nia Li could still use the Draconic Bomb or some other method to kill them both. Wu Yu and Yi Han were dumbfounded. Before they could even react to what just happened, the 20 experts that were charging towards Nia Li were all killed. Those that were still alive were lying on the ground, groaning. Nia Li coldly glanced at Wu Yu and Yi Han, then walked towards them. Seeing Nia Li walking over, Wu Yu and Yi Han instantly tensed up. Wu Yu held onto his greatsword, ready to fight at any moment. However, his palms were covered in cold sweat, and his hands were slightly trembling. He's obviously a pinnacle black gold rank expert, while his opponent is only a black gold rank. However, why did Nia Li give him such a frightening pressure? Yi Han took a few steps back. He looked at Nia Li with a trace of fear in his eyes. He's obviously pledged his allegiance to the Wugui family. With the Wugui family's strength, they should be able to crush Glory City. And Nia Li, why did they fail again and again? Who was Nia Li? Why did he have such terrifying strength at such a young age? Glancing at Yi Ziyun, who was looking at him with hatred, Yi Han knew. Once he fell into the hands of Nia Li and Yi Ziyun, Nia Li and Yi Ziyun would never let him go. Yi Ziyun, do you know what I've done? It's all for you. Yi Han thought to himself. He wasn't willing to die here just like that. Suddenly, he saw that not far from him there was an endless abyss. Yi Han suddenly ran towards the abyss like a madman. Seeing this, Nia Li frowned slightly and immediately chased after Yi Han. Although jumping into the abyss meant certain death, Nia Li wasn't willing to let Yi Han go. He had to capture Yi Han and let Yi Zong punish him. When Wu Yu saw Nia Li chase after Yi Han, he glanced at Yi Ziyun and immediately ran in another direction. Yi Ziyun gritted her teeth as she looked in the direction Yi Han had fled. She activated the power of the wind and snow and sent it sweeping towards Wu Yu. If you want to kill me with your own hands, I won't give you the chance. Even if I die, I won't die at your hands. Even if I, Yi Han, become a malicious spirit, I will take back everything I've lost from you. Yi Han seemed to have gone mad. 3 poisonous wasps suddenly appeared in his hands. They seemed to obey Yi Han's commands as they flew towards Nia Li, venomous stinger peak. Nia Li's face slightly changed. The venomous stinger bees were terrifying demonic beasts. The venomous stinger bees were extremely poisonous. Even a black gold rank expert would easily lose their life if they were stung by them. Furthermore, they were extremely durable and hard to kill. Nia Li had no idea where that brat, Yi Han, had gotten these things from. Nia Li's palm energy surged as the power of law shot towards the 3 venomous stinger bees. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 venomous stinger bees immediately exploded and died. Nia Li knew the weakness of the venomous stinger bees, so he used the power of law as thin needles and shot them into the bodies of the venomous stinger bees. They entered the bodies of the venomous stingers and exploded from within, directly killing the 3 venomous stingers. Nia Li's movements were extremely fast, but Yi Han still managed to widen the distance between him and the venomous stinger bees. Since even the venomous stinger bees were ineffective, Yi Han struggled to jump into the abyss. Seeing that Yi Han was about to jump into the abyss and couldn't be stopped, Nia Li quickly merged with the Fang Panda and spat out a Yin-Yang blast. The Yin-Yang blast flew towards Yi Han and exploded. The power of the explosion swept towards Yi Han's body. Yi Han was hit by the power of the Yin-Yang blast and vomited blood as he flew into the abyss. Nia Li flew over and landed at the edge of the abyss. He never thought that Yi Han would rather jump into the abyss than be caught by him. However, after taking a yin-yang blast from him, even if Yihan didn't die, he would still be heavily injured. If he were to fall into the abyss, he would definitely die, right? Who knows what kind of demonic beasts are hidden in this abyss? Yihan would probably not even have a corpse left. After a brief moment of silence, Nieli looked into the distance and saw Yi Ziyun chasing after Wu Yu. However, Wu Yu was, after all, a 5-star black gold rank expert. She wouldn't be able to catch him in a short amount of time. Nieli immediately flew towards Wu Yu and Yi Ziyun. He couldn't let Wu Yu escape. Otherwise, it might bring trouble to Glory City. Yi Ziyun lightly snorted. The blizzard energy in her hand condensed into an ice sword and shot towards Wu Yu's back. This ice sword contained the power of the blizzard spiritual pearl. If it were to hit Wu Yu, it would directly pierce through his body. Just as the ice sword was about to strike Wu Yu's back, the ice sword suddenly exploded, shattering into pieces and turning into icicles that covered the ground. A young man in white slowly floated down and landed beside Wu Yu. "Young Master Tianling, why are you here?" Wu Yu gasped for breath at the sight of this youth. His heart was still in a state of shock. He could feel the power contained in that ice sword. If he were to be hit by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, Tianling saved him. Tianling looked at Yi Ziyun and calmly said, "Lady of the human race, I wonder how Wu Yu offended you? Why would you use such a method to kill him? The enmity between us doesn't need you to interfere." Nieli walked out from the side and replied on behalf of Yi Ziyun. Nieli could feel that this Tianling's strength wasn't ordinary. Nieli couldn't see through him at all, so he didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Ziyun didn't know the identity of this youth, so she naturally didn't dare to speak rashly. However, she had absolute trust in Nieli and sensibly stood beside Nieli. Tianling's gaze fell onto Nieli and Yi Ziyun as he said in an unquestionable tone, "The Wuguwei family is a subsidiary family of my Northern Nether family. Now that you want to kill the young master of the Wuguwei family, you will naturally have to ask for my Northern Nether family's permission." Nieli went silent for a moment. It would be extremely difficult for him and Yi Ziyun to kill Tianling. Tianling's strength was unfathomable. If they continued to stay here, there might be even more experts coming from Tianling's side. Since the Wuguwei family is a subsidiary family of the Northern Nether family, then we'll settle this matter first. I will naturally settle this with the Wuguwei family in the future. Nieli glanced at Yi Ziyun and said, "Let's go." Nieli and Yi Ziyun turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing Nieli and Yi Ziyun leave, Tianling furrowed his brows for a moment and prepared to stop Nieli and Yi Ziyun. Wu Yu hastily stopped him and said, "Young Master Tianling, although those two only seem to be black gold rank, they killed 2 legend rank experts of our Wuguwei family. It's not good to provoke them." Wu Yu was already afraid of Nieli. Hearing Wu Yu's words, Tianling retracted his footsteps and took a deep look at Nieli and Yi Ziyun's backs. He asked, "How did you guys offend those two?" Wu Yu's eyes flickered for a moment and said, "One of my underlings has a grudge with them. I thought that I could help my underling, but I never thought that those two would be so powerful." Without the consent of the elders of his family, he wouldn't dare to divulge any information about Glory City. Once the Northern Nether family knows of the existence of Glory City, then Glory City will definitely fall into their hands. At that time, when the Northern Nether family eats the meat, they can only drink the soup. Tianling glanced at Wu Yu, but didn't say anything. This kind of enmity is too common in the Nether realm. It's normal for Wu Yu to be unwilling to talk about it. Tianling was a little curious about Nieli and Yi Ziyun. Since the two of them have such powerful strength at such a young age, they should be quite famous in the Nether Realm. Why hasn't he heard of them before? Wu Yu watched as Nia Li and Yi Ziyun's figures gradually disappeared into the distance. His eyes flashed with a trace of resentment. This time, he suffered such a huge loss, especially when the master of the Nether Realm is choosing his disciple. It's inevitable that he'll be scolded when he returns to the family. One day, I'll ruthlessly trample you under my feet. And that bitch, just watch how I'll trample her. Nieli brought Yi Ziyun far away. After confirming that Tianling and the others were no longer in sight, Nieli let out a breath of relief. Nieli had a feeling that Tianling's strength is absolutely unimaginable. If they were to fight, it would definitely be a fierce battle. At that time, it'd be normal for some unpredictable situations to occur. It'd be best if they didn't clash with Tianling. Yi Ziyun looked at Nieli and asked, "Nieli, how's Yihan?" "He was hit by my yin-yang blast. He probably won't be able to live," said Nieli. Yi Ziyun's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. After all, Yihan is her father's godson. Although he deserved it, the kind-hearted Yi Ziyun couldn't help feeling pity for Yihan. Until now, she still couldn't understand why Yihan would betray Glory City and plot against her father. Her father treated him like his own son. "Nieli, don't tell my father about this," Yi Ziyun said after a moment of silence. Nieli glanced at Yi Ziyun and slightly nodded his head. He understood Yi Ziyun's thoughts. She probably doesn't want Yizong to be sad. Although Yihan is only an adopted son, he was still brought up by Yizong. Yihan's death isn't to be regretted. Don't be sad for such a person, Nieli said as he patted Yi Ziyun's shoulder. Looking into the distance, the battle on the other side of the lake was still ongoing. The battle has already reached the center of the lake. Those people still couldn't do anything to the zombie Jiao Dragon. Chapter 229. The zombie Jiao Dragon itself wasn't that strong, but the pearl was the key. As time passed, the zombie Jiao Dragon's body grew larger and larger. Its entire body glowed with a scarlet luster. It's already reached its limit and wants to dive back into the lake. "Stop it. Don't let it escape." Song Ming coldly barked. Mu Yi and the rest frantically attacked the zombie Jiao Dragon, while the rest stood on the surface of the lake to intercept it. Their feet were on the surface of the lake, ready to fight at any time. The zombie Jiao Dragon was enraged and roared towards the sky. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of zombie Jiao Dragons emerged from the water and pounced towards the surrounding experts. These zombie Jiao Dragons were all black gold rank and above. Some experts were caught off guard and were dragged into the lake by the zombie Jiao Dragons, letting out mournful screams. There were also some zombie Jiao Dragons that were killed by these experts. "Humph, I didn't expect it to have a nest of offspring." Song Ming coldly sneered. A purple Lei Zhu appeared in his palm. The Lei Zhu crazily released a terrifying power that swept across the surface of the lake. When the zombie Jiao Dragons came into contact with the Lei Zhu, sparks flew in all directions as they were wiped out. Just as Song Ming and the others were killing the ordinary zombie Jiao Dragons, the zombie Jiao Dragon in the sky turned even redder. Walls of water appeared out of thin air, trapping all the cultivators in an instant. The instant the wall of water was summoned, the zombie Jiao Dragon plunged into the lake. Seeing this, Song Ming furrowed his brows. He condensed a lightning bolt in his palm and shot it at the zombie Jiao Dragon. However, the lightning bolt was unable to penetrate the wall of water and was blocked by it. "I didn't expect this beast to have such strength." Song Ming raised his brows, and a mysterious lightning spear appeared in his hand. He suddenly shot it out from his hand, and the lightning spear spun and danced in the air, bringing with it streaks of lightning as it shot towards the zombie Jiao Dragon with an unparalleled and powerful aura. Boom! The lightning spear pierced through the wall of water and shot towards the zombie Jiao Dragon. Nieli saw the lightning spear from afar. This lightning spear was at least a heavenly fate-grade weapon. Although Tsang Ming wasn't able to unleash the true power of the lightning spear, he was still able to unleash it. However, it was still very shocking. With my current strength, if I were to encounter Tsang Ming, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to deal with him. Nieli thought to himself, it was better not to fight for the Red Pearl. Nieli left with Yi Ziyun preparing to continue searching for the others. Boom! The lightning spear pierced through the zombie Jiao Dragon's body, causing it to let out a mournful scream as fresh blood splattered onto the surface of the lake. Tsang Ming's attack had definitely seriously injured the zombie Jiao Dragon. Ignoring the injuries on its body, the zombie Wyrm dove headfirst into the lake. At this moment, Mu Yi was already standing on the surface of the lake. He just stood there quietly. The zombie Jiao Dragon was heavily injured, and with his strength, he could easily intercept it. But he didn't move. The zombie Jiao Dragon let out an indignant cry and dove into the water. Tsang Ming held onto the lightning spear and landed on the surface of the water. The zombie Jiao Dragon dove into the depths of the lake. The bottom of the lake was extremely deep, and there were some unknown dangers hidden within. If he was alone, Tsang Ming wouldn't dare to enter. Why didn't you stop it? Tsang Ming coldly glanced at Mu Yi. A brilliant smile appeared on Mu Ye's handsome face as he said, "This zombie Jiao Dragon is going berserk, and its strength is too strong. I didn't dare to attack, so I hesitated for a moment before it ran away." Tsang Ming frowned for a moment. It would be strange if he would listen to Mu Ye's nonsense, but Mu Yi wasn't willing to attack. He was also helpless because Mu Yi was a very difficult person to deal with. If they were to fight, Tsang Ming might not be able to do anything to Mu Yi. Humph! Tsang Ming coldly snorted. He sensed the direction of the zombie Jiao Dragon's escape and flew across the surface of the lake. Seeing Tsang Ming's back, Mu Ye's expression gradually turned cold. Actually, he could have stopped the zombie Jiao Dragon just now, but he did not do so. This was because when Tsang Ming brandished his lightning spear, he felt that he was no match for Tsang Ming. So what if he managed to stop the zombie Jiao Dragon? If they were to fight over it, the Red Pearl would most likely fall into Tsang Ming's hands. To Mu Yi, he would rather lose the Red Pearl than let Tsang Ming obtain it. This time, Tsang Ming would be one of his strongest competitors in the Master of the Nether Realm's disciple recruitment. Nieli saw the final scene of Mu Yi releasing the zombie Jiao Dragon and faintly smiled. These people were indeed not of the same mind. Nieli could roughly guess what Mu Yi was thinking. It's best that the zombie Jiao Dragon escaped. Nieli faintly smiled. If the Red Pearl fell into someone else's hands, it would definitely be a headache. The competition between the various families of the Nether Realm was indeed intense. Nieli suddenly felt a fluctuation in his soul realm. He faintly smiled and said, "I can sense Ning is right beside me." Seeing Nieli's brilliant smile, Yi Ziyun pouted. Although she felt a little strange in her heart, she wasn't a narrow-minded person. After all, Ning and Nieli were acquainted before her. Nieli leapt up a slope. On a small path far away, a beautiful girl was quietly walking. If it wasn't Ning, who else could it be? However, beside Ning, there was another young master. This person had delicate features, was handsome, free, and easy. His face was like a crown of jade, and he had a calm demeanor. This person looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. His eyebrows were long enough to reach his temples, his eyes were slender and gentle, and he had a straight nose. His skin was as white as jade and seemed to be able to drip water. His eyes were as beautiful as the heavens and earth without any impurities. His thin lips were slightly hooked into a smile that wasn't a smile. This kind of elegant temperament would definitely cause the hearts of countless girls to palpitate. Even women would be jealous of his looks. The young master smiled and said something. From time to time, Ning would also purse her lips and smile. The two of them walking on the small road looked like a perfect couple. Seeing this, Nieli inexplicably felt a little depressed in his heart. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. What's wrong with me? Recalling the various experiences he had with Ning was indeed a very likable girl. If it weren't for so many experiences in his previous life, Nieli would probably fall in love with Ning. Nieli, are you jealous? Yi Ziyun looked at Nieli playfully and asked, No way. Nieli smiled and shook his head. He understood that Yi Ziyun was teasing him. Ning, over here. Nieli waved to Xiao Ning. After seeing Nieli, Xiao Ning's eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a joyful look. She quickly ran towards Nieli and Yi Ziyun. Nieli, Yi Ziyun, I've finally found you. Xiao Ning said. She thought back to the scene in the fog of confusion and saw Nieli anxiously looking for her. She felt a little happy in her heart. At least in Nieli's heart, she was still very important, even if she was slightly inferior to Yi Ziyun. The handsome youth also walked over. Nieli and Nieli's eyes met. Faintly, Nieli felt that the other party's strength was unfathomable. He didn't know if the other party was a friend or foe. If the other party was an enemy, he would definitely be extremely difficult to deal with. He might even be stronger than Song Ming and Mu Yi. This nether realm was indeed filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Ning, this is... Nieli looked at Ning, and inquired. He's called Xiao Yu. It's all thanks to him that I wasn't entangled by those people earlier. Xiao Ning introduced. Many thanks to Brother Xiao for helping Ning out of trouble. Nieli slightly cupped his hands. Brother Nieli is too polite. Xiao Yu smiled. When he smiled, it made people feel like they were bathing in the spring wind. You know my name? Nieli's brows twitched. On the way here, little sister Ning has mentioned you more than once. How could I not know? Xiao Yu laughed. Xiao Yu's voice was as soft as jade. When he spoke, his bearing was free and easy, making it hard for others to feel disgusted. No wonder Ning didn't have her guard up against him. However, Nieli still kept his guard up. After all, this was a stranger he met on the road. Moreover, his strength was unfathomable. Who knew what the other party's motive was? In his previous life, Nieli had met too many people. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Ning's cheeks were slightly hot. She couldn't help but sneak a glance at Yi Ziyun. After all, Yi Ziyun was now Nieli's fiancé. Yi Ziyun already knew that Xiao Ning liked Nieli. Along the way, she and Xiao Ning went from good friends to strangers. Then, because of Nieli, they had all kinds of connections. This relationship was now irresolvable and messy. Although her emotions were a little complicated, with Yi Ziyun's character, she wouldn't look into it. She could only let everything take its course. Xiao Yu looked at Nieli and the others. She seemed to be deep in thought. She smiled faintly and said, Along the way, I got along well with little sister Ning. It just so happens that I'm a little bored on my own. Why don't I join you guys? This fellow actually wanted to cling on. Leaving such an unknown person by his side made Nieli feel a little uneasy. Since this Xiao Yu had come to the 9-layer Deathlands, it couldn't be as simple as making friends, right? Moreover, such a powerful person was actually only at the first level of the 9-layer Deathlands. No matter how he looked at it, Nieli felt that the other party was up to no good. Nieli, Xiao Yu is a very good person. Xiao Ning said as she looked at Nieli. Hearing Xiao Ning-er's words, Nieli didn't know why, but he became even more suspicious of Xiao Yu. For such a handsome person, his personality, demeanor, etc. were all impeccable. He was too perfect, so perfect that he didn't seem like an ordinary person. Xiao Yu's voice was gentle, and he was very gentle and considerate towards others. This made Nieli a little unhappy. We still have important things to do. We can't bring an outsider. Nieli thought for a moment, then shook his head and refused. It seems that brother Nieli has some prejudice against me, Xiao Yu said with a faint smile. He could see that Nieli didn't like him. Prejudice? Of course. How long has it been? You're already thinking of sneaking into our group? Nieli still smiled politely and said, Brother Xiao Yu, you've misunderstood. We've only just met. Furthermore, you've helped Why would I have any prejudice against you? Chapter 230. Hearing the conversation between Nieli and Xiao Yu, Yi Ziyun seemed to have understood something. They had just gotten to know Xiao Yu, and Yi Ziyun was wary of Xiao Yu. To suddenly travel with a stranger in a place like the 9-layered Deathlands was extremely inappropriate. Since you don't have any prejudice against me, why is brother Nieli chasing me away? If brother Nieli wants to do something, I won't disturb you, Xiao Yu said with a faint smile. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Nieli. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Nieli's heart trembled. Xiao Yu's strength gave off an unfathomable feeling. Nieli was worried that if he forced Xiao Yu to leave, Xiao Yu might fall out with him. It looked like this guy was going to be so thick-skinned that he wouldn't leave. Since brother Xiao Yu wants to stay, that's fine. However, if we encounter a situation later on, brother Xiao Yu will have to take care of yourself, Nieli said after a moment of silence. It looked like he had to think of another way to chase Xiao Yu away. Moreover, he had to find Plume Flame God Knees and the others as soon as possible. With just the 3 of them, they might not be able to deal with Xiao Yu. Don't worry, brother Nieli. There's no one in the Nether Realm who can touch me, Xiao Yu said proudly. Nieli glanced at Xiao Yu. Was Xiao Yu confident or arrogant? He actually said that there was no one in the Nether Realm who could touch him. Xiao Yu's identity was shrouded in mystery. Nieli could only bury his suspicions in his heart for now. Xiao Ning looked at Nieli, then back at Xiao Yu. Although she felt that Xiao Yu was a good person, Nieli definitely had his own judgment. Xiao Ning trusted Nieli unconditionally from the bottom of her heart. However, the impression that Xiao Yu gave her was that he wasn't a bad person. Xiao Ning also fell into a dilemma. Nieli's group of 4 walked along the lakeside, searching for traces of others. Is that a spirit origin fruit? Nieli's gaze fell onto a place in the forest beside the lake. There, he saw a fruit quietly growing, blooming with a faint white luster. A fruit quietly grew there, blooming with a faint white luster. Nieli walked towards the spirit origin fruit and glanced at Xiao Yu, asking, Brother Xiao, are you interested in this spirit origin fruit? Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Yu shook his head. My physique is special. The spirit origin fruit has no effect on me. You guys take it. Something as precious as the spirit origin fruit. Yet Xiao Yu didn't have the slightest intention of fighting for it. Just what was he after? Nieli was silent for a moment. He squatted down next to the spirit origin fruit and slowly stepped on it, then placed it into his spatial ring. This spirit origin fruit required a period of time to be refined. Moreover, 1 spirit origin fruit wasn't enough. It was better to put it away first. Perhaps he would be able to find more spirit origin fruits in other places. Brother Nieli, in this world, people die for wealth and birds die for food. Fighting and snatching, in the end, the dead die and the injured get injured. What's the point? Xiao Yu smiled faintly. In his opinion, Nieli was nothing more than a greedy person. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Nieli glanced at Xiao Yu. He didn't expect Xiao Yu to have such an insight. He smiled. Living in this world, people have 7 emotions and 6 desires, endless worries. According to what you said, isn't it better to die? But a person dying is like a lamp going out. There's nothing left. It's better to fight and snatch. It's more lively. Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Yu laughed involuntarily, but thinking about it carefully, it seemed to have a philosophical meaning. If one didn't fight for anything, then what was the point of living? Not expecting Nieli to have his own views, Xiao Yu smiled. Nieli could be considered an interesting person. I'm a little curious about you. You're so young. How can you be so proficient in inscription to such a degree? Senior inscription master, you're really amazing. Seeing Xiao Ning, and Yi Ziyun chatting in the distance, Xiao Yu crossed her arms and smiled. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Nieli was shocked. Nieli was shocked in his heart. How did Xiao Yu know that he was a senior inscription master? The more Nieli thought about it, the more shocked he was. What is this Xiao Yu's background? To think that he had investigated his background so thoroughly. He must have done it on purpose to get close to Ning. Nieli clenched his fist and walked to Xiao Yu's side. He said in a low voice, I don't know where you came from, and I don't know how you investigated my background. If you harm anyone around me, I'll make you regret it. Feeling Nieli getting closer, Xiao Yu took a step back and opened up some distance. Brother, Nieli must be joking. I'm just a little curious about you. I have no intention of harming any of you. That's good. Nieli went silent for a moment. He didn't know if Xiao Yu's words were true, but Nieli found it hard to let down his guard against Xiao Yu. You still haven't answered my question. Xiao Yu smiled faintly. Inscription patterns are just a kind of rule. Once you're familiar with the rule, you'll know the meaning. Nieli thought for a moment and replied, he won't tell others about his rebirth. Rule? After Xiao Yu heard it, her bright eyes narrowed and said, Brother Nieli has already comprehended the meaning of the power of law. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Nieli was shocked. This person even knows the meaning of the power of law. Just what kind of background does he have? Nieli saw that Xiao Yu's eyes were a light sapphire blue color. It's unbelievably beautiful. For a moment, Nieli was stunned for a moment. He immediately woke up. I can't tell you about that. If you tell me about your background, I might be able to tell you. Nieli said. Xiao Yu smiled faintly and said, Actually, there's no need for Brother Nieli to tell me. I also know that Brother Nieli not only comprehended the meaning of the power of law, but you also comprehended the power of light and darkness. For these 2 laws to appear in the same person's body, it really opened my eyes. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Nieli couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Just what is going on? Xiao Yu even knows about this. In front of Xiao Yu, Nieli felt like he was stripped naked. He didn't have a single secret. But since there were no secrets, Nieli let it go. If Xiao Yu really had evil intentions, she would have already made a move. Nieli said, I don't know who you are, and how did you find out about me? Since you already know everything, why are you asking me? I just want to know if you're willing to tell me the truth. The corner of Xiao Yu's mouth curled up slightly as she spoke. Nieli looked at Xiao Yu in a daze. Xiao Yu asked for so long just to know if he was willing to tell the truth. Willing to do what? So what if he wasn't willing? It was completely meaningless. Nieli couldn't understand Xiao Yu's thinking at all. Other than that, I'm also a little interested in little sister Ning. So I came. Xiao Yu smiled faintly. Li's eyes turned cold. If you have any bad intentions towards Ning, then don't blame me for being rude. Bad intentions? Brother Li is too serious. Why would I have any bad intentions towards little sister Ning? Er, little sister Ning, is so pure and kind. I don't want to hurt her. A fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. There's no reason that brother Nia Li doesn't want to be with little sister Ning. So you shouldn't allow others to pursue her. Xiao Yu smiled meaningfully at Nia Li. Then he turned around and walked towards Xiao Ning, and the others. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Nia Li suddenly froze. If Xiao Yu was sincere, then in what position would he be standing in to stop him? But why did he feel so unhappy when he heard Xiao Yu's words? It was as if someone wanted to forcibly take something away from his hands. Thinking back to everything that had happened before, from the time he helped Ning, heal to the various things that happened with her, perhaps even if Nia Li didn't want to admit it, Ning, had already become an indispensable part of his life. Xiao Yu was a person who seemed to be able to see through everything. He was definitely doing it on purpose. But what should Nia Li do next? After his rebirth, Nia Li wanted to protect everything around him and not let his family and friends be hurt. Although he had a certain amount of initiative, he was still pushed forward step by step. Sometimes, Nia Li was also filled with helplessness. Silently guarding was also a kind of companionship. Perhaps Ning also thought so. Looking at Xiao Yu's back, Nia Li always felt that Xiao Yu was a very mysterious person with no good intentions. Anyway, if Xiao Yu wanted to touch Ning, he would have to go through him first. Nia Li snorted coldly. After his rebirth, so many of his secrets were actually grasped by another person. Nia Li felt that he was facing a great threat. If he couldn't even suppress Xiao Yu, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun quietly stood at the side of the lake. The sparkling lake water made the two of them look like fairies in a painting, so beautiful that it couldn't be replicated. At this moment, the surface of the lake in the distance rumbled and exploded. They saw Song Ming and the zombie Jiao Dragon fighting, causing the lake water to surge. Be careful! Nia Li quickly rushed forward. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning quickly retreated to avoid being affected by the shockwaves of the battle. Fighting here is disturbing our mood. Xiao Yu lightly said. A slender jade hairpin suddenly appeared in her right hand. With a swoosh, the slender jade hairpin shot towards the zombie Jiao Dragon and Song Ming in the sky. It was like a graceful stream of light. With a ding sound, the slender jade hairpin knocked against the lightning spear in Song Ming's hand. Song Ming was about to brandish his lightning spear to kill the zombie Jiao Dragon, but he felt a majestic and mighty force knocking against his lightning spear. In an instant, the lightning spear flew out of his hand and into the distance. His entire hand was trembling, and his right palm was covered with blood. He took a deep look at Nia Li and the others, his eyes filled with deep fear. What kind of terrifying expert had he encountered today? Since that expert had only knocked away his lightning spear, it must have been a warning. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. He quickly flew over, grabbed his lightning spear, and ran away. Looking at Xiao Yu, Nia Li's eyes also revealed shock. It seemed that he had greatly underestimated Xiao Yu's strength. Chapter 231. This zombie Jiao Dragon was clearly living well in the lake, but someone just had to come and kill it. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Since that's the case, I'll take that red pearl and save your life. As Xiao Yu spoke, she leaped forward. Water dragons appeared out of thin air, like ropes, and tightly bound the zombie Jiao Dragon. Xiao Yu stopped beside the zombie Jiao Dragon. She stretched out her right hand and removed the red pearl from the zombie Jiao Dragon's forehead. The zombie Jiao Dragon, which was originally blood red in color, quickly changed back to its original appearance. Xiao Yu moved her right hand, and the water dragons quickly disappeared. The zombie Jiao dragon was finally no longer bound. It looked at Xiao Yu with fear, and no longer dared to take back the pearl from Xiao Yu's hand. With a plop, it dived into the water. Xiao Yu leaped over and landed on the shore. She looked at Ning Er and said, "Ning Er, you've integrated with a heavenly lightning sparrow demon spirit. Although this pearl isn't particularly suitable for your attribute, it should still be of great help to your cultivation. I'll give it to you." Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Ning Er immediately shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, I can't accept such a precious item." She vaguely understood that Xiao Yu has some intentions towards her. She immediately rejected it. She doesn't want Nieli to misunderstand that there's something going on between her and Xiao Yu. Since Ning Er isn't willing to accept it, why don't you give it to me? Nieli smiled as he walked in front of Ning Er and took the pearl from Xiao Yu's hand. Xiao Yu was slightly stunned. He obviously hasn't reacted yet. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? I didn't even say that I'm going to give him the pearl. Then I'll give it to you. Xiao Yu shrugged. Although this pearl is a rare item, Xiao Yu obviously doesn't care much about it. Nieli accepted it and winked at Ning Er. This pearl should be of great help to Ning Er's cultivation. Ning Er accepting it is equivalent to accepting a favor from the other party. However, Nieli doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Since there's a lot of debt, there's nothing to worry about. Many thanks. Nieli waved his hand. In Nieli's mind, he would only think about it after he accepted the item. However, when it was time to take action, he still had to take action. Yi Ziyun couldn't help smiling. She's already used to Nieli's thick skin. The ice jade bangle that Yihan gave her was also accepted by Nieli. Afterwards, he secretly gave it to her, although she was unwilling to wear it. Seeing the look in Nieli's eyes, Xiao Ning blushed. He lowered his head in silence. "Let's go," Nieli said. He was prepared to search for even more spiritual origin fruits. In any case, there was still plenty of time before the master of the Nether Realm's disciple selection. Brother Nieli came here to become the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm. With Brother Nieli's ability, even if he doesn't become the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm, his future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. Xiao Yu smiled. "Although I don't care if I become the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm, I have to plan for my friends and find them a master. You need to find a backer. It's good to enjoy the shade under a big tree. Without a backer, countless geniuses have fallen," Nieli said indifferently. Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Yu laughed involuntarily. So the reason why Nieli brought his friends to participate in the Master of the Nether Realm's disciple selection was to find a backer? "Brother Nieli, how about we make a deal?" Xiao Yu transmitted her voice to Nieli. "Give Ninger to me, and I'll be your backer. How about it?" Hearing Xiao Yu's words, a cold light flashed in Nieli's eyes as he said, "Ninger isn't some object that can be given around. If Ninger likes you, what qualifications do I have to stop her? If Ninger doesn't like you, and you shamelessly pester Ninger, then don't blame me for being impolite." Xiao Yu's brows slightly twitched as he laughed. "I was only joking." Nieli looked at Xiao Yu's expression. He didn't know if Xiao Yu was joking or being serious. In short, he didn't know why, but Nieli was extremely unhappy with Xiao Yu. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength wasn't enough, Nieli would have already taken action. Xiao Yu's right hand moved, and the hairpin flew back into his hand. Earlier, Xiao Yu relied on this hairpin to send the lightning spear in Song Ming's hand flying. This hairpin was extremely exquisite. It looked crystal clear and didn't have a trace of energy fluctuation on it. However, from the carvings on the hairpin, Nieli could feel that the person who made this hairpin was no small matter. This little hairpin contained a boundless concept. Nieli couldn't help but mutter to himself, A grown man actually uses something like a jade hairpin as a weapon. Nieli glanced at Xiao Yu's finger that was holding the jade hairpin. That slender, white, and jade-like finger was like a young girl's. Nieli stared at Xiao Yu for a long time and couldn't help but snort in disdain. Xiao Yu was so beautiful that he didn't look like a man. As if sensing Nieli's disdain, Xiao Yu coughed lightly and said, "This jade hairpin is something my mother left for me." Nieli shrugged his shoulders and said, "Is there a need for you to explain to me? I didn't say anything." You. Xiao Yu was furious in his heart. Nieli's expression had already explained everything. However, after a moment, his heart calmed down. He could let Nieli think whatever he wanted. The group wandered around. Nieli searched for spiritual origin fruits while searching for others. At this moment, in the depths of the 9-layered Deathland's first layer, Lu Piao, Daozit, Duanjian, and the rest were walking. Along the way, they met up and gathered spiritual origin fruits while searching for traces of Nieli, Yiziyun, and Xiaoning. We finally found a spiritual origin fruit. Lu Piao's body was covered with scars from a fight. She snorted and said, "How dare you steal our spiritual origin fruit? You're courting death." Not far from them, dozens of people were lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. This group of people felt depressed in their hearts. That spirit origin fruit was clearly seen by them first. Lu Piao wanted to pick it, but they stopped him and gave him a beating. Then Lu Piao got angry, and when Duanjian rushed over, he directly let Duanjian rush over and beat them up. Was that guy with wings a monster? Why couldn't they break through his defense, no matter how they attacked? Moreover, his strength was so shocking that he almost broke their bones. As long as someone was standing, they would be beaten until no one dared to stand up again. "Humph, you actually dare to hit me. Don't you know that I have someone to protect me?" Lu Piao snorted, looking at her bruised face. She was depressed. Lu Piao looked at Duanjian's body that was completely fine after receiving countless attacks, then looked at himself. He couldn't help sighing. Comparing oneself to others is truly infuriating. It seems like he has to strengthen his physical body in the future. Otherwise, he will always be beaten up miserably. After taking the spiritual origin fruit, the group continued to move forward. Only when Lu Piao and the others had gone far away did the people on the ground dare to get up, all of them groaning. What is the background of this group of people? Are they the young masters of some aristocratic family? We just want that spiritual origin fruit. Is it worth it? A man with a bruised face said gloomily. He was the one who was beaten up the most. Duanjian beat him up so hard that tears almost fell down. This group of people were in an incomparably miserable state. They would probably need a few months to recover after they returned. Lu Piao and the others followed the tracks of Nieli and the others. Since they didn't know the direction, they just kept walking and gradually entered the depths of the first layer of the Deathlands. Although the first layer of the Deathlands was relatively safe, there were still some unknown dangers hidden within. Occasionally, some terrifying skeletons would crawl up from the ground. These were the experts who had died in the Deathlands. Their corpses, under the influence of the deathly aura, had turned into some kind of terrifying monster. Duanjian took the lead, killing all kinds of skeletons along the way. The others also merged with their demon spirits and joined the battle. At this moment, Nieli and the others gradually entered the depths of the first layer of the Deathlands. At this moment, Nieli suddenly felt a powerful aura passing by. These auras were all of the demigod rank, and there were at least 10 of them. They were heading towards the depths of the first layer of the Deathlands. What's going on? Why are there so many demigod rank experts appearing here? Nieli asked as he glanced at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu slightly frowned. It was indeed a little strange for so many demigod rank experts to appear here. It was very likely that they were here for something. I don't know either. Xiaoyu shook her head. I thought you knew everything. So there's something you don't know as well. Nieli laughed. Xiaoyu was momentarily speechless. Let's go take a look. You guys follow behind me. I can guarantee your safety, Xiaoyu said as she flew forward. Nieli thought for a moment, then glanced at Yiziyun and Xiaoning. He whispered, let's follow and take a look. However, don't believe his nonsense. If the situation doesn't look good, we'll retreat. Hearing Nieli's words, Yiziyun couldn't help but cover her mouth and let out a light laugh. Xiaoning also revealed a slight smile. Nieli was always this cunning. Very few people could make Nieli suffer a loss. Nieli, Yiziyun, and Xiaoning followed from afar. Xiaoyu had no choice but to slow down and walk side by side with Nieli and the others. Deep in the first layer of the Deathlands, a terrifying roar reverberated throughout the first layer of the 9-layered Deathlands. The 9-layered Deathlands started to tremble, rumble. A huge tomb rose from the ground, accompanied by the collapse of countless skeletons. The tomb slowly rose into the air. Countless skeletons were piled up on top of the tomb. The entire wall was filled with all sorts of fine patterns, giving off a sinister and terrifying aura. In the sky above the ancient tomb, a huge silhouette quietly floated. It was a huge skeleton covered in sharp bone spikes. Occasionally, the spikes would turn into wings, and at other times, they would turn into armor. The power of countless laws revolved around it. There were a total of 50 to 60 demigod rank powerhouses standing in the air far away, their faces filled with ecstasy and excitement. It's actually the shattered divine spark of the god of undead. The god of undead was a spiritual god that had grasped the law of death. However, for hundreds of millions of years, no one knew where the god of undead had gone. There were rumors that the god of undead had fought with the master of the nether realm and was killed by the master of the nether realm. However, this was only a rumor. Among the numerous laws, the law of death was second only to the law of time and space, the law of nether, and a few other pinnacle existences. Most people would never believe that the god of undead could be killed. Who would have thought that they would be able to see the shattered divine spark of the god of undead here? Chapter 232. Demigod rank experts would generally have a very high level of comprehension towards the power of laws. However, they lacked an opportunity to step into the realm of spiritual gods. With the suppression of laws, there might not even be a single demigod rank expert that could make a breakthrough. However, if they could obtain a fragment of a divine spark, the situation would be completely different. They might even be able to fuse with a divine spark and become an immortal spiritual god. The eyes of the huge skeleton blazed with scarlet flames, giving off a strange, suffocating pressure. The sharp bone spikes that were constantly changing into different shapes made people feel a chill in their hearts. The huge skeleton didn't make any movements as it quietly hovered there. An extremely eerie and terrifying aura was emitted from the huge tomb below. There was a fragment of the death god's divine spark on this skeleton. Could it be that what was buried in this tomb was the eyes of the demigod rank experts were blazing with madness? The death god was an ancient spiritual god. Who knew what kind of treasures the death god had left behind? Nieli and the rest landed a few hundred meters away. When they raised their heads and looked at the huge tomb, their eyes were filled with deep shock. Xiaoyu's gaze flickered as a chilling light flashed across his eyes. I never thought that there would be such an ancient tomb hidden in the first layer of the 9-layered Deathlands. Brother Xiaoyu, what do you plan to do? Nieli looked at Xiaoyu and asked, Brother Nieli, are you interested in exploring the ancient tomb with me? Xiaoyu smiled. Exploring the ancient tomb is nothing, but Ziyun and Ninger can't go. I'm worried that there will be danger if Ziyun and Ninger are left outside. Niali said after a brief silence. Niali, you want to enter the ancient tomb? Yi Ziyun asked with her brows knitted. Niali, it's best if you don't go in. Xiao Ninger was also filled with worry. Xiao Yu looked at Yi Ziyun, then looked at Xiao Ninger and sighed. Brother Niali, you should be satisfied that so many people are concerned about you. Niali couldn't help faintly smiling at Xiao Yu's pitiful words. Ninger said, treat people with sincerity. You can obtain the sincerity of others. Niali selflessly helped a lot of people. That's why we admire him so much. At Ning Er's words, Xiao Yu looked at Niali in astonishment. He smiled and said, treat people with sincerity. Will I be able to obtain the sincerity of others? Xiao Yu pondered. Xiao Yu moved her right hand and took out a golden scroll from her interspatial ring. She handed it over to Ning and said, this is for you. If someone tries to harass you, as long as you take this out and the other party sees it, you'll be fine. He will definitely leave. Niali looked at the golden scroll in Xiao Yu's hand and said, really? You aren't lying to me, are you? Hearing Niali's words, Xiao Yu's face darkened. She asked, do I look like someone who would lie? Yes. Niali nodded his head and said with a serious expression. Xiao Yu was simply on the verge of going mad when she heard Niali. After a short while, she calmed herself down and said, you can go give it a try if you don't believe me. There's no need for that. Niali shrugged. Actually, he still believed Xiao Yu's words. Although he doesn't know Xiao Yu's identity, Niali can be sure that this brat's identity is definitely not simple. Since he said that the golden scroll is useful, then it should be useful. Xiao Yu lightly snorted. If Niali still wants to bicker with him about this, he will really get angry with Niali. Thinking of something, Xiao Yu couldn't help muttering inwardly, I've sinned, I've sinned. Why was it that after meeting Niali, his state of mind was thrown into disorder? Ziyun, Ninger, you two stay here first. I'll go in with that sissy to take a look. We'll be back soon. Niali said to Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger. Seemingly hearing Niali's words, Xiao Yu's eyes widened and said in resentment, Niali, what did you call me? Ah, of course I called you Xiao Yu. What else can I call you? Niali looked at Xiao Yu in astonishment. Humph, you dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it. Xiao Yu turned her head away. She snorted and said, looking at Niali, then looking at Xiao Yu, Ninger couldn't help lightly smiling. Ever since they got to know each other, Niali and Xiao Yu seemed to have different feelings. She felt that Xiao Yu shouldn't be a bad person. Who knows, they might be able to become friends. Niali, will you encounter any danger if you go in? Yi Ziyun worriedly said. It's fine, with Xiao Yu around, I won't encounter any danger. You guys have seen that fellow's strength earlier. As for me, ordinary mechanisms won't be able to trap me. Even if Xiao Yu dies inside, I won't die, Niali confidently said. Do you think we'll die inside? Xiao Yu stared at Niali. Niali looked at Xiao Yu and sincerely warned, I'm just making an analogy. As a cultivator, it's best not to be as impetuous as you. It's very easy for your cultivation to go berserk and your body to explode. Die for my body, exploding. Hearing Niali's words, Xiao Yu's lungs were about to explode from anger. He constantly warned himself to calm down, and only then did he slowly calm down. I'm not going to listen to your nonsense. I'll wait for you up ahead. Xiao Yu leaped towards the ancient tomb. That brat has finally gone far away. You two must be careful and hide nearby. Don't wander around. If you encounter anyone from the Netherrealm's families, just do as Xiao Yu said and take out that golden scroll. That brat's background is definitely not small. His name should be quite useful. Nie Li warned Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning in a low voice. Then be careful when you go in. Yi Ziyun was still worried and warned. And don't worry. Nie Li confidently smiled. Xiao Yu's strength was indeed very strong. With Xiao Yu by their side, they could be much more at ease. Although they didn't know Xiao Yu's identity, Xiao Yu shouldn't have any ill intentions towards them. Nie Li instructed Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning before leaping to Xiao Yu's side and saying, "Let's go." Xiao Yu didn't say anything and leaped towards the ancient tomb in the sky. "Hey, I haven't learned how to fly yet." Nie Li yelled at Xiao Yu's back. Hearing Nie Li's words, Xiao Yu froze for a moment and looked at Nie Li with a strange expression. His right hand moved and took out a piece of white silk. Throwing it to Nie Li, "Hold on to the other end of the white silk. I'll pull you up." Seeing the white silk, Nie Li looked at Xiao Yu strangely and said, "We're all men. Is it that hard to hold hands? You actually took out a piece of white silk. It's not like you're going to hang yourself." Xiao Yu glanced at Nie Li lightly. "I'm a neat freak. I'm afraid of dirtying my hands." "Well, I'm the same as you." Nie Li curled his lips. Xiao Yu was really strange. He looked at the white silk and saw that it was about 1 meter long. Nie Li could only hold on to one end of the white silk. Xiao Yu took the other end of the white silk and carried Nie Li in the direction of the ancient tomb. On this white silk, there seemed to be a silver flower embroidered on it. Nie Li couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. This Xiao Yu was really a sissy. He even embroidered a flower. On second thought, this silver flower might be the clan emblem of Xiao Yu's family. Nie Li secretly memorized this clan emblem. When he returned, he would ask Luo Xiao if he knew the origin of this pattern. Xiao Yu pulled Nie Li and landed on top of the ancient tomb. They were still a few hundred meters away from the entrance. Above the entrance of the ancient tomb, there was a huge skeleton floating in the air, giving off a terrifying pressure. At this moment, the demigod rank experts all rushed over. Law energy condensed into all kinds of techniques and blasted towards the huge skeleton. An incomparably huge battle axe suddenly appeared in the skeleton's hand and slashed outwards. A huge shockwave condensed from the law of death slashed towards the demigod rank experts. Boom, boom, boom. The power of laws continued to explode in the sky. The space between heaven and earth was filled with devastating energy. Several dissipating law energy blasted towards Nie Li and Xiao Yu. Nie Li was just about to deal with it when he saw Xiao Yu's right hand slightly trembling. A palm energy blasted out, and several law energy exploded in the sky, dissipating without a trace. Seeing Xiao Yu's actions, Nie Li was inwardly speechless. This brat Xiao Yu's ability was too terrifying. Nie Li didn't know what kind of energy he used, but he actually shattered the law energy used by the demigod rank experts with a single palm strike. He could basically confirm that Xiao Yu's strength had at least reached the demigod rank. As for whether or not he had reached the spiritual god rank, Nie Li couldn't sense it. With Nie Li's current strength, he was still unable to estimate the depth of Xiao Yu's strength. The huge skeleton unceasingly slashed out terrifying shockwaves, causing the demigod rank experts to be unable to approach it. They were also unable to approach the entrance of the ancient tomb. With that skeleton standing guard, "I'm afraid we won't be able to enter. Let's go back," Nie Li said from the side. He naturally wasn't afraid. He just wanted to probe Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu glared at Nie Li and said, "We're already here and haven't even entered the ancient tomb. You want to go back? Then what do you think we should do? Unless you go up and kill that skeleton." Nie Li knew that the axe-wielding skeleton was extremely powerful. Even 50 to 60 demigod rank experts wouldn't be able to kill it in a short period of time. Nie Li wanted to see if Xiao Yu's strength was that abnormally strong. Xiao Yu's identity was too suspicious. Don't you have a brain? That skeleton is so powerful that even 50 to 60 demigod rank experts couldn't do anything to it. How am I supposed to deal with it? Xiao Yu glared at Nieli. Then what do you think we should do? Since we can't enter, why are we wasting time here? Asked Nieli. Actually, Nieli had a way to enter. He only needed to summon the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. However, Nieli didn't intend to do that. He wanted to see what method Xiao Yu would use to enter. Looking at Nieli, Xiao Yu went silent for a moment, then said, "We can only use this method." Chapter 233. Xiao Yu took out a piece of translucent cloth from her interspatial ring and said, "Let's use this." This piece of translucent cloth is roughly 2 meters square. It's covered with all kinds of strange, translucent inscription patterns. This is bewildering inscription patterns. Niat Li's gaze fell onto these inscription patterns. His brows twitched as he said. Xiao Yu looked at Nieli in surprise. She never thought that Nieli would be able to see through the origin of these inscription patterns. Niat Li's attainments in inscription patterns are really shocking. We'll cover our bodies with this cloth and activate the inscription patterns on it. That way, we'll be able to hide our traces. Xiao Yu said, "N." Niat Li nodded his head. Xiao Yu's method is indeed able to bring him into the tomb without being intercepted by the skeleton. The effects of the bewildering inscription patterns are very strong. Niat Li's Shadow Devil Demon Spirit is an extremely rare demon spirit. It has the ability to hide its traces. Even without this piece of cloth, Nieli can still enter the tomb. However, Nieli isn't sure if Xiao Yu is a friend or foe. Therefore, Nieli won't reveal the ability of the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go in. Xiao Yu said. Her right hand moved, covering the two of them with the translucent cloth and activating the bewildering inscription patterns on it. The figures of the two people quickly disappeared. The demigod rank experts are still fighting with the skeleton. The strength of the skeleton is simply too strong, to the point that they can't even get close to the tomb. However, while they're fighting, Nieli and Xiao Yu are gradually getting closer to the entrance of the tomb. Nieli hid behind Xiao Yu. The two of them slowly moved forward. A faint fragrance wafted over. Nieli took a sniff, and his face revealed a strange expression. A man actually has such a fragrance on his body. He's really effeminate. Nieli put his hands on Xiao Yu's waist and walked forward. "Where did you put your hand?" Xiao Yu said with some anger. "This cloth is so small that it can't cover it at all. I can only get a little closer. What's wrong with just holding hands?" "What a man!" Nieli said, depressed. "Xiao Yu was simply too troublesome. Get your filthy hands off me," Xiao Yu said in a low voice, suppressing her anger. Bang! Nieli curled his lips in disdain. Xiao Yu really thought highly of herself. So what if she touched him? She felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Nieli felt depressed, but he still withdrew his hand. The two of them gradually approached the entrance of the ancient tomb. At the entrance of the ancient tomb is a giant stone door. The stone door is tightly shut, and there are all sorts of mysterious inscription patterns carved on it. There are also 2 grooves that seem to be for keys. Without keys, how are we going to open this stone door? Nieli asked with his brows furrowed. I naturally have a way to do that. Xiao Yu said. He started to study the inscription patterns on the stone door, thinking about how to break the inscription patterns on it. If Nieli were to think about it carefully, he should be able to break the inscription patterns. However, since Xiao Yu is so confident, then let Xiao Yu do it. Nieli was bored to death. He raised his head and looked at the battle in the sky. The battle between demigod rank experts had caused the sky to darken, the sun and moon to lose their radiance. The violent law energy clashed in the sky, and the terrifying explosions sounded as though they were about to tear the sky apart. Nia Li seemed to have sensed something. He quietly sensed the black and white law energy in his body. He has no idea when he will be able to use the power of demigod rank. The current Nia Li, although he has comprehended the black and white law energy and cultivated to 3-star black gold rank, his true strength is still far from reaching that level. The amount of law energy that he can use is still very limited. Nia Li furrowed his brows and asked Xiao Yu, "It's not done yet." "Of course." "You think it's that simple?" The stone door of the ancient tomb was covered in extremely obscure inscription patterns. There were more than 300 of them. "I want to break them one by one. Do you think it'll be done in a short period of time?" Xiao Yu said, speechless. Nia Li shrugged and said, "Then continue." Xiao Yu bent over to study the inscription patterns on the stone door. But was raised high. Nia Li unintentionally took a glance. Xiao Yu's but is very round. It's like a small millstone. That perfectly round curve would make people dumbfounded. Nia Li slapped his head. "What am I thinking? Xiao Yu is a man who asked Xiao Yu to have a face that even women would be jealous of. That body, that skin, even men can be tempted." A moment later, Xiao Yu's brows were still furrowed. "She seems to be in deep thought." Nia Li urged, "Hey, hurry up. If you continue to stay here, you'll be discovered by the skeleton." "What are you rushing me for? My thoughts are all messed up by you. I've already solved over 50 inscription patterns." Xiao Yu furrowed her brows and said, unhappily, "You've only solved over 50 inscription patterns." Nia Li's mouth was wide open. "There are over 300 inscription patterns here. How long are you going to solve them?" Xiao Yu furrowed her brows and said, "Aren't you annoying? Why don't you do it?" Go to the side," Nia Li said, using his hand to push Xiao Yu away. "Under the 2-meter square cloth. The space is too small." Nia Li pushed Xiao Yu's chest and unconsciously pinched it. "And it's very flat. There's no feeling at all. This guy is indeed a man." "What are you doing?" Xiao Yu suddenly jumped up. Her face turned red all the way to her neck. She almost lifted the cloth. "Hey, be careful. What if you get discovered? So, what if I pushed you a little? Are you a man or not?" Nia Li said, angrily. "You." Xiao Yu was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She snorted and went around to Nia Li's back. "Hey, your butt is poking me. Can you move away?" Nia Li felt Xiao Yu's but poking him, that soft and supple feeling. Thinking that the other person is a man, Nia Li got goosebumps all over his body. "You're the one who's complaining first. It's obviously you who squeezed in first." Xiao Yu angrily stared at Nia Li. "How is this small? Don't tell me I have to be more than 3 meters away from you." Nia Li angrily stared back. 2 grown men squeezing under such a small cloth. What's going on? Xiao Yu was depressed. How did he come up with such a rotten idea? He actually squeezed with Nia Li here. Xiao Yu wanted to argue with Nia Li, but when he saw that Nia Li was already engrossed in examining the inscription patterns, he angrily turned his head away and thought to himself, "I'd like to see how long you can take to unravel these inscription patterns." Although Xiao Yu knew that Nia Li's attainments in inscription patterns were very high, he was at most on par with him. "You actually think that I'm slow? Take a closer look, and you'll know how complicated the inscription patterns on this stone door are." Just when Xiao Yu was deep in thought, Nia Li looked at Xiao Yu and said, "The inscription patterns have been solved. However, we don't have the key, so we still can't enter." "What? You've solved it?" Xiao Yu looked at Nia Li in shock. He saw that where Nia Li's right hand was pointing, there were mysterious patterns that extended in all directions of the stone door. "There's no need to solve the inscription patterns on this stone door one by one. If you really want to solve them one by one, you'll realize that after going in a circle, You'll be back to where you started. Break through the fog and look at the essence. Actually, among the 300 plus inscription patterns, only these 5 lines are the true essence. The rest are used to confuse people. As long as you solve these 5 lines, it's enough. Nieli said calmly. Xiaoyu looked at the slowly unraveling inscription patterns in shock. He thought that these inscription patterns had to be solved one by one. He never thought that it would be so simple. So I was just confused by the complexity of the inscription patterns. Nieli shook his head and sighed. Something that can be solved in a few breaths of time. I still can't solve it. Xiaoyu was depressed. He was choked by Nieli again. However, Nieli's attainments in inscription patterns have indeed exceeded his imagination. Although Nieli's mouth is a bit cheap, he still has the ability. Bringing Nieli over was indeed the right choice. Move aside, I'll open the door. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Nieli said doubtfully, Are you sure you'll open it? Solving these inscription patterns is useless. We have to find the key first. You probably don't know about this. This kind of notch is the key to the nether realm. Almost every demigod rank expert has one. Xiaoyu said. He took out 2 stone-like things from his interspatial ring and placed them into the notch on the door. The streams of light on the inscription pattern converged on the 2 stones, and the stone door rumbled open. Seeing this scene, Nieli was dumbfounded. The key to the passage. All right, you win. Xiaoyu smiled in satisfaction. After being choked by Nieli, he finally turned the tables and said, Let's go in. The stone door opened a little, just enough for one person to enter. Xiaoyu turned sideways and went in. Nieli also followed. At this moment, the demigod rank experts in the sky were in an uproar when they saw the stone door open. Many of them had tried to break through the skeleton's defense countless times and enter the ancient tomb. However, they were all intercepted by the skeleton. They couldn't do anything to the skeleton in a short period of time. They didn't expect that someone would enter the ancient tomb before them and get the fruits of their labor. When the skeleton discovered that someone opened the ancient tombstone door, it immediately roared in anger and dove down. Although it doesn't have any intelligence, protecting the ancient tomb is its instinct. Good chance. Let's kill our way into the ancient tomb. Let's kill the skeleton first. There's a broken divine spark of the god of death on this skeleton. The demigod rank experts rushed down one after another. Some wanted to enter the tomb, while others wanted to kill the skeleton first. The scene instantly became chaotic. However, at this moment, Nieli and Xiaoyu had already entered the tomb and were walking towards the depths of the tomb. Who knows what's hidden in the dark and serene tomb? The Demon God manga is currently being serialized. Everyone pay attention to it. It has been serialized for 3 months. Currently, it's ranked 7th on Tencent's monthly votes chart, 7th on the Demonic Chi monthly votes chart, 1st on non-contracted works, 1st on Anime Home, and can be searched on NetEase Comics. Wholeheartedly creating a new benchmark for Chinese comics. Chapter 234. They walked down the stairs step by step. The steps were covered with mud and moss. The deep darkness gave people a cramped and oppressive feeling. Waves of cold air blew from the inside of the passage. Xiaoyu walked in front, step by step, slowly and calmly. Nieli could see that Xiaoyu was very careful. With every step he took, he would check the surroundings. He also avoided all the traps in the surroundings. The inscription pattern from earlier had a lot of bewitching traps. Indeed, only those with extraordinary attainments would be able to see through the inscription pattern with a single glance. For Xiaoyu to be able to do that was already pretty good. With Xiaoyu's ability, ordinary traps wouldn't be able to do anything to him. After walking for about half an hour, they didn't know where they were. The gloomy death aura became more and more dense. The steps under their feet were scattered with skulls. When they accidentally stepped on them, they immediately made a cracking sound, and those skulls shattered to the ground. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound rang out as one ugly creature after another climbed up the stairs. Asterisk whoosh, 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 whoosh. These creatures emitted a rotten smell. They looked ferocious, and their limbs were like spiders sticking to the rock wall. These are corpse ghosts. Be careful of the poison on their bodies. Nieli reminded. When Xiaoyu saw these creatures, he frowned slightly and revealed a look of disgust. He slightly opened his right hand, and a light shield appeared out of thin air around him. There were faint lightning flashes and thunder roars on the light shield. The corpse ghouls pounced on the light shield, and with a few explosions, the corpse ghouls exploded, turning into green paste. These corpse ghosts couldn't break through Xiaoyu's light shield defense. Seeing Xiaoyu's actions, Nieli smiled bitterly. This guy really has mysophobia. In order to deal with these corpse ghosts and prevent them from approaching him, he actually used a Thunder Guardian stone. Xiaoyu didn't say a word and walked forward on the stairs. After walking down the stairs, there was a flat ground in front of them. At this moment, a sharp whistling sound came from behind. It was the aura of several demigod rank experts. After feeling this aura, Xiaoyu hurriedly said, "Let's go quickly." Those demigod rank experts had also followed them in. Xiaoyu flew forward, with Nieli following closely behind. Not long after the two of them started moving, they triggered many traps. Countless arrows were shot in their direction. Ding, ding, ding. The mechanical arrows bounced off and fell to the ground. These mechanical arrows, none of them could break through Xiaoyu's light shield. However, the duration of the light shield was very limited. Xiaoyu wanted to make use of this time to run a little further. As they were running, the space at the end of the passageway suddenly distorted. "Not good," Nieli exclaimed as he sensed the space-time distortion. He quickly reached out to grab Xiaoyu. However, he was still a little too slow. Xiaoyu dove in headfirst. Nieli hesitated for a moment. Although Xiaoyu was a little annoying, he wasn't too bad. Nieli couldn't just watch someone die. He grabbed Xiaoyu's clothes and flew in. The two of them felt like they had fallen into an endless abyss. What happened? Xiaoyu tried his best to open his eyes. However, the space-time distortion made it impossible for him to do so. Nieli's right hand grabbed Xiaoyu's clothes tightly to prevent Xiaoyu from flying to another place. However, the space-time distortion was too powerful. Nieli's right hand gradually lost its strength. A ripping sound rang out. Nieli tore a piece of Xiaoyu's clothes. Seeing that his right hand was about to leave, Nieli opened his eyes reluctantly. His left hand grabbed Xiaoyu. He grabbed Xiaoyu's collar and hooked his right hand around Xiaoyu's waist. Xiaoyu felt his body falling frantically. He wanted to find a way to stop, but it was completely useless. It seemed like someone had grabbed his clothes. He remembered. It should be Nieli. Suddenly, there was a ripping sound. A large piece of his clothes was torn at his waist. Immediately after, he felt that his collar was tightly grabbed, and his waist was also hooked. A heavy body was firmly pressing against his body, and he immediately began to struggle. Nieli frowned. What the hell is Xiaoyu doing? I wanted to save him. He simply doesn't know what's good for him. Sensing that Xiaoyu was about to break free, Nieli shouted coldly, "Don't move. Are you courting death?" Hearing Nieli's angry shout, Xiaoyu stopped. Nieli felt the space-time distortion and tearing around him. He frowned. Where are they going to fall? This area was filled with the power of the law of death. Nieli's body quickly expanded and turned into a fanged panda. Yin Yang Blast! Nieli opened his mouth wide. a black and a white light ball quickly condensed in his mouth. They were 10 times the yin yang blast. The black and white light balls flew towards the deep darkness. They flew to a very far place. Then there was a loud bang. At the end of the endless void, a dazzling white light lit up. The tearing force in the surroundings instantly disappeared. Nia Li and Xiao Yu fell into the water and were pushed forward by the current. Nia Li returned to his original size. He gasped for breath as he examined his surroundings. They seemed to have entered the depths of the ancient tomb. The surrounding stone walls were filled with all kinds of mysterious murals. The murals depicted a group of experts fighting in the sky. The battle was intense, and the casualties were heavy. This was an extremely desperate battle. In the vast sky, there was a deep void tunnel that led to the end of the space-time. At the end of the space-time, there was a group of experts overlooking this place. Behind the group of experts at the end of the space-time, there was a mysterious scene. Huge floating islands floated in the sky. The mountains and rivers were beautiful, and the scenery was pleasant. There were also ruins of palaces that floated in the sky, looking magnificent. At the sight of this, Nieli was shocked. What was depicted was the place that Nieli had been to in his previous life, the Draconic Ruins realm. It turned out that there were spiritual gods in this world that already knew of the existence of that realm. The Draconic Ruins realm was a realm higher than the Divine Continent's world. In the field of cultivation, soul force could reach legend rank. However, only by comprehending the heavenly energy could one break through legend rank and step into the heavenly fate realm. However, the strongest existence in the Divine Continent's world was only a spiritual god. In terms of cultivation, spiritual gods were actually inferior to heavenly fate realm experts. However, spiritual gods could use the power of heavenly fate realm and possess eternal life in the Divine Continent. The world that the Divine Continent was in should be a realm that was forcefully created by a powerful expert. As for the spiritual gods, they were only the spirits of the laws. In other words, the spiritual gods no longer had their own physical bodies. Therefore, they could exist for eternity. Even if their divine sparks were shattered, they wouldn't die unless their laws were seized. From this mural, Nieli could tell that the experts of the Draconic Ruins realm had long noticed the Divine Continent and were paying attention to the war between the spiritual gods. However, they didn't send any experts over. Nieli had no idea why. Could it be that they couldn't come over? Perhaps he would have to break through legend rank and reach the heavenly fate realm before he could find the answer to this question. Drifting along the surface of the water, Nieli and Xiao Yu finally saw a place to land. The two of them jumped up and landed on the ground in front of them. Nieli turned around and saw that Xiao Yu had already changed into a new set of clothes. Looking at the ground beside him, he saw some tattered clothes that had been torn by Nieli. Glancing at Nieli, Xiao Yu's face turned ashen. He understood that Nieli had saved him. Nieli's yin-yang blast had also shocked him. However, when he thought about how his clothes had been torn into pieces, he felt extremely depressed in his heart. Seeing Xiao Yu's expression, Nieli shrugged his shoulders. Xiao Yu really didn't know what was good for him. If it wasn't for his yin-yang blast, who knew where they would be right now? Let's go, Xiao Yu said in a bad mood as he continued to explore the depths of the tomb. His good intentions weren't reciprocated. Nieli followed behind Xiao Yu as they walked deeper into the tomb. The two figures disappeared into the darkness. At this moment, in the first layer of the 9-layered Deathlands, outside the ancient tomb Yiziyun and Xiaoning stood there, waiting. Although they were a little worried about Nieli, they tried their best to calm down. Nieli should know what was going on. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed them into the ancient tomb. The two of them were silent and awkward, two childhood friends, but now their relationship had become so complicated. I'm sorry. Yiziyun thought for a moment before looking at Xiaoning, hearing Yiziyun's words. Xiaoning, felt a slight pain in her heart. She looked at Yiziyun and said, Yiziyun, are you pitying me? That's not what I meant. Yiziyun hurriedly waved her hand and said, After all, you were the one who met Nieli first. But looking at Yiziyun's apologetic expression, Xiaoning shook her head and said, Nieli liking you is his choice. Me liking Nieli is also my choice. I can't blame anyone. Although you're engaged to Nieli, you're not married yet. It's just like how I'm engaged to Xinfei, but we can call off our engagement. Yiziyun, I will still fight with you. Yiziyun remained silent. In this matter, no one was right or wrong. While they were talking, a group of people suddenly surrounded them. The people leading the group were actually the Baiming family's Tianling and the Wugui family's Wu Yu. Behind them were over 30 people. Seeing this scene, Yiziyun and Xiaoning's expressions slightly changed. This beautiful lady, I never thought that we'd meet again. I wonder who this is. She's not bad looking either. TSK, where's that brat? Why isn't he with you? Wu Yu's gaze swept around as he chuckled. His eyes revealed a trace of frivolity. Yiziyun took a step forward, shielding Xiaoning behind her. She coldly stared at Wu Yu and said, What do you want? Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Chapter 235. Impolite? Young Master Tianling, what did I just hear? These two ladies are actually saying that they won't be polite to us. Wu Yu laughed loudly. His smile gradually turned sinister, and his eyes shot out a cold light. Tianling coldly snorted and said, If the two ladies are willing to come with us, then we definitely won't make things difficult for you. However, if you don't want to do this the easy way, then don't blame us for using force. A powerful aura surged out from Tianling's body towards Yiziyun and Xiaoning. Yiziyun, we still have that thing that Xiaoyu gave us. If that thing doesn't work, then I'll hold them back. You leave first. Xiaoning whispered to Yiziyun. A trace of sadness flashed through her eyes. If Yiziyun died, then Nieli would definitely be very sad. Thus, she had to ensure that Yiziyun would leave safely. If she were to die, would Nieli be as sad as she was? If the two of us are going to leave, then we'll leave together. If the two of us are still alive, then I hope that we can still be good sisters like when we were young. A trace of tears appeared in Yiziyun's eyes. At this time, Ning-er's first reaction was to ask her to leave first. Xiaoning looked at Yiziyun. Memories flooded her mind. They used to be like sisters. However, because of some worldly reasons, they gradually drifted apart. Hearing Yiziyun's words, Xiaoning felt a slight pain in her heart. She remained silent, but she already agreed with Yiziyun's words. Have the two of you finished discussing? We don't have that much patience. Wu Yu coldly shouted. He was afraid that Nieli would appear again. A group of people slowly approached Yiziyun and Xiaoning, although they could feel Tianling's terrifying aura slowly pressing down on them, making them feel an unparalleled pressure. The two girls were still very calm. They're both proud daughters of Glory City, so they've seen all kinds of situations since they were young. Xiaoning stared at Wu Yu, Tianling, and the others who were slowly approaching her with sinister smiles on their faces. She took out the golden scroll that Xiaoyu had given them and held it in front of her. Do you know what this is? Xiaoning coldly shouted. Her palms were sweating. If the item that Xiaoyu gave them was useless, then they would be in trouble. Ha ha ha, do you think you can defeat us all? Do you think you can deal with so many of us? Wu Yu laughed maniacally. These two human girls were too stupid. Just as Wu Yu was laughing maniacally, Tian Ling slapped Wu Yu's head. Wu Yu's laughter abruptly stopped. Bastard, did you see what that is? Tian Ling cursed in a deep voice. Hearing Tian Ling's words, Wu Yu was stunned. He carefully looked at the item in Xiao Ning Er's hand, and his face immediately changed. His eyes were filled with fear. Gulp! He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In his heart, he was cursing Yi Han to death. If it wasn't for Yi Han, how could he have caused such trouble? Two noble ladies, if you had taken out the token earlier, we wouldn't have dared to offend you like this. I represent my family and offer you our sincerest apologies. If the two ladies are still not satisfied, I, Tian Ling, am willing to offer you my head. I hope the two ladies can forgive me. Tian Ling lowered his head. He no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, he had a respectful and humble expression on his face. Wu Yu also shrunk his head. Thinking of that terrifying legend, he felt a chill run down his spine. 10 years ago, a super family in Nether City offended someone with a golden scroll, and their entire family was annihilated. No one survived. It was said that among the experts who annihilated the super family, there were several servants of the master of the Nether realm. 3 years ago, a young man with a golden scroll swaggered through the streets and swindled others. He and his entire family were annihilated. No one survived. At this point, all the diagrams on the golden scroll had been engraved in the hearts of every family. No one wanted their family to be annihilated. After that, the golden scroll never appeared again. Who would have thought that it would once again appear in the hands of Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning? Although Tian Ling and the rest were usually arrogant and despotic, they also understood that there were some people in the Nether realm that they couldn't afford to offend, especially those who were related to the master of the Nether realm. Tian Ling and Wu Yu both lowered their heads. The others were also trembling in fear, not daring to speak. When they thought of the meaning behind this golden scroll, they all understood that if they were not careful, they could bring a fatal disaster to their families. Xiao Ning, and Yi Ziyun were both stunned. They never thought that the golden scroll in their hands would be so useful that it would scare Tian Ling, Wu Yu, and the rest. Xiao Ning, and Yi Ziyun looked at each other. With their intelligence, how could they not know that Xiao Yu definitely had an astonishing background and origin? This background and origin wasn't something that Tian Ling and the rest could afford to offend. Hurry up and scram. Don't let us see you again. Xiao Ning coldly stared at them. Tian Ling and Wu Yu looked at each other. They never thought that Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning wouldn't pursue the matter. How could they dare to stay any longer? Very quickly, Tian Ling, Wu Yu, and the rest disappeared into the distant forest. Young Master Tian Ling, I feel that there's something fishy about this matter. Did those two women use fake items to trick us? Wu Yu said with a frown. Tian Ling glared at Wu Yu and coldly said, "Don't tell me you want to go back? Using a fake golden scroll to trick people will lead to the extermination of your family. Who would dare?" Even if it was fake, they had to admit it. Fortunately, they didn't offend those two women. Otherwise, it would have brought disaster to their families. Who knew the identities of those two women? Seeing Tian Ling and Wu Yu disappear into the forest, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning finally let out a long sigh of relief. They looked at each other and revealed a relieved smile. If they didn't have Xiao Yu's golden scroll, the situation just now would have been too dangerous. After going through such a frightening experience together, their grudges against each other were no longer as deep. The two couldn't help but look in the direction of the ancient tomb. They wondered how Nieli and Xiao Yu were doing. Inside the ancient tomb, When Nieli and Xiao Yu reached the shore, their bodies were still wet and their clothes were soaked. Nieli quickly took off his clothes and changed into a new set. "Aren't you going to change your clothes?" Nieli looked at Xiao Yu with a puzzled expression. While Nieli was changing his clothes, Xiao Yu had already turned his back to Nieli and said, "I don't need to change my clothes for now." White smoke rose from his body, and his clothes quickly dried. Xiao Yu was really strange. He was so misophobic, but he didn't want to change his dirty clothes. Could it be that he didn't have any clothes in his interspatial ring? However, Nieli couldn't be bothered to care about this. Xiao Yu recalled how Nieli had been able to decipher the inscription patterns on the ancient tomb's door in such a short time. His attainments in the field of inscription patterns had probably reached an astonishing level. "I heard that the master of the Nether Realm is currently recruiting disciples. The ones he's recruiting are all talented juniors. If their talents are especially outstanding, they can even be sent to a place called Hagami Munyan to cultivate. I wonder if Brother Nia Li is interested?" Xiao Yu said with a faint smile. "Hagami Munyan?" Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Nia Li's eyes flashed with a divine light. That was a powerful force in the Draconic Ruins realm. Sure enough, someone in this world knew how to go to the Draconic Ruins realm and had established a connection with the forces there. Even in the Draconic Ruins realm, the Hagami Munyan was an extremely powerful sect. Nieli sank into deep memories. Speaking of which, he had some connections with the Hagami Munyan's patriarch. He wondered what the current situation of the Hagami Munyan was. In the world where the Divine Continent was located, legend rank and demigod rank were considered powerful existences. In that realm, experts were further divided into 5 realms: Heavenly Fate, Heavenly Star, Heavenly Axis, Tao of the Dragon, and Martial Ancestor. Within each realm, there were many smaller realms. The so-called spiritual gods of this world could only be 1 fate, 2 fate, or 3 fate in the Heavenly Fate realm in that world. Seeing that Nieli's expression wasn't quite right, Xiao Yu's brows twitched as she asked, "Does Brother Nieli know about the Hagami Munyan?" Knowing that the master of the Nether Realm could enter the Hagami Munyan, Nieli was rather shocked. "I don't know." "Aha, what kind of place is the Hagami Munyan?" Looking at Nieli, Xiao Yu let out a sigh of relief. If Nieli really knew about the existence of the Hagami Munyan, it would have been very strange. After all, it was a huge sect in another vast world. No matter what kind of place the Hagami Munyan is, you only need to know that it's an extraordinary place. Even spiritual gods are considered ordinary existences in that huge sect. Xiao Yu sighed. "Oh, then I'll have to go take a look." Nieli pretended to be very interested. If he could become the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm, he'd be able to enter the Hagami Munyan of the Draconic Ruins realm. That would be really fast. Actually, the world we're in is called the Tiny World by the people there. It's completely incomparable to the Hagami Munyan's world. The Hagami Munyan's world has countless sects and powerful experts. The cultivation resources there are far from what our tiny world can compare to. Xiao Yu said with a hint of pride. Nia Li's heart trembled. It seemed that Xiao Yu had already been to the Draconic Ruins realm. Indeed, compared to the huge Draconic Ruins realm, the Divine Continent was really too small. Nia Li didn't know what kind of existence the master of the Nether Realm was in the Hagami Munyan. He also didn't know what kind of relationship Xiao Yu had with the master of the Nether Realm. "Why? Are you interested in becoming the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm?" Xiao Yu asked with a smile as she looked at Nieli. Nieli thought for a moment and indifferently said, "I'll see how it goes. I'll have to consider it." Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Yu angrily said to Nieli, Do you know how many people want to become the disciple of the master of the nether realm? What does that have to do with me? Nieli glanced at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 236. Xiaoyu was speechless towards Nieli. However, it's true that whether or not Nieli wants to become the disciple of the master of the nether realm is up to Nieli himself. Nieli glanced at Xiaoyu and lightly smiled. He was only teasing Xiaoyu. His motive for coming to the nether realm is to let himself or one of his companions become the disciple of the master of the nether realm. If he becomes the disciple of the master of the nether realm, he can at least ensure the safety of Glory City. At that time, Glory City will be under the protection of the master of the nether realm. Nieli will be able to cultivate in peace. Even if he goes to the Draconic Ruins realm, he won't have any problems. In fact, in the Draconic Ruins realm, the Hagami Myunmyun isn't the strongest existence. If he were to meet his old friends from his previous life, he doesn't know what would happen. Are they still around? The current Hagami Myunmyun should still be complete. However, due to internal conflicts, it split into several large factions. Some of the factions were swallowed up by other sects, while the remaining factions declined and were unable to rise again. However, that's a matter of 100 years later. Suddenly, the stone walls on both sides of Nieli and Xiaoyu suddenly turned into huge stone hands that grabbed at Nieli and Xiaoyu. Not good. Xiaoyu was shocked. Her hands quickly formed a seal, and 2 white lights suddenly appeared around her body. Boom! The stone hands bombarded the white lights and were unable to advance any further. However, the stone hands continued to squeeze, trying to break Xiaoyu's light shield. Xiaoyu gradually couldn't hold on any longer and anxiously said, "I can't hold on any longer, let's go." Xiaoyu leaped forward with Nieli quickly following behind her. Boom, boom, boom. Nieli heard the sounds of intense fighting coming from the depths of the ancient tomb. It's very possible that those demigod rank experts are fighting with something in the ancient tomb. Nieli and Xiaoyu were constantly dealing with those terrifying stone hands, running all the way. An eerie voice came from inside the ancient tomb. "Gagaga, I didn't expect all of you to really come in. Did you think that my treasure was hidden in this ancient tomb? This ancient tomb is this old man's true body. Once I devour you, I'll be able to slowly recover my godhood. Ming Fei, you want to suppress me? That was impossible. My law of death is a higher law than your law of nether." Hearing the voice coming from the ancient tomb, Nieli couldn't help scoffing. This voice should be the death god's. Since the master of the nether realm had gone to the Draconic Ruins realm, then he should have been able to find the death god. Perhaps the master of the nether realm had already begun to cultivate to a higher level, while the death god was still arguing over whose power of law was higher. What was truly high level was the power of heavenly Tao. The power of laws was nothing more than a purer form of soul force. As for existences like the death god, they were merely the spirits of the laws of the tiny world. Countless stone hands grabbed at Nieli and Xiaoyu, trying to tear Nieli and Xiaoyu to shreds. Xiaoyu furrowed her brows and coldly snorted, "The death god is actually still alive." Boom, boom, boom. Xiaoyu's palm energy continued to devour the stone hands, shattering them one by one. However, just when Xiaoyu was shattering many of the stone hands, one of them exploded. A fist landed on Xiaoyu's body, causing Xiaoyu to take dozens of steps back. His face turned pale. The stone hand contained some sort of law of death energy that was currently invading his body. He had greatly underestimated this power. So this ancient tomb was actually the true body of the death god. Since that's the case, why should he be polite? Nieli quickly merged with the fanged panda demon spirit. He opened his mouth, and 2 balls of light, one black and one white appeared. He opened his mouth and spat out two balls of light, one black and one white, flying toward the end of the ancient tomb. Boom! A terrifying explosion came from the end of the ancient tomb as rubble flew everywhere. Xiao Yu's heart couldn't help trembling at the sight of that terrifying explosion. The power of Nie Li's yin-yang blast was too frightening. It didn't seem like a move that a black gold rank could release. That power was probably at the pinnacle of legend rank. What happened next caused Xiao Yu to be thoroughly shocked. After Nie Li executed the yin-yang blast, it still wasn't enough. He began to frantically execute the technique. Black and white balls of light flew in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. A series of terrifying explosions rang out from all directions. Under the bombardment of the yin-yang blast, the stone walls quickly collapsed as if they were dry weeds and rotten wood. 10 times yin-yang blast. Nie Li didn't give up. He condensed a super yin-yang blast. The law energy within his soul realm was instantly sucked dry. This super yin-yang blast landed on the stone wall in front of him. With a huge explosion, the thick stone wall completely collapsed. Nie Li and Xiao Yu entered the gap in the stone wall. A vast space appeared in Nie Li's sight. Demigod rank experts from various races were tightly bound by thin ropes that looked like blood vessels. Energy was being sucked out from the bodies of these demigod rank experts and flowed into the distance along the ropes. These demigod rank experts were all listless. It was extremely difficult for them to even open their eyes, not to mention breaking free from these ropes. In the center of that vast space, there was a huge black heart that was beating nonstop. Ha ha, more people are here to die. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Ropes after ropes flew towards Nie Li and Xiao Yu. A terrifying deathly aura locked onto Nie Li and Xiao Yu. Sensing this terrifying deathly aura, Xiao Yu's expression changed drastically. She anxiously said, "Careful, this contains the law of death." The law of death, nether law, darkness law, and light law were all higher-level laws. The power of the law of death was extremely dangerous. Xiao Yu, save those demigod rank experts first. I'll hold it back. Nie Li said in a deep voice. This ancient tomb was the main body of the death god. It would be extremely difficult to break out of it. Saving those demigod rank experts first would allow them to have more helpers. Hearing Nie Li's words, Xiao Yu didn't hesitate. She unsheathed the long sword in her hand and slashed at the ropes that were binding the demigod rank experts. Ha ha ha. With just you guys, you want to sever the ropes that I've formed using the power of law. Just as the voice faded, the long sword in Xiao Yu's hand slashed down. Puff, 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 puff. The ropes were severed and the demigod rank experts were freed. This is impossible. How did you sever it? The death god's voice was filled with endless astonishment. The sword in Xiao Yu's hand wasn't an ordinary weapon. It should be something from the draconic ruins realm, a sword that contained the power of the heavens. In this world, wouldn't it be unstoppable? Waves of deathly aura swept toward Xiao Yu. Nie Li tried to stop Xiao Yu. However, Nie Li stood between the deathly aura and Xiao Yu. Sensing the law of death sweeping towards him, Nie Li let out a deep roar. His hands rapidly gathered the power of the law of darkness and light to resist the invasion of the deathly aura. The power of the two laws formed a perfect defense. It enveloped Nie Li. Boom, boom. The power of the law of darkness and the law of light constantly clashed with the power of the law of death, causing explosions to ring out. What's going on? The death god's voice slightly trembled as he continued. He actually comprehended the power of the law of darkness and the law of light at the same time. How could two completely different powers of law appear on the same person? From the death god's point of view, this was something that was simply impossible. This had completely exceeded his understanding. However, you have yet to reach the demigod rank. It's still too early for you to fight against me. The death god coldly snorted. He gathered an even more powerful soul force and attacked Nieli. I want to see how you can control two powers of law at the same time. Nieli frantically circulated the power of the law of light and the law of darkness, barely resisting the death god's power of law. After all, the power that the death god could mobilize was more than 10 times that of his. Waves of deathly aura invaded Nieli's body, seemingly wanting to completely corrode Nieli's body. The deathly aura even entered Nieli's soul realm. Nieli frowned as he felt a terrifying pain constantly tearing at his nerves. This kind of pain was simply unimaginable to ordinary people. However, at this moment, Nieli, he was still able to maintain his consciousness. Forcefully enduring the invasion of the power of the law of death, Nieli continuously circulated the power of the law of darkness and the law of light, forcefully suppressing the power of the law of death that was pouring into his body. Not good. The power of the law of death was too great. Nieli suddenly felt that. The vine in his body was continuously growing and was actually rapidly absorbing the power of the law of death. Sensing this change, Nieli's heart moved, and he continuously absorbed the power of the law of death into his soul realm. Then, he urged the vine to continuously absorb. The crazily surging power of the law of death was constantly being absorbed into the vine, like a bottomless whirlpool. What's going on? The voice in the void was filled with shock. His power of the law of death was actually being absorbed. This was simply unprecedented. The two great laws of darkness and light actually appeared on the same person. This was already an unbelievable thing. Moreover, this person actually absorbed the power of the law of death. This was simply a matter that made the death god feel terrified. The spiritual god's control over one of their own power of law was unique. The power of laws of the same kind was completely under their control. But now, Nieli actually forcefully tore away the power of the law of death. After absorbing the power of the law of death, Nieli's comprehension of the power of law seemed to have advanced to another level. A trace of understanding flashed across his mind. Suddenly, an intense pain spread throughout his body. Nieli screamed in pain. His back felt like it was being torn apart. With a puff sound, a white wing grew out from Nieli's right shoulder blade. Immediately after, another puff sound was heard. A black wing grew out from Nieli's left shoulder blade. Two wings, one black and one white. One was as pure as white snow, while the other was as black as ink. However, both were similarly pure, without a trace of impurity. This pair of wings had a span of 3 to 4 meters, and the power of the law of light and the law of darkness constantly revolved around his body. Bam, bam, bam. With Nieli as the center, a powerful force swept out in all directions. Unexpectedly, before cultivating the power of the heavenly Tao, he actually comprehended the profound meaning of the power of law. The surging power of the two types of law in his body had even reached an extremely shocking level, and it constantly overflowed. Nieli suddenly opened his eyes, and a divine light suddenly bloomed in his eyes. Chapter 237. Under the stimulation of the law of death, Nieli's law of light, and law of darkness became even purer. The instant the wings on Nieli's back unfurled, a buzzing sound rang out, and a boundless energy spread out with Nieli at the center. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out in the surroundings. Xiaoyu looked at Nieli in shock when she sensed the change in this powerful energy. The law of darkness and law of light on Nie Li's body had reached an unimaginable level of purity. While Nie Li was resisting the law of death, the demigod-rank powerhouses had already been rescued by Xiao Yu. "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, young master." The demigod-rank powerhouses expressed their gratitude to Xiao Yu. "You guys should thank him instead." Xiao Yu pouted in Nie Li's direction. The demigod-rank powerhouses all looked in Nie Li's direction, only to see Nie Li quietly standing in the void. The two law energies were frantically surging around his body. Their eyes were filled with shock when they sensed the two pure law energies in the void. The law of light and law of darkness had actually appeared on the same person. Just which family did this young master belong to? At this moment, Nie Li sensed that aside from the law of light and law of darkness, there was another law energy gradually forming in his body. That was the law of death of the god of death. "You dare to behave so atrociously in front of me, the god of death? You're courting death." The god of death bellowed as millions of black crows swooped down on Nie Li. Nie Li suddenly understood something. The god of death was merely a law spirit. Since his body had absorbed and fused with a portion of the law of death, it was entirely possible for him to comprehend the law of death. The god of death's divine spark had shattered and was temporarily unable to recover. This was the god of death's weakest period. If Nie Li could seize the law of death, then the death god would undoubtedly die. The god of death felt fear, so he couldn't wait to kill Nie Li. The power of the law of death slowly condensed in Nie Li's palm, and the aura of the law of death constantly circled around him. Nie Li was already constantly deconstructing the power of the laws. Streams of the law of death rapidly gathered towards Nie Li. Nie Li continued to deconstruct the law of death. The law of death was on the same level as the laws of darkness and light, so it was not difficult to comprehend. Bang! Bang! The crows flew in front of Nie Li. They exploded and died one after another. As if sensing that his law of death was being threatened, the god of death became extremely angry. "You want to touch my law source? How dare you be so arrogant in my territory? I will completely annihilate you." The death god madly urged the power of law, and a pair of incomparably huge scarlet hands appeared in the void. A pair of incomparably huge scarlet hands slapped towards Nie Li from both sides. The expressions of the demigod realm experts changed drastically when they sensed the two gigantic palms approaching. That powerful pressure felt as though it wanted to crush all of them into smithereens. Although the god of death's divine spark had shattered and he no longer had his peak strength, he was still a peak existence amongst spiritual gods. Furthermore, with this ancient tomb as his foundation, it was equivalent to possessing a divine body. Although the god of death only had the strength of a demigod rank expert, he could suppress the laws of other experts in this ancient tomb. That was why so many demigod rank experts were not a match for the god of death. The god of death's law of death could suppress other experts, but it couldn't suppress Nie Li. The law of death in Nie Li's body had already formed a complete system of its own. The two huge hands bombarded towards Nie Li with an unparalleled momentum. The boundless energy caused even Xiao Yu to feel a terrifying pressure. Xiao Yu's expression changed, and she anxiously said, "Nie Li, be careful. Hurry up and leave." However, when Xiao Yu shouted, Nie Li stood there motionlessly, as if he didn't hear anything. Could it be that there was a problem with Nie Li's consciousness? When Xiao Yu wanted to save Nie Li, it was already too late. Bang! The two huge hands ruthlessly clapped together, slapping Nie Li into the center of the palms. Bang! A majestic energy swept out in all directions. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu's figure trembled slightly. A trace of deep sadness and regret appeared on her face. Although She hadn't known Nieli for a long time, and Nieli was a bit of a talker. On the whole, Nieli was a person worth befriending. Nieli had such outstanding talent. It would be a pity if he died here. Moreover, there were still two ladies waiting for him outside. A wave of anger welled up in his heart. He unsheathed the sharp sword in his hand and swung it towards the huge black heart in the middle of the void. Apart from feeling pity, the demigod rank experts also felt a deep sense of fear. If Nieli was killed, they wouldn't be able to escape this ancient tomb. The space here had already been sealed. Under the powerful suppression of the god of death's law, they had no chance of escaping. Ha ha ha, you want to snatch the law of death in my domain? The god of death let out a savage laugh. I admit that your talent is indeed shocking. However, since you dare to threaten me, you must die. At this moment, in the center of the two huge palms, Nieli was wrapped in a pair of wings, one black and one white. Waves of law of darkness and law of light constantly revolved around his body. The two huge palms on both sides had actually caved in, but Nieli hadn't suffered any injuries. Earlier, when the gigantic palm had landed on his body, Nieli had instantly sucked the law of death in the surroundings dry. Since the gigantic palm was formed from the law of death, it was only natural that he had sucked a hole in it. Because Nieli's body was also filled with the law of death, the god of death mistakenly believed that Nieli had been completely crushed by the law of death. As Nieli continued to comprehend, he gradually grasped the core of the law of death. Suddenly, bone spikes grew out of his arms like armor, protecting his arms. Nieli continuously sensed the law of death. The law of death was no longer a threat to Nieli. However, if he wanted to completely seize the law of death from the god of death, it wouldn't be a simple matter. The god of death's savage laughter echoed in the vast void. Seeing Xiao Yu slashing at the black heart in the center of the void, the god of death laughed in disdain. The strongest among you has already been killed by me. Just the few of you. What kind of waves do you think you can create? Fight it out with him. The demigod rank experts exchanged glances. One by one, they condensed the law of death and charged towards the black heart in the center of the void, like meteors. Humph! A desperate struggle from a cornered beast. The god of death coldly snorted. Countless bone prisons instantly formed in the void. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk the demigod rank experts frantically attacked the bone prisons. However, in the blink of an eye, the countless bones tightly sealed their bodies, rendering them unable to move. Their eyes were also unable to see what was happening outside. As the bones sealed Xiao Yu coldly snorted and slashed with the sharp sword in her hand. Bang! 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 The bones were chopped into pieces by Xiao Yu. The god of death revealed an expression of astonishment. These bones were something that even demigod rank experts were unable to destroy. However, they were so easily chopped into pieces by Xiao Yu. This sword is the frost sword. When Xiao Yu slashed out with her sword, the sky instantly condensed into a white mist of frost. When the flying bones came into contact with the mist of frost, they immediately froze and were quickly chopped into pieces by the frost sword. The frost sword belongs to the master of the nether realm. What relationship do you have with him? The master of the nether realm would never hand over something like the frost sword to an outsider. According to what I know, the master of the nether realm doesn't have a son, only one. The god of death suddenly let out a sharp laughter. Ha! It's that old fart Ming who caused me to become like this. I never thought that you would actually deliver yourself to my doorstep. Ha ha ha! I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it without even looking for it. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh. Numerous red ropes shot towards Xiao Yu. Old fart. It won't be that easy to catch me. Xiao Yu coldly snorted as the frost sword in his hand suddenly transformed into a sphere of ice, protecting him within it. If it was that old fart Ming, I might be a little afraid. However, do you think that you can block me with just the frost sword? The god of death coldly smiled. The tens of thousands of scarlet ropes turned as hard as steel. Asterisk, rumble. Asterisk, it kept bombarding the sphere of frost, causing cracks to appear on the sphere of frost. A trace of worry flashed across Xiao Yu's brows. Although he also had the strength of a demigod rank, this was the god of death's domain. The law of death completely suppressed him, making him unable to mobilize even a trace of the law. Just as he was about to think of a way to deal with it, a rope pierced through the ball of frost around him and wrapped around his neck. Waves of energy continuously flowed along the rope towards the end of the void. Xiao Yu suddenly felt as though all the energy in his body had been sucked dry, and he was unable to struggle free. His hands and feet were quickly tied up. TSK, TSK, you've finally fallen into my hands. Watch how I play you to death. The god of death let out a savage smile as a rope slowly floated in front of Xiao Yu. There was a cracking sound. The rope ruthlessly whipped Xiao Yu's body. A hole immediately appeared in Xiao Yu's clothes, leaving a red mark on her fair skin. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth, but he still couldn't help but let out a groan. His eyes were filled with determination and unyielding as he coldly stared at the void. You're courting death. The rope ruthlessly whipped Xiao Yu's body again. From the torn parts of his clothes, one could faintly see the fair skin underneath. Blood flowed everywhere. Chapter 238. The ropes kept lashing at Xiao Yu's body, causing Xiao Yu's body to be covered with cuts and bruises. If you kneel down and beg for mercy and call Darkest son of a bitch, I can consider letting you feel a little better. Otherwise, I will make you my pet, and I will ravage you every day and night to relieve the hatred in my heart. The death god laughed maniacally and complacently. You are the son of a bitch. Xiao Yu spat coldly and cursed. The death god's voice paused for a moment, and after a while he said in a gloomy voice, since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then don't blame me. Humph. Poo-pee-you. 5 or 6 ropes suddenly became as hard as steel. Poo-pee-you. They directly pierced through Xiao Yu's body, causing blood to splatter all over Xiao Yu's body. One of the ropes even broke Xiao Yu's ribs, causing Xiao Yu to let out a mournful cry. Ha. Scream. It's best if that old man Ming can also hear you. The death god laughed heartily. Blood slowly flowed down from the corner of Xiao Yu's mouth. He coldly stared at the void and angrily snorted, Son of a bitch, if you have the guts, then kill me. Ha, kill you? Killing you is such a meaningless thing. I just want to slowly torture you. Seeing your painful appearance, I will remember the torture I have suffered all these years. Today, I can finally take revenge. This kind of feeling is simply delightful. Wait until I absorb those demigods and restore my body. Then I will take you to find that old man Ming to settle the debt. The death god gloomily said, I will make it so that you will never be able to rise again. Just when the death god was arrogant and complacent, the pair of giant hands in the void started to collapse. What's going on? The death god's voice trembled because he sensed a huge aura soaring into the sky. Nieli was still alive. As the pair of giant hands continued to collapse, a figure slowly emerged. This figure had a pair of wings, one black and one white, that were slowly flapping. The power of the laws of light and darkness were shaped like raging flames in the void as they appeared on Nieli's arms. Surprisingly, there was a pair of grayish-white bone bracers that were burning with black death chi. There was a terrifying murderous intent in Nieli's eyes as he stared calmly at the huge black heart in the void. This is impossible. You've actually comprehended the law of death as well. The death god cried out in shock. He felt that he was slowly losing control over the law of death. There was actually someone who was slowly stealing away his law of death. Comprehending the law of death isn't that difficult. You can die now, Nieli said calmly. There was an unquestionable tone in his voice as he slowly walked toward the black heart in the middle of the void. I am the true death god. Don't even think about stealing my law of death. The death god roared angrily as countless bone spikes shot toward Nieli. However, when the bone spikes were only a few meters away from Nieli, they stopped and exploded into dust. Nieli continued to walk forward calmly. In fact, when your god core collapsed, you were no longer the death god. You weren't much different from other demigods. The only difference was that your comprehension of the law of death was deeper than others. Therefore, the law of death between heaven and earth continued to gather toward you. However, if there is another person who has a deeper comprehension of the law of death than you, the law of death will naturally make a choice. It will gather toward that person. What do you mean? The death god couldn't remain calm. My comprehension of the law of death has already far surpassed yours. Therefore, your god core has already been stripped. Nieli said coldly. That's impossible. I am the death god. I have been controlling the law of death for tens of thousands of years. How could your comprehension of the law of death surpass mine? The death god roared angrily as the bone spikes rained down on Luo Yunyang like a storm. However, they would always explode a few meters away from Nieli, unable to reach Nieli. Nieli continued to walk forward step by step, as he said calmly, "You are like a cricket trapped in a bottle. You can only see what's inside the bottle, but there is someone watching you from the outside." Upon hearing Nieli's words, the death god's voice trembled slightly as he asked, "You are from that realm?" Nieli never thought that the death god would know something about that realm. After pondering for a brief moment, Nieli nodded his head and said, "You can say that." Hearing Nieli's words, the death god nearly fell into despair. Back then, when he was defeated by the Nether Master had also said something similar. In that realm, there were countless powerful experts who had witnessed everything that happened in the tiny world. In the eyes of those experts, the so-called spiritual gods were merely ants. Spiritual gods, like them, were merely the spirits of the law of this world. In that realm, they were the lowest existences. I can't accept this. The law of death that I have cultivated for tens of thousands of years is actually inferior to your comprehension. I want you dead. The death god crazily controlled the bone spikes. However, no matter what he did, it was all futile. Just when he was about to kill Xiaoyu, the ropes around Xiaoyu's body suddenly snapped. Xiaoyu landed and put on another set of clothes. He gave a deep glance in Nieli's direction. This time, Nieli had saved him. He never thought that Nieli would be able to force the death god to such an extent. Although Nieli's cultivation was only at black gold rank, his comprehension of certain things had already far surpassed him. Just what level would Nieli reach? Xiaoyu also found it hard to imagine. She had once heard from her father that the tiny world was created by an almighty expert. Although the peerless experts outside could see everything in the tiny world, they couldn't enter. Only the people of the tiny world could freely enter and exit. Furthermore, every single law in the tiny world had a cultivation technique hidden within it. And now, Nieli had comprehended 3 of them. As long as he took another step forward and condensed his divine spark, he would become a true spiritual god. His future cultivation would be unimaginable. Nieli walked towards the black heart in the center of the space. Every step he took, ripples would spread out from the space beneath his feet. He had also comprehended the law of death. When Nieli's comprehension surpassed the death gods, the law of death between heaven and earth would listen to Nieli's command, and not the death god. Therefore, the death god was no longer a threat to Nieli. At this moment, Nieli was immersed in a bizarre state. Within his body, the fanged panda demon spirit had fused with the law of darkness and light. It did not absorb the law of death. However, the shadow devil demon spirit had fused with the law of darkness and the law of death. The two types of law energies were fused together, causing the shadow devil demon spirit to grow stronger. This is impossible. Why is this happening? I can't accept this. The death god hysterically roared. However, he couldn't change the fact that his law energy had been seized. It's useless even if you're unwilling. Nieli slowly walked to the side of the black heart and placed his right hand on it. The black heart rapidly disintegrated and disappeared. The death god furiously roared and cursed. However, the foundation of his existence in this world was gradually disappearing. Aside from the black heart, the entire ancient tomb was slowly dissolving. Nieli sighed. If it wasn't for this incident where he and Xiaoyu were trapped in the ancient tomb, Nieli wouldn't have bothered to kill the death god. Seeing the death god slowly disappearing, Nieli's heart was moved. In the tiny world, these spiritual gods, including the death god and Plume Flame, were only chess pieces. The truly powerful one was the creator of the tiny world. If they couldn't leave the tiny world, then they would forever be that person's chess piece. Since the master of the Nether Realm knew the way to the Draconic Ruins realm, then Nieli could go through the master of the Nether Realm and head to the Draconic Ruins realm. Xiaoyu consumed an elixir to recover a little and flew to Nieli's side. Nieli glanced at Xiaoyu and asked, "How are you?" "I'm fine." Xiaoyu shook her head and continued, "Thank you for saving me this time." Nieli lightly smiled and said, "Not only did I save you, but I also saved myself." Hearing Nieli's words, Xiaoyu glanced at Nieli. At this moment, her view of Nieli had greatly changed. Nieli had saved her, but he didn't have any intention of asking for repayment. "I say, why didn't you take off your old clothes before putting on your new clothes? Just what kind of hobby is that?" Nieli looked at Xiaoyu with a weird expression. He felt that Xiaoyu's behavior was abnormal. However, in his previous life, he had met many people with weird hobbies. Xiaoyu wasn't the only one. At the sight of Nieli's expression, the good impression that Xiaoyu had of Nieli, which he'd painstakingly built up, was instantly dispelled. Xiaoyu snorted and said, "Why do you care? I'm happy to." "All right." Nieli spread out his hands. Although he was a little puzzled, he didn't think too much about it. At this moment, the demigod rank experts broke free from their restraints and rushed in front of Nieli, recalling what happened just now. They still felt a lingering fear in their hearts. They didn't know what exactly happened, but they were certain that Nieli had definitely saved them. Just now, the death god condensed the law of death into a giant hand, yet it didn't injure Nieli. This caused them to feel a deep fear and reverence towards Nieli's strength. "Many thanks for saving us, young master. My Dragonroar family will remember this. If young master has any errands, we will definitely do our best. My fire spirit race as well. Many thanks for saving us. If young master has any requests, we are willing to serve young master." These demigod rank experts were all shrewd people. Aside from Nieli's kindness of saving them, they were also intimidated by Nieli's terrifying strength. No one could imagine what level Nieli would reach in the future. Befriending such an expert would definitely be extremely beneficial to them. Chapter 239. They thought that Nieli's strength far surpassed theirs, but in reality, Nieli's strength was still inferior to theirs. The reason why they couldn't display their true strength in this ancient tomb was due to their laws being suppressed. As for Nieli, he was completely unaffected by the law of death. Glancing at Nieli, Xiaoyu whispered, "These are all demigod rank experts from the Nether City's super families." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Nieli's eyes lit up and he laughed. "Everyone is too polite. How can I not save you when I see you in danger? I wonder if there's anything that young master needs our help with." "There's nothing that I need help with." Nieli lightly smiled, as if he suddenly recalled something, and said, "I just remembered something. Previously, I encountered something in Blackrock City. The Wugui family and the Dark Guild in Blackrock City had some conflicts with my men. I don't have the energy to resolve this problem. Such a small matter. Why would young master need to take action?" The Fire Spirit Clan's demigod rank expert hastily said, "That's right. Leave such a small matter to us." The other demigod rank experts also echoed. They originally thought that Nieli would make a big request, but it turned out to be such a small matter. "Okay, then I'll have to trouble everyone. Many thanks, many thanks." Nieli straightforwardly laughed. "Young master is too polite." "That's right. Young master has saved our lives. We were just worrying about how to repay young master." The demigod rank experts said one after another. Seeing Nieli's pretentious appearance, Xiaoyu felt that it was a little funny. She reckoned that the Wugui family and the Dark Guild were going to suffer this time. With so many super families, wouldn't the Wugui family and the Dark Guild be overturned? At this moment, the enormous ancient tomb was rapidly collapsing. Outside the ancient tomb, a few demigod rank experts had finally gotten rid of the enormous skeleton. One of them had spent a great deal of effort to snatch half of the divine spark, and was currently in the midst of his excitement. The piece of Godhead in his hand broke into pieces, and then turned into crystal dust that drifted away with the wind. "This is infuriating. I've been tricked." That demigod rank expert cursed angrily as he raised his head. The ancient tomb also dissipated with the wind. All of this was like an illusion. "Damn it, is this an illusion? Like drawing water with a sieve." In the end, these demigod rank experts could only leave angrily. "Young master, if you have time, you can come to our Dragon Roar family for a visit. And our Fire Spirit Clan." Those demigod rank experts that were saved by Nieli cupped their hands towards Nieli and left. "Since young master still has matters to attend to, we'll bid our farewells here." Xiaoyu went silent for a moment, then glanced at Nieli and said, "Brother Nieli will also bid our farewells here." "Oh, then Brother Xiaoyu, have a safe journey," Nieli hastily said. Seeing Nieli's appearance, Xiaoyu was a little angry. She and Nieli had experienced life and death together, but Nieli seemed to be eager to send her away. Of course, Nieli was eager to send Xiaoyu away. Nieli's heart was always on guard against Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's strength was very strong, and his origins were unknown. Keeping him by his side would always be a disaster. Although he had saved him, who knew what kind of person Xiaoyu was? In his previous life, Nieli had seen many cases of people biting the hand that fed them. Brother, Nieli should be participating in the Master of the Nether Realm's disciple selection, right? Xiaoyu lightly smiled. "That's right." Nieli nodded. "I believe that we will have the opportunity to meet again. Take the golden scroll that I gave you, and you should be able to enter the final competition smoothly. I'll wait for your good news." Xiaoyu chuckled and said, "I won't be going to Xining and Yiziyun. I'll be waiting for you guys over there." Xiaoyu leaped and flew away. Watching Xiaoyu's figure disappear into the horizon, Nieli lightly smiled. This brat was beaten up by the death god and looked pretty miserable. Even the injuries on his face hadn't healed yet. he probably didn't have the face to see anyone, so he hurriedly bid farewell. Nieli flapped his wings. The wings on his back were filled with boundless power. He put away the wings on his back and the bracers on his arms. As long as he was willing, the wings and arm guards could grow out at any time. He took out the mysterious egg. In this battle, the mysterious egg seemed to have absorbed quite a bit of the law of death. The cracks on it became more obvious, like a spider web covering the entire eggshell. He could vaguely feel that there was a vortex inside that was absorbing the surrounding law of death. This mysterious egg could break out of the shell at any time, but the closer it was to hatching, the greater the demand for law of death. Nieli didn't even dare to transfer the law of death into it, because he was worried that this mysterious egg would suck all the law of death in his body. Xiao Ning, and Yi Ziyun were waiting quietly. When they saw the ancient tomb in front of them disappear without a trace, they were extremely worried. What if Nieli encountered danger? At this moment, they saw a figure slowly walking towards them. If it wasn't Nieli, who could it be? Nieli, you're back. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning greeted him in surprise. Yeah, Nieli nodded. Where's Xiao Yu? Yi Ziyun looked behind. Nieli, that fellow was probably a little embarrassed to see you guys, so he left first. Nieli chuckled, hearing Nieli's words. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning were a little puzzled. Why would Xiao Yu be embarrassed to see them? Nieli, just now, we suddenly felt a powerful energy suddenly pouring into our soul realms. Did you make a breakthrough? Yi Ziyun suddenly thought of something and asked Nieli. Nieli smiled. I've comprehended another type of law energy. Nieli sensed his own cultivation. Along the way, his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. In addition to the law of death that he had just comprehended, even if he were to face a genuine legend rank expert, Nieli was confident that he wouldn't lose. However, legend rank was only the beginning of cultivation. Nieli clearly knew that in the Draconic Ruins realm, any random expert could crush legend rank experts and demigod rank experts. Once one cultivated the heavenly energy, they would step into a very mysterious realm. Above legend rank was called the Heavenly Fate Realm. Once one stepped into the Heavenly Fate Realm, they would have more than one life. 1 fate, 2 fate, 3 fate. Every time they advanced a realm, a fate soul would be formed in their soul realms. A life soul would be formed in the soul realm. If he died, there would be one less life soul, but he would not truly die. Only at that time. That was the true beginning of cultivation. Now that he knew the way to the Draconic Ruins realm, he had to quickly reach the Heavenly Fate realm. Nieli constantly circulated the 3 laws of death within his body. Even when he was walking, his cultivation was still constantly rising. Nieli, Yi Ziyun, and Xiao Ning continued to search for traces of Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest. They continued to search in the first layer of the 9-layered Deathlands. At this moment, outside the 9-layered Deathlands, suddenly, over 20 demigod rank experts appeared in the sky above the area where the Wugui family's experts were stationed. Boundless and mighty auras pressed down, causing the entire Wugui family's territory to be thrown into chaos. This power wasn't something that the ordinary experts of the Wugui family could resist. The 3 demigod rank experts of the Wugui family immediately flew up. When the patriarch of the Wugui family, Wu Hun, saw the 20-plus demigod rank experts in the sky, his eyelids twitched and his face turned pale. Many of them were demigod experts from the super families of Nether City. The Wugui family couldn't afford to offend those super families. Wu Hun felt depressed in his heart. Just who was it that actually brought so much trouble to the Wugui family? Facing these super families, how could Wu Hun still dare to be arrogant? He respectfully and humbly said, I'm the patriarch of the Wugui family, Wu Hun. I wonder what business do you have with us? If I have offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize to all of you. If anyone in my family has done something to offend you, I will apologize to all of you. If anyone in my family has done something to offend you, I will definitely find them and punish them severely. We are a vassal family of Nether City's Biming family. Please show mercy. Hearing Wu Hun's words, the demigod rank experts didn't seem to buy it and coldly stared at him. Do you think that you can bring out the Biming family? Will it be fine? Even if the patriarch of the Biming family is here, he won't be able to stop us from slaughtering the Wugui family. Humph! Even if it's the Biming family, do you think they can fight against so many families? Wu Hun's heart trembled. Were these demigod rank experts prepared to slaughter the Wugui family? Everyone, please calm down. There's one thing I don't understand. I don't know how our Wugui family has offended all of you. If we have done anything inappropriate, we will immediately change it. Wu Hun said in a low voice. As the patriarch of the Wugui family, he usually had a high status. However, facing so many demigod rank experts, he had no choice but to lower his head. One of the demigod rank experts in the sky coldly snorted, "Humph, think carefully. Who did your Wugui family offend recently?" Wu Hun carefully pondered. He couldn't understand who the Wugui family had offended recently. Even if they did, it shouldn't be enough to provoke so many experts from so many families at the same time. How could they have offended such a powerful person? Wu Hun suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the reason for all of this was Glory City? What if Glory City was the private property of some super expert? The more Wu Hun thought about it, the more afraid he got. With so many super families of Nether City trying to annihilate the Wugui family, it would be impossible for the Wugui family to continue existing. Wu Hun hastily said, "We know where we did wrong. Please calm down. Our Wugui family is willing to do our best to apologize to that lord." Wu Hun nearly knelt down. The other party was more than 20 demigod rank experts. Furthermore, they represented many super families of Nether City. These demigod rank experts went silent for a moment. That young master only wanted us to teach the Wugui family a lesson. He didn't want us to annihilate the Wugui family, right? That seems to be the case. There's also the Dark Guild. Since the Wugui family knows their mistake, let's capture them first. When we meet that young master again, we'll let him deal with them. After all, without Nye Li's precise orders, they didn't dare to make any decisions. Capturing them was the most suitable choice. Previously, Nye Li only wanted to borrow the hands of these demigod rank experts to teach the Wugui family and the Dark Guild a lesson. He never thought that these demigod rank experts would annihilate a family with multiple demigod rank experts just because of a sentence from him. He didn't make it clear, so these demigod rank experts were a little confused. If Nye Li wanted them to annihilate the Wugui family, they would definitely do it without any hesitation. However, right now, they didn't dare to make any decisions. Chapter 240. Very quickly, a piece of news spread through the various families at the entrance of the 9-layered Deathlands. The Wugui family had offended a powerful figure and was besieged by several super families in Nether City. Even their patriarch Wu Hun had been captured. When this news spread, all the families were shocked. Just who was this powerful figure that could make so many super families work for him? Apart from this, it was also said that these super families were looking for the Dark Guild. It was said that they wanted to capture the entire Dark Guild, just like the Wugui family. However, the Dark Guild seemed to have disappeared and couldn't be found. Only then did the demigod experts of the super families stop. However, the Dark Guild had already been placed on the wanted list. First layer of the 9-layered Deathlands. Nia Li, Yi Ziyun, and Xiao Ning were walking when Plume Flame Godnies flew over and landed on Nia Li's shoulder. Big Sister Plume Flame, where did you go? Nia Li asked as he glanced at Plume Flame Godnies on his shoulder. A trace of sadness flashed across Plume Flame Godnies' face as she said, "The 9-layered Deathlands was the battlefield between the Demon Beast clan and the Human clan. There were many corpses of my clansmen. I found them using their auras and buried them." Hearing Plume Flame Godnies' words, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning both revealed a trace of sadness. "However, I also found this thing." Plume Flame Godnies didn't seem to want Nia Li and the others to be affected. She quickly withdrew her emotions and took out an ancient mirror. "What is this?" Yi Ziyun asked curiously. Xiao Ning's gaze also landed on the mirror curiously. "So it's this thing?" Nia Li raised his eyebrows in shock. He did not expect Plume Flame Godnies to find such an amazing thing on her trip. Looks like Nia Li knows about it as well. This is a soul mirror. It can absorb a person's soul and preserve it for years, Plume Flame Godnies explained. Plume Flame Godnies was right, but this was only one of the functions of the soul mirror. The soul mirror had many other uses. It also had some other uses. One had to reach the Destiny realm to activate it. Plume Flame Godnies handed the soul mirror to Nia Li and said, "I don't have any use for this. You can keep it." Nia Li nodded. Even Plume Flame Godnies didn't know the true function of the soul mirror. He wasn't sure of the true use of this soul mirror. Indeed, only he could bring out the full potential of this soul mirror. After storing the soul mirror, Nia Li stuffed the red pearl that Xiaoyu had obtained from killing the zombie Jiao dragon into Ning-er's hands. Ning-er blushed as she raised her head to look at Nia Li. Afterwards, she silently put away the red pearl. This was Nia Li's gift to her. If Xiaoyu was present and knew what Ning-er was thinking, she would probably vomit blood. This was clearly a gift from Xiaoyu, but in Ning-er's mind, it had become a gift from Nia Li. "Let's go find Dowsett and the others." Nia Li smiled. The four of them set off. Somewhere outside the 9-layered Deathlands, few people were gathered together, clustered around a young man in his 20s. This young man had an oval face. This young man had an oval face and should have been extremely handsome. However, his face was strangely pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. Anyone who looked at him couldn't help feeling a little creeped out and shuddered. This person's entire body was emitting a chilling aura. The surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. Beside him stood two people. It was Long Sha and Goei Sha, who launched a sneak attack on Glory City. "Lord Demon Lord, what should we do now? Those super families of Nether City aren't something that we can deal with." Long Sha said, a little worried. A smear of killing intent flashed in the young man's eyes as he lightly said, "I never thought that they would have some ability to mobilize the experts of the super families of Nether City. Even the Wuguei family was suppressed." "Lord Demon Lord, you mean that all of this was done by the people of Glory City? It should be done by the youth that laid down the 10,000 demonic beast array." The corner of the demon Lord's mouth revealed a trace of a smile as he continued, "This has piqued my interest. When can I meet him? He should be participating in the Master of the Nether Realm's disciple selection. Furthermore, the probability of him being selected is very high." "Demon Lord, you're also going to participate in the selection? You mean?" Long Sha's eyes lit up as he understood something. "Of course I'm going to participate in the selection. As long as I pass, I'll be able to head to the Hagami Myunmyun. The physical body that I found before was too weak. This physical body is a supreme physique that can only be found once in a million years. Without cultivating the heavenly energy, I'm about to condense my fate star." If the master of the nether realm is knowledgeable, he will definitely accept me. The demon lord coldly smiled as he continued, I don't believe that the physical body that person found can surpass my supreme physique. No matter what that person's physical body is, it's definitely not comparable to Lord Demon Lord's supreme physique. Long Sha respectfully said. Goei Sha also nodded his head in agreement. The Demon Lord calmly said, While I'm away, you guys hide yourselves. There's no need for you guys to show yourselves. You can even join other families. Yes, we will await Lord Demon Lord's return. Long Sha and the rest immediately replied in a respectful tone. The Demon Lord raised his head and looked into the distance. In this life, he finally has the qualifications to head to the Hagami Myunmyun. Just what kind of person is that mysterious youth? With an opponent, this trip shouldn't be lonely. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a meaningful smile. The Demon Lord strode forward, step by step, and gradually disappeared. Looking at the Demon Lord's silhouette, the eyes of Long Sha and the rest flashed with determination as they knelt on one knee in the direction of the Demon Lord. We will serve the Lord with our lives and await the Lord's glorious return. From today onwards, the Dark Guild will disappear from the Nether Realm. However, no matter what, even if they waited until the end of time, they would still loyally await the Demon Lord's return and lead them again. Nye Li and the rest searched the 9-layered Deathlands. 2 days later, they finally found Daozit, Lu Piao, Duanjian, and the rest. Adding them together, they actually gathered a total of 11 spiritual origin fruits. For cultivators that haven't reached legend rank, these spiritual origin fruits were of the highest quality. Taking the spiritual origin fruits, they returned to the Jade Seal family's encampment. When they knew that Nye Li and the rest had safely returned, Luo Xiao and the rest felt relieved. After all, Nye Li was too important to the Jade Seal family. Nye Li and the rest returned to their respective tents. Each of them took a spiritual origin fruit and prepared to cultivate. The 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands was about to open, so they had to quickly increase their strength. Nye Li sat cross-legged, took out a spiritual origin fruit, and swallowed it. A warm current flowed down his throat, into his abdomen, and flowed towards his forelimbs and hundreds of meridians. The medicinal energy of the spiritual origin fruit was extremely pure. It constantly nourished Nye Li's soul realm. Boom, boom, boom. Nye Li's soul realm continued to expand. Previously, when he comprehended the law of death, Nye Li's cultivation showed signs of breaking through. It's just that he didn't make a breakthrough. Now that he ate a spiritual origin fruit, and under the effect of the 3 law energies, the energy within Nye Li's body continued to rise. His cultivation continued to rise, breaking through continuously until he reached the pinnacle of 5-star black gold rank. Logically speaking, with the stimulation of Duanjian's soul realm and the 3 law energies, Nye Li's strength should have been able to rise all the way to legend rank. However, after cultivating the Heavenly God cultivation technique, the difficulty for Nye Li to advance from 5-star black gold rank to legend rank was much slower than Yi Ziyun, Xiaoning, and Daozit. Therefore, he stopped at the doorstep of legend rank. From his soul realm, Nye Li could sense that, aside from him, the rest of them were also advancing by leaps and bounds, charging towards legend rank. After cultivating the supreme cultivation technique that Nye Li gave them, along with the stimulation of the soul array, he believes that it won't be long before they all step into legend rank. If someone can become the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm, then the safety of Glory City would no longer be an issue. Time slowly passed as he quietly cultivated. Just when Nye Li was concentrating on his cultivation, he suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. Nye Li walked to the entrance of the tent and pulled the curtain up. Raising his head, He saw Ning standing outside. Who knows what she was thinking about? Her face was red all the way to her neck, making her look even more charming. She was holding onto a tray with a bowl of soup on it. Ning, what are you doing here? Nieli asked. Nieli's sudden voice startled Ning. She lost her grip on the tray, causing the bowl to fall and the soup to spill out. No, nothing, Ning nervously said. She hurriedly cleaned up. She was so shy that her cheeks were red and her chest was heaving up and down. The soup was spilled all over Ning's clothes. Nieli hurriedly helped Ning pick up the bowl on the tray. He looked at Ning, puzzled. He doesn't know what's wrong with Ning, but her expression doesn't seem right. Ning was only wearing a thin silk dress. Within her purity, there was a trace of charm and sexiness. After the soup was spilled on her body, the thin silk dress stuck to her body. He could vaguely see her white and delicate skin. The light pink chest wrap was unable to cover her proud breasts. It was faintly discernible, giving off an indescribable temptation. Looking at the shy and charming Ning, Nieli didn't know what to say. Are you all right? Quickly go back and change your clothes. Nieli said a little awkwardly. Lowering her head to look at her body, Ning immediately hugged the tray to her chest. She lowered her head and said with a trembling voice, Then I'll go back first. When she finished speaking, Ning lowered her head and hurriedly walked away. Looking at Ning's silhouette, Nieli revealed a trace of doubt. Why is there something wrong with Ning today? After thinking about it, he couldn't figure it out. Thus, he could only forget about it. Nieli turned around and walked back to his tent. When he returned to his tent, Ning's face was boiling. Looking at the tray in her hand, her heart was beating like a rabbit. She was only wearing a thin chest wrap. Nieli wouldn't misunderstand that she was a loose girl, right? She stomped her feet. It was all Xiao Shui's idea, causing her to embarrass herself in front of Nieli. Chapter 241. A day quickly passed by. Countless experts from the various families in Nether City soared into the sky. The 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands was about to open. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and the experts from the various families were extremely excited. If they could become the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm, their future would be like a meteoric rise. Even if they weren't a direct disciple, their status would be completely different. Many demigod rank and legend rank experts had already soared into the sky, ready to enter the 7th layer at any time. Nieli and the rest had also gathered outside the tent and raised their heads to look ahead. A few thousand meters away, tens of meters in the sky, waves of law energy were constantly condensing from all directions. The shape of a gate was already faintly discernible. That was the gate to the 9-layer Deathlands. Looking around, there were tens of thousands of experts standing in the sky, ready to enter at any time. On the ground, there were even more black gold rank experts, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Many of them were prepared to enter the 7th layer of the Deathlands. The temptation of becoming the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm was too great for them. Everyone seemed to be a little impatient. Nieli, are we going to be the first to enter the 7th layer? Dowsit and the rest asked Nieli, no need. Nieli shook his head. The master of the Nether Realm will definitely not accept anyone as a disciple based on who enters first. We just need to enter the 7th layer before it closes. Luo Xiao and the rest walked towards Nieli, glancing at Nieli and the rest. Luo Xiao asked, Nephew, Nieli, are you guys also going to enter the 7th layer? That's right. Nieli nodded his head. Luo Xiao lightly sighed in his heart. Actually, he wasn't too willing for Nieli to take the risk. However, he couldn't stop him. If he did, he was worried that Nieli would retaliate. After all, they were only in a cooperative relationship. It was impossible for Nieli not to participate in such a big event like the Master of the Nether Realm accepting a disciple. Since that's the case, nephew, Nieli must be careful and protect yourself, Luo Xiao warned. In the 9-layer Deathlands, we might not be able to take care of you. Luo Xiao also held a sliver of hope towards becoming the disciple of the Master of the Nether Realm. Uncle Luo, don't worry. We will do our best. Nieli smiled. Nieli looked back. Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and the others were all ready, after about the time it took for an incense stick to burn. In the distant sky, the gate had already gradually condensed, and a mysterious vortex appeared on the gate. The door to the 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands is finally open. Go! The demigod rank experts at the very front whistled into the mysterious whirlpool and quickly disappeared. These demigod rank experts were the patriarchs of some of the super families in Nether City. Immediately after, the experts at the back also followed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Groups of experts swarmed in. The crowd was like a river in the sky. Nephew Nieli, it's best for you guys to stay at the back and enter with the experts from the Jade Seal family. We'll be going first. Luo Xiao said to Nieli, All right, Uncle Luo, have a safe trip. Nieli cupped his hands. After bidding farewell to Nieli, Luo Xiao and the rest led a group of legend rank experts towards the entrance of the 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. Roughly half an hour later, tens of thousands of people had entered. Nieli turned his head towards Dowsett and the rest and said, Let's enter together. At this moment, Plume Flame Godnies transmitted her voice to Nieli. Nieli, you have to be careful when you enter. We still don't know if the Master of the Nether Realm is a friend or foe. Don't reveal too much talent. It's fine as long as you're chosen. Nieli's talent was simply too frightening. Nieli had already comprehended 3 types of law energies. Once he's able to completely control the law energies, he would become the most powerful spiritual god in history. There were probably very few spiritual gods that would tolerate such an existence. I know. Nieli nodded. His gaze was deep. The Master of the Nether Realm is someone that has been to the Draconic Ruins realm. For someone that cultivates the heavenly energy, what does 3 types of law energies count for? Of course. Sometimes it's necessary to hide one's abilities. Nieli's objective for this trip was to let Dowsett and the rest become the disciples of the Master of the Nether Realm. As for himself, he could do whatever he wanted. Nieli and the rest flew up, together with the rest of the Jade Seal family. They entered the 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. Countless sceneries flashed past the eyes of Nieli and the rest. Desolate sceneries were everywhere. On the boundless wasteland, there were corpses everywhere. Nieli knew that the sceneries that flashed past were scenes from the 1st to the 6th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. Back then, during the Great War between the Demon Beast clan and the Human clan, there were indeed countless casualties and corpses littered the land. Back then, when he saw the mural in the tomb of the Death God, Nieli felt that there was more to it than meets the eye. The experts of the 2 clans wouldn't fight to the death without absolute certainty of killing the other party. Who knows, it might be related to the experts of the Draconic Ruins realm. Roughly a moment later, Nieli and the rest finally came to a stop. This place was filled with deep ravines and countless abysses. Beneath everyone's feet was a circular inscription pattern array that floated in the air. Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ning, Lu Piao, Dowsett, and the rest were all floating in the air, not far from Nieli. Looking into the distance, it was densely packed with experts from various clans. There were even more experts appearing one after another. Such a huge scene reminded Nieli of his previous life in the Draconic Ruins realm and the spectacular scene of the Divine Sex disciple selection. He wondered what the Master of the Nether Realm's test would be like. A trace of abstruseness appeared in Nian Li's eyes. Before heading to the Draconic Ruins realm, he had to first find the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. With his aptitude in his previous life, it was impossible for him to reach the pinnacle. It was only because of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book that he had the opportunity to reach the pinnacle. The Holy Emperor's forces were spread across many realms. He was the supreme ruler of these realms. If Nian Li wanted to confront the Holy Emperor, it would be impossible without the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. Thinking of that despicable bastard, Nian Li's heart was filled with rage and loathing. In his previous life, when Nian Li's cultivation reached the pinnacle, he had once collected the souls of his relatives and Yi Ziyun in the tiny world. He wanted to reconstruct their bodies and revive them. However, when he was reviving his relatives and Yi Ziyun, the Holy Emperor used a secret technique to endlessly whip the souls of Nian Li's relatives and Yi Ziyun until they vanished into thin air. Aside from that, the Holy Emperor slaughtered his way through anyone who came in contact with Nian Li, regardless of whether they were related to Nian Li or not, was killed. The reason for all of this was because when the Holy Emperor calculated the heavenly Tao, he suspected that Nian Li was his nemesis. In the battle in his previous life, Nian Li advanced at the last moment and suppressed the Holy Emperor in terms of cultivation. However, he was still besieged by the Holy Emperor and 6 deity-rank demon beasts and died. In this life, Nian Li didn't want the same ending as his previous life. Aside from reaching that realm before the Holy Emperor calculated the heavenly Tao, he now had brothers like Daozit, Lu Piao, and Duan Jian. He no longer wanted to fight alone. Leaving the tiny world and heading to the Draconic Ruins realm was only the first step he had to take. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, he saw a few figures standing proudly in the sky. These experts were wearing armor and were 5 to 6 meters tall. They had huge black wings on their backs, giving off an endless sense of oppression. These should be the servants of the Master of the Nether Realm. We've just received an order from the Master of the Nether Realm. In the previous selections, many people would die. However, this time, we will have a special test. There won't be any deaths in the 7th and 8th floors. You guys should rejoice and thank the Master of the Nether Realm for his benevolence. The voice of one of the servants coldly spread throughout the 7th floor of the 9-layered Deathlands. Hearing the words of the servant, the experts of the various clans all revealed expressions of relief. They had taken a huge risk by participating in the Master of the Nether Realm's selection. If they weren't careful, they could lose their lives. However, for some unknown reason, the Master of the Nether Realm actually showed mercy this time. However, many experts from the various clans glanced at the people around them with hostility. Even if they were from the same clan, at this moment, they were all competitors. No matter who it was, if they were chosen by the Master of the Nether Realm, they would be able to soar to the top and become a phoenix. At this moment, in the midst of the dense crowd, a demonic young man in a white robe was quietly sitting with his legs crossed. When he heard the servant's words, the corner of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. This demonic youth was the demon lord who had come to participate in the Master of the Nether Realm's disciple selection. Since when did the Master of the Nether Realm start to be soft-hearted? The demon lord coldly laughed as he thought to himself. Aside from that, the patriarchs of the various superclans of Nether City were also slightly astonished. They had participated in the past few years, and the number of experts that had died was uncountable. They had no idea why the Master of the Nether Realm would show mercy this time. However, to them, it wasn't a bad thing. I wonder what kind of test the Master of the Nether Realm will give. No matter what kind of test they give, I will become the disciple of the Master of the Nether Realm. A girl from a different race with a fiery figure and a fiery red outfit lightly snorted. Her appearance was slightly different from that of a human. Her ears were a purplish-red color, and her short red skirt barely covered her buttocks. That astonishing arc and curve, as well as those white and tight thighs, gave off a strong visual impact. At the same time, the clothes on her body were also extremely hot and sexy. Her swollen breasts seemed as though they were about to burst out of her clothes. This girl from a different race attracted the attention of many people. Who is this woman? How dare she be so arrogant? You don't even know her? She's the eldest daughter of the Firebird clan. Hua, hua. This little girl's power is rather shocking, and even a demigod rank cultivator doesn't dare to provoke her. She can be considered as a rising star of the younger generation, but she faintly shows signs of surpassing Sangming. It's said that a demigod rank cultivator had provoked her and was crushed to death by her legs. Chapter 242. Hearing the discussion, some of the people who were coveting Hua's beauty immediately stopped. They glanced at Hua's tight and slender legs and felt a chill run down their spines. Although her legs were indeed beautiful, they didn't want to be squeezed to death. Other than Hua, Sangming and Mu Yi were the most eye-catching among the younger generation. However, there were also some juniors. Although their cultivations were only at black-gold rank, they weren't completely uncompetitive, since they were rising stars. The servant's deep voice reverberated in the sky. The test begins. The servant waved his hand, and the power of laws in the air split into millions of strands that flew in front of everyone. Then, they slowly condensed into a head-sized ball of water. This ball of water was transparent, but there were many fine lines in it. Seeing the water ball in front of him, Nieli raised his eyebrows. It was the ball of reflection. This was a test of a person's control over soul force or the power of law. This is the sphere of inverted images. You have to pour your soul force or law energy into the sphere and extend it along the thin line in the center. If it leaves the line, the sphere will explode. You will pass if you can extend it by a foot. Those who can't will be sent back. The servant coldly said, the stronger one's control over their soul force and the power of laws, the more they would be able to defeat the strong. Furthermore, their comprehension of soul force and the power of laws would also be deeper. When the sphere of inverted images appeared, some powerhouses couldn't wait to try it out. Several experts placed their hands on the surface of the reverse image ball. A wave of soul power extended from their palms towards the thin lines in the water ball. But not long after, the water ball exploded with a bang. A blank expression appeared on his face. He didn't understand what was going on. However, the inscription pattern array under his feet quickly turned into rays of white light that enveloped him. With a whoosh, his figure disappeared. He was sent out of the 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. One by one, the experts tried injecting their soul power. However, one figure after another turned into rays of white light and disappeared. Nieli surveyed his surroundings. There were already a few hundred people missing. He knew that many experts still did not understand why the water ball had exploded. This water ball was called the Ball of Inverted Images. That was because the threads inside the water ball weren't real to the naked eye. They could only be sensed with soul force. Nieli, how do you play this thing? Lu Piao looked at Nieli and asked, close your eyes and use the power of law to carefully sense it. Nieli said with a smile, I see. I understand now. Daozit's eyes lit up. He was very smart and understood it immediately. He slowly placed his hand on the surface of the water ball and slowly poured his soul power into it. More and more people were eliminated. Many people couldn't help but panic, but there were also people who passed. Song Ming's power of the law extended for more than 3 feet into the ball of inverted images before the water ball exploded with a bang. Seeing this scene, the servant in the sky slightly nodded his head. Among the younger generation, there were still some with decent talent. After Ming finished his test, he raised his head and arrogantly looked at Mu Yi, Hua Hua, and the rest in the distance. Among the younger generation, only Mu Yi, Hua Hua, and a few others could attract his attention. Mu Yi poured his power of law into the water ball and extended it. A brief moment later, it exploded. 1 foot. Ming glanced at Mu Yi, only to see Mu Yi smiling at him. Ming coldly snorted. He knew that Mu Yi was intentionally hiding his strength until now. He still couldn't see through Mu Yi's strength. Hua Hu also placed her hand on the ball of inverted images and poured her power of law into it. The power of law continued to extend until it reached 3 feet before it exploded. Seeing this scene, Ming's brows twitched. At least in terms of control over the power of law, Hua Hu wasn't the slightest bit inferior to him. No matter if it was Mu Yi or Hua Hua, both of them would be strong opponents for him to become the direct disciple of the master of the Nether Realm. One by one, the results of the test came out. There were still many who could reach 1 foot, but those who could reach 2 feet and above were few and far between. Those who could reach 3 feet and above were even rarer. Pointless test. The demon lord looked at the sphere of inverted images before him and slowly placed his right hand on the surface of the sphere of inverted images. His law energy extended into the sphere of inverted images. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. The law energy continuously revolved around the sphere of inverted images until it reached 7 feet before exploding. However, when the demon lord was taking the test, not many people noticed it. The servant in the sky noticed this scene and slightly twitched his brows. He never thought that there would be such a super genius in this batch. Such a super genius would probably make even the master of the Nether Realm look at him in a different light. At this moment, the results of Nieli's group came out one after another. Haha, my power of law reached 2 feet. Lu Piao placed her hands on her hips in excitement. Indeed, I'm a true genius. I reached 3 feet. What about you guys? Wei Nan looked at the others and asked. 3 feet. 3 feet. Zhu Xiangjuan, Xiao Shui, and the rest replied. Hearing the words of Wei Nan and the rest, Lu Piao's face instantly darkened. He was actually the worst amongst his group. Wei Nan and the rest had already reached 3 feet. Needless to say, that monster, Nieli, was even worse. Lu Piao felt depressed in his heart. Why was it that he was always the one dragging them down? What about the 3 of you? Nieli looked at Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and Duan Jian and asked. I reached 5 feet. Yi Ziyun recalled and said, I also reached 5 feet. Xiao Ninger replied and glanced at Yi Ziyun. Their talent was about the same. I only reached 4 feet. Duan Jian said. I also reached 5 feet. Nieli, what about you? Daozit looked at Nieli and asked. Daozit also reached 5 feet. This caused Nieli to be a little surprised. Daozit's talent was far inferior to Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger. But thinking about it, in his previous life, Daozit's talent wasn't high either. However, by relying on his intelligence and hard work, he still reached a very high level. I'm more than 2 feet tall. Nieli smiled. Ha ha, there's finally someone like me. Lu Piao suddenly laughed out loud. Everyone looked at Lu Piao as if they were looking at an idiot. Lu Piao immediately swallowed his laughter. He thought of something and looked at Nieli disappointedly. He said gloomily, Nieli, you're always pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. It's too boring. During the test at St. Laurent College, Nieli scored 3 100s. Shen Xiu was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. That scene was still fresh in his memory. Nieli shrugged. He had played with the ball of reversed images countless times, in his previous life. He couldn't inherit the power from his previous life, but Nieli still remembered some of the tricks to controlling the power. His control wasn't something ordinary people could compare with. However, he only needed to pass this test. At this moment, the servant in the sky glanced at Dowsett, Yiziyun, and the others. A trace of shock flashed through his eyes. Usually, young geniuses were 1 in 10,000. They were very rare. What was going on with this group of people? Why were there so many geniuses gathered together? There were a few people who were over 5 feet. Although they were slightly inferior to the youth who was 7 feet, these people were obviously younger. Their future achievements were immeasurable. Apart from these people, the patriarchs of the various aristocratic families also scored 3, 4, and 5 feet. They were all quite impressive. However, there was almost no one who scored 7 feet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Those who didn't pass the test were sent back one by one. When they first arrived, there were more than 200,000 people. However, after a round of screening, there were only a few thousand left. The servant in the sky was obviously very satisfied with this result. He nodded slightly. You people have passed the first round of test. Next, I will send you to the 8th floor of the 9-layer Deathlands. There will be people who will conduct the second round of test, said the servant. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned into streaks of white light and disappeared. The originally bustling 7th floor of the 9-layer Deathlands instantly became empty. A moment later, countless monsters appeared out of nowhere. This was the original appearance of the 7th floor of the 9-layer Deathlands. The servant calmly stood in the sky. He gazed into the distance and said, I wonder if Master can find a suitable person this time. The 8th floor of the 9-layer Deathlands. A few thousand people appeared out of nowhere in a wilderness. This wilderness was dry and cracked. Flames soared into the sky from the cracks, and scorching heat waves were spewing out. If anyone below black gold rank was here, they would probably be burnt to ashes by the heat waves. Nieli had been thinking about the location of the 9-layer Deathlands. Seeing this scene, Nieli understood a little. This place should be the raging flame wasteland. At this moment, a powerful servant stood in the sky. He was covered in golden armor and had a pair of golden wings on his back. His figure was huge. Although these servants only had the cultivation of demigod rank, they were bestowed with enormous power by the master of the nether realm. Therefore, their strength wasn't something that ordinary demigod rank experts could compare to. The servant swept his gaze over the few thousand people and coldly said, although no one will die in this round of selection, if you aren't careful in the second round, you will also become trash. In this wasteland, there is a black, infernal tower. This tower was left behind by a supreme expert. This pagoda contains the unparalleled power of the black flame. Various kinds of demonic beasts will appear inside. Although these demonic beasts are bound by chains, they can still release a tremendous amount of power. You will have to cultivate in that environment for 10 days. Only those who can cultivate to the state of an Ata will pass. Hearing the servant's words, some legend rank experts and even demigod rank experts were at a loss. Selfless state of mind. What was that? Reaching the selfless state of mind in the black flames. Interesting. The demon lord's brows slightly twitched as he looked into the distance. At the end of the wilderness, a towering tower stood, burning with black flames. That should be the black infernal tower that the servant mentioned. Chapter 243. The black infernal tower towered in the wilderness, its raging flames scorching the surrounding rocks red. When Sangming, Mu Yi, Hua Hua, and the others saw the tower, they exchanged glances and revealed expressions of unwillingness to admit defeat. As direct descendants of super families, they had all heard of the selfless state of mind. Since that was the case, there was no harm in giving it a try. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures took the lead and flew towards the black infernal tower. Immediately after, the experts of the various races also flew towards the tower. The closer they got to the tower, the more they felt the scorching heat wave assaulting their faces. It was simply impossible to resist. The power of the black flames directly penetrated one's soul realm, completely disregarding one's cultivation. Some of the weaker ones, even demigod rank experts, couldn't resist it. Some people felt that the black flames weren't something they could resist and hastily retreated. There were also some who forcefully endured the black flames and charged in. However, they instantly let out miserable screams as their bodies were engulfed in the black flames. Seeing this scene, Nieli couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These experts' souls weren't tough enough. If they forcefully charged into the black infernal tower, the black flames would burn their souls and turn them into a cripple. Nieli glanced at the others and said, "Let's go." Nieli and the others also headed towards the black infernal tower. Song Ming, Mu Yi, Hua Hua, and the others were the first to enter the black infernal tower. Soon after, the others followed suit. Approximately 500 to 600 people couldn't endure the black flames and retreated. As they approached the black infernal tower, Nieli and the others felt a scorching heat wave assaulting their faces. This scorching heat wave directly assaulted their soul realms. Even Nieli felt the scorching heat from his soul realm. He glanced at the others and asked, "How are you guys?" Yixian shook her head and said, "I'm fine." Xiao Ning also responded, "I'm fine as well." The others also responded in succession. Although the black flames were powerful, they all cultivated extremely powerful high-grade cultivation techniques. Therefore, in terms of the toughness of their souls, they were definitely 1 in a million geniuses. Therefore, even though the black flames here made them feel a little pressured, they were still able to withstand it. However, it was not to the extent of burning their soul realms like those people before. He gradually approached the towering black infernal tower. The black infernal tower had 7 floors in total. The flames at the bottom were slightly red. The higher it was, the darker the color of the flames became. The flames at the top were as black as ink. Black flame on the top floor. The purity of the black infernal tower shocked even Nieli. He didn't know who had left this black infernal tower behind, but it was truly powerful. Feeling the waves of heat assaulting them, the group finally entered the black infernal tower. On the first floor of the black infernal tower sat many experts from various races. Upon arriving on this floor, many of them felt as though their soul realms were about to ignite. They didn't dare to continue ascending and hurriedly sat down on the ground of the first floor of the black infernal tower, comprehending a concept. However, there were also people who continued ascending to the second floor. Suddenly, Duanjian's body was ignited with a blazing black flame. "Duanjian, what's wrong?" Everyone was startled and asked with concern. They all thought that Duanjian's soul realm was ignited like those people before. Seeing the black flames ignite on Duanjian's body, the experts in the hall all revealed looks of pity. Another person was about to be crippled. However, something unexpected happened. Duanjian didn't reveal any expression of pain. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. Seeing this scene, Daozit, Lu Piao, and the others were a little dazed. Black flames ignited on the bodies of the others. It was all because their soul realms were being burned. Why did Duanjian look so happy? "Duanjian, have you gone mad?" Lu Piao said. Duanjian glanced at Lu Piao gloomily before turning to Nieli. "Master, I don't know why this black flame seems to have some effect on my soul realm." After entering here, I discovered that the more black flames I absorb, the faster my soul realm improves. Duan Jian's face was filled with joy. Nia Li slightly nodded. Duan Jian possessed the inheritance of the Black Dragon's bloodline, and the Black Dragon just so happened to be the master of the Black Flames. It was normal for the Black Flames here to have an effect on Duan Jian's soul realm. Duan Jian's entire body was burning with black flames. Not only did he not let out a miserable shriek like the others, he was even jumping around happily, causing the experts from the various clans to be dumbfounded. Just what is this fellow that's burning with black flames? They didn't feel any pressure on the first floor of the Black Infernal Tower. After a brief discussion, everyone headed to the second floor together. The spiral staircase continued to spiral upwards. Nieli walked in front, feeling the intensity of the black flames getting hotter and hotter. With every step he took, the black flames would burn even more intensely. Even Nieli had to carefully defend his soul realm. Among everyone, only Duan Jian felt abnormally relaxed. He couldn't help but quicken his pace. The purer the black flames, the greater the effect on his cultivation. They followed the spiral staircase all the way up. When Nia Li's group stepped onto the second floor of the Black Infernal Tower, the various experts on the second floor instantly focused their gazes on Nia Li's group. There were only 200 to 300 people left who could enter the second floor of the Black Infernal Tower. These 200 to 300 people could be said to be the elites of the entire Nether Realm. They more or less knew each other, but Nia Li's group was a complete stranger to them. However, the majority of them retracted their gazes. The black flames on the second floor of the Black Infernal Tower had already caused them to feel an enormous pressure. They couldn't be bothered to investigate the identities of Nia Li's group anymore. Even Song Ming, Mu Yi, Hua Hua, and the others didn't dare to continue ascending. They found a place to sit down and quietly cultivate on the second floor of the Black Infernal Tower. Nia Li's group also found a place to sit down and condense their soul realms. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Nia Li looked over and saw a bewitching youth sitting there. The youth's face was pale, and he seemed to be in a strange, sickly state. His eyes were bloodshot. Nia Li felt a terrifying power radiating from the bewitching youth. The strength of this power far surpassed that of his group. The bewitching youth also sensed something and looked in Nia Li's direction. After exchanging glances, the bewitching youth closed his eyes and began cultivating. Any conflict within the Black Infernal Tower was an unwise move. Resisting the black flames was already extremely strenuous. If a fight broke out, either side could be devoured by the black flames at any time. Nia Li's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't know why, but Nia Li felt a trace of hostility from the other party. Thus, he raised his guard. "Master, you guys can cultivate in peace." Duan Jian said to Nia Li and the others. In the Black Infernal Tower, he didn't need to cultivate like Nia Li and the others. He could still raise his cultivation. The black flames could greatly temper his physical body and soul realms. With Duan Jian by his side, he could indeed feel more at ease. Nia Li nodded slightly and closed his eyes to cultivate. At this moment, the others also began to concentrate on cultivating. Nia Li felt the scorching aura of the black flames around him. In his previous life, he already knew what kind of realm the Anata realm was. He just hadn't started cultivating it in this life. With the stimulation of the black flames, it was indeed easier for him to cultivate. His entire body was immersed in the black flames, and his body was being tempered bit by the black flames. Nia Li's physical body was constantly strengthening. Under the stimulation of the black flames, the 3 types of law energies within his soul realm were constantly surging. although they were three different types of law energies. Under Nie Li's control, they didn't interfere with each other and continued to condense. Gradually, Nie Li entered into a state of cultivation where he forgot himself. He was in a tranquil state. The burning sensation of the black flames seemed to have lessened by quite a bit. His cultivation was constantly stabilized, gradually stabilizing at 5-star black gold rank. Slowly, he began to charge towards legend rank. Advancing from 5-star black gold rank to legend rank was a relatively difficult hurdle. However, with the Heavenly God cultivation technique and Kong Ming the Great's mantra, Nie Li was able to control the three types of law energies. Very quickly, the barrier to advancement showed signs of breaking. Nie Li's cultivation was about to step into legend rank. Once he stepped into legend rank, the level of his cultivation would undergo a great transformation. On the second floor of the Black Infernal Tower, aside from Duan Jian, everyone else was quietly cultivating. In the sky outside the Black Infernal Tower, the golden armored servant was quietly watching. Among these people, there are a few that aren't so simple. The golden armored servant could clearly see everything that was happening in the Black Infernal Tower. His gaze swept past Duan Jian and the others before finally landing on the strange, fair-skinned, bewitching youth. He should be the one with the highest talent out of everyone. However, there are a few others that aren't too far off. The golden armored servant's gaze swept past Nie Li, but didn't stop. In his view, Nie Li's talent was a little lacking compared to Yiziyun, Xiaoning, and the others. While sitting cross-legged and cultivating, Nie Li could sense that their soul realms were linked together. A soul array was rapidly forming, like a whirlpool, constantly devouring the black flame energy. Everyone's strength was increasing at a crazy rate. This Black Infernal Tower will stimulate their cultivation to step into a whole new level. This is the realm that countless people in Glory City yearn for. Chapter 244. Just as Nie Li and the rest were concentrating on their cultivation, the Demon Lord slowly stood up. Seeing the Demon Lord stand up, Duan Jian tightened his grip on the black flame sword as he coldly stared at the Demon Lord, ready to fight at any moment. His senses were sharp, and when the demonic youth in front of him met Nie Li's gaze, he caught the trace of enmity in the latter's eyes. This demonic youth's strength was unfathomable, and he had definitely reached the demigod rank. The Demon Lord merely glanced at Duan Jian before silently walking towards the stairs leading to the third floor. Seeing the Demon Lord's actions, Duan Jian felt slightly relieved. He could sense that the other party's strength wasn't simple, and if they were to fight, he wouldn't have much of a chance of victory. However, since the other party's goal was only to head to the third floor, it was fine. It would be best if he didn't clash with the other party. Just as the Demon Lord was about to move, Song Ming also stood up. His actions were surprisingly similar to the Demon Lord's, and they both headed towards the third floor. Song Ming looked at the Demon Lord with enmity. He could sense that the Demon Lord's strength wasn't inferior to his, so he didn't take the initiative to find trouble with the Demon Lord. Instead, he stepped onto the stairs ahead of the Demon Lord and headed towards the third floor. Song Ming was a competitive person, and he always wanted to be number one. Therefore, he had to reach the third floor before the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord's brows twitched, but he didn't argue with Song Ming. Instead, he followed behind. The two of them walked up the spiral staircase and gradually disappeared at the end of the staircase. Many people were already struggling to reach the second floor, not to mention the third floor. Under everyone's gazes, a few more people stood up one after another. Mu Yi, Hua Hua, and the rest also stood up and headed towards the third floor. Some of the patriarchs of the super families could only obediently stay on this floor. Although many of them had cultivations that far surpassed Song Ming's group, the black flames of the Black Infernal Tower completely disregarded cultivation. Only those with powerful souls could survive. Only a dozen or so people stood up one after another. He headed towards the third floor of the Black Infernal Tower. Nia Li's soul drifted and entered a mysterious realm. Infinity has no beginning can have no end. This sentence kept echoing in Nia Li's ears, as if it was being urged by this incantation. The vine in his soul realm grew many more leaves, and a flower bud actually formed on one of the forks. The flower bud swelled and was plump. It was as if it would bloom at any moment. Boom, boom, boom. Under the urging of the spell, the three types of power of laws continuously impacted the barrier of advancing to the legendary realm, just like a tsunami hitting a reef. 1. In his soul realm, a powerful wave swept out. The barrier to the legend rank was instantly torn apart. The power of law was like a flood bursting a dam, crazily surging in all directions. After filling up Nia Li's soul realm, it was still not enough. Like a raging tide, it rushed towards Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and the rest. This power was simply too vast and boundless. Although Nia Li's realm was very high, he had only stepped into the legend rank from 5-star black gold rank. However, the density of his law energy was more than 10 times that of an ordinary expert in the same realm. The law energy had completely filled up the soul realms of Yi Ziyun, and the rest, Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and the rest were cultivating when they felt the boundless law energy. Their soul realms were being squeezed, and they couldn't help frowning. Their soul realms couldn't accept such a huge law energy. Under this pressure, their soul realms expanded at an uncontrollable speed. After a long while, Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and the others all opened their eyes and gasped for breath, their backs drenched in sweat. The law energy that was pouring in from Nia Li's body was simply unbearable. However, it also caused their cultivation to increase by leaps and bounds. Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and Daozit had directly reached 2-star legend rank. Lu Piao and the rest had also reached 1-star legend rank. Looking at Nia Li, who was still cultivating with his eyes closed, they still had lingering fear in their hearts. The capacity of Nia Li's soul realm was simply too terrifying. Just the overflowing energy alone was enough to fill their soul realms several times over. If it wasn't for the fact that the toughness of their souls was high enough, who knows, their soul realms might even explode. Nia Li is simply too monstrous. Lu Piao, who was standing by the side, was speechless. That terrifying law energy had nearly taken his life. Suddenly, Nia Li opened his eyes, and a divine light blossomed from them. He had already stepped into the legend rank. Adding on the fact that he had already grasped 3 types of law energy, he wouldn't be inferior even if he faced a demigod rank expert. Even Nia Li himself didn't know what level his fighting strength would reach if he were to really fight. Let's go to the 3rd floor of the Black Infernal Tower. Nia Li said calmly. The terrifying aura emanating from Nia Li's body alarmed many demigod rank experts on the same floor. Those demigod rank experts couldn't help but look over with deep shock and horror in their eyes. They could feel that Nia Li's body was emitting an extremely dangerous aura that they simply couldn't resist. This was the first reaction of these demigod rank experts. They absolutely can't provoke this person. Under the gazes of these demigod rank experts, Nia Li and his group headed towards the 3rd floor of the Black Infernal Tower. The 3rd floor of the Black Infernal Tower was a space with a circumference of a few dozen meters. When Nia Li and his group stepped onto this floor, a deafening roar filled everyone's ears. The terrifying roar caused everyone's expressions to change. They felt as though their eardrums were about to shatter. When they raised their heads to look, they saw that the walls of the third floor were densely packed with spiderweb-like chains. At the center of the chains was a huge demon beast furiously roaring. When this demon beast discovered that someone had arrived, it furiously struggled in an attempt to break free. However, the various inscription patterns on the chains emitted a dazzling radiance as a powerful force bounced it off the chains and sent it crashing into the wall. Nya Li raised his head to look at the demon beast. This demon beast looked a little like a deer and a little like a tiger. It had a long horn on its head, and its body was covered in black scales. Nya Li, what kind of demon beast is this? Yi Ziyun asked in shock. She could faintly sense that this demon beast's body was filled with lightning and fire attribute energy. Lu Piao and the others trembled in fear. This demon beast's aura was extremely frightening and gave off a terrifying pressure. If they weren't trapped in the chains, even if they joined hands, they wouldn't be able to withstand this enormous power. Although this demon beast was trapped in the chains, it seemed as though it could break free at any moment. Therefore, they didn't dare to be careless. Daozit and Duan Jian took out their respective weapons and prepared to fight at any moment. Seeing this demon beast, Nya Li actually laughed and said, "Daozit, you've hit the jackpot." Jackpot? Daozit was a little puzzled. Nya Li's gaze fell on the demon beast. He lightly smiled and said, "This demon beast is a celestial qilin." So, it's a celestial qilin. Lu Piao's eyes lit up as she looked at the celestial qilin. What's wrong with a celestial qilin? Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning looked at Nya Li, Lu Piao, and Daozit in doubt. Daozit's soul realm is in the form of a celestial qilin thundercloud. This celestial qilin is the most suitable demon spirit for him. Daozit explained from the side. Hearing Daozit's words, everyone understood why Nya Li said that Daozit hit the jackpot. Daozit knew that a celestial qilin's demon spirit was the most suitable for him. However, he didn't know what a celestial qilin looked like. Only today did he find out what a celestial qilin looked like. However, this celestial qilin was so powerful. Even if it was chained, no one dared to approach it, not to mention killing it and obtaining its demon spirit. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled from the celestial qilin's body. Its body was 5 to 6 meters tall, and its eyes were like copper bells. It gave off a terrifying aura. It angrily paced back and forth as it looked down at Nya Li and his group. It constantly pulled on the chains behind it. Lu Piao shrunk her head as she said, "So many people came to the third floor of the black infernal tower. They couldn't have all been eaten, right? The celestial qilin is still chained up. How could it eat people?" Daozit rolled his eyes at Lu Piao and continued, "The others probably couldn't cultivate on this floor, so they went to the higher floors." "Nya Li, what rank is the celestial qilin?" Lu Piao asked curiously. "This celestial qilin should still be underage. That's why the chains were able to bind it. I'm afraid that you guys won't understand what realm an adult celestial qilin can reach even if I tell you now. A spiritual god is considered a heavenly fate realm expert. Above the heavenly fate realm, there's still the heavenly star realm, heavenly axis realm, Tao of Dragon realm, and martial ancestor realm. Even the weakest celestial qilin can reach the 6th stage of the Tao of Dragon realm." Nya Li's words stunned everyone. Why were there so many powerful realms above the spiritual god realm? They originally thought that the spiritual god realm was the most powerful existence. The reason why Nya Li didn't tell them about the realms above the spiritual god realm was because they hadn't stepped into legend rank. Even if they knew, it would be meaningless. For the experts of the Draconic Ruins, realm legend rank was only the beginning of cultivation. The strength of the celestial qilin shocked Daozit. Although this celestial qilin had yet to reach adulthood, it was obvious that it had boundless potential. Nieli went silent for a brief moment. Although the demon beast that Dowsett had integrated with was also a god-level growth rate demon beast, it couldn't be compared to the celestial Qilin, especially since the celestial Qilin was extremely compatible with Dowsett's soul realm. Dowsett was Nieli's best brother. Since there was an opportunity for Dowsett to obtain the celestial Qilin, Nieli would definitely not let it go. However, the celestial Qilin before them wasn't easy to deal with. There was no need to doubt the strength of the celestial Qilin. Even if it was still in its infancy, it wasn't something that an ordinary demigod rank expert could deal with. Plume Flame Godnies sat on Nieli's shoulder and asked in a worried tone, "Nieli, are you really going to deal with this celestial Qilin?" Chapter 245. Nieli's gaze landed on the celestial Qilin. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Although this celestial Qilin has only lived for a few thousand years, its intelligence should have already reached a very high level. Old geezer, after listening for so long, it's time for you to express your intentions. Nieli looked at the celestial Qilin that was chained up. Hearing Nieli's words, everyone was at a loss. Who is Nieli talking to? At this moment, they heard the celestial Qilin's deep voice. "Brat, you guys actually want to kill me and seize my demon spirit? Humph, aren't you too naive? With just you guys?" The celestial Qilin's sudden words shocked everyone as they stared blankly at the celestial Qilin. This was the first time they'd seen a demon beast that could speak human language. Among everyone, only Plume Flame was relatively calm. She still had some understanding of the celestial Qilin. However, it wasn't an easy task for Nieli to seize the celestial Qilin's demon spirit. Even if all of them joined forces, they might not be a match for this celestial Qilin. Nieli indifferently took a few steps forward and calmly looked at the celestial Qilin. Being trapped here by the Black Flame prison inscription rune shouldn't be feeling good, right? What does it have to do with you whether I'm feeling good or not? The celestial Qilin snorted. Among the demon beasts, the celestial Qilin is considered to be the most unusual. They never have a friend. The celestial Qilin's inner core is a treasure that all demon beasts yearn for, even in their dreams. Other demon beasts dream of killing a celestial Qilin and seizing its inner core. The reason you're trapped here is probably because you haven't matured and the celestial Qilin's inner core hasn't formed. I wonder who trapped you here to use you to nurture the core. Nieli looked at the celestial Qilin and lightly smiled. A cold light flashed in the celestial Qilin's eyes as it looked down at Nieli. "Human, what do you want?" In the celestial Qilin's heart, it never imagined that Nieli would be able to see through everything so clearly. He wondered where Nieli came from. "I have a way to help you escape." Nieli looked up at the celestial Qilin and said patiently, "Are you willing to be trapped here forever?" Then one day, they would be slaughtered like cattle. Snatch the inner core? "Brat, who are you calling livestock?" The celestial Qilin roared furiously as lightning crackled around its body. "What's the difference between you and an animal waiting to be slaughtered? I'll raise you like this for now. When you reach adulthood, your Niden will have formed." He was killed. Nieli smirked when he saw the celestial Qilin's enraged expression. He wanted to infuriate the celestial Qilin. "Brat, I know what you're thinking. You want to kill me and take my demon spirit. What's the difference between you and those people? Why should I listen to you?" The celestial Qilin snorted angrily. "It's true that we want your demon spirit, but we don't need to kill you. There's a compromise as long as you're willing to form a soul seal with my friend. Your body will automatically turn into a demon spirit and enter my friend's soul realm." Nieli said. Hearing Nieli's words, the celestial Qilin laughed and said, "Automatically turning into a demon spirit? What's the difference between that and being killed? You cunning humans, if you want to use this to fool me, you must be thinking too simply of me. Of course there's a difference. If I kill you, I'll take your demon spirit. If your master dies, you'll naturally die along with him. But if a soul seal was formed, when you turn into a demon spirit, you will still have your own consciousness. After your master dies, you will be free. Our human lifespan, it's only 100 years. Considering the long lifespan of a celestial Qilin like you, it's nothing. Nieli faintly smiled. Hearing Nieli's words, the celestial Qilin's figure slightly paused. It rolled its eyes. Nieli's words were indeed somewhat tempting. For the celestial Qilin, there was indeed some temptation. Dowsett's brows tightly knitted. He felt that there was a problem with this. What if the celestial Qilin schemed against him? He glanced at Nieli. Nieli looked extremely confident, as if he had a card up his sleeve. Therefore, Nieli didn't raise the doubts in his heart. All right, I agree to your conditions. The celestial Qilin readily agreed. Then give me some of your blood first. Nieli said, What do you want my blood for? The celestial Qilin frowned. Without your blood, how am I going to form the soul seal? Nieli faintly said. The celestial Qilin paced back and forth as it coldly said, Are you lying to me? I've never heard of such a soul seal that can turn the physical body into a void. Just because you don't know about it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. There are millions of secret techniques in this world, and there are many things that you don't know about. Nieli shrugged. Don't think that I don't know that you want to plot against me. In any case, I won't give my blood to you. The celestial Qilin snorted. Unless you can think of another way, the celestial Qilin's blood was extremely precious as it contained their secret technique. Under normal circumstances, the celestial Qilin's physical body was extremely powerful, and it was very difficult for them to break through. Therefore, it was very difficult for ordinary people to obtain the celestial Qilin's blood. The celestial Qilin also wouldn't easily hand over its blood to others. The celestial Qilin possessed spiritual wisdom and was extremely cunning. How could Nieli not know that the celestial Qilin was deliberately being perfunctory? The reason why the celestial Qilin agreed so readily was probably because it wanted to form a soul seal with Dowsett to escape. Then it would look for an opportunity to harm Dowsett and regain its freedom. Nieli was already prepared in his heart. Therefore, he wanted to obtain the celestial Qilin's blood to restrain the celestial Qilin. However, the celestial Qilin was extremely cunning. It probably felt that Nieli had other intentions, so it wasn't willing to hand over its blood. Since that's the case, then we can't come to an agreement, Nieli said as he looked at the celestial Qilin with interest. So what if we can't come to an agreement? In any case, I won't give my blood to you. The celestial Qilin coldly snorted. What can you do to me? At most, I'll just stay here. You want me to become your demon spirit? Dream on. If I can break free from these chains, none of you will be able to escape. I'll tear all of you to shreds. The celestial Qilin relied on its powerful strength and didn't place Nieli and company in its eyes at all. It constantly spat out lightning from its nose. If it wasn't for the array on the chains, the lightning alone would be enough to turn Nieli and company into ashes. Nieli, if you really can't do it, then forget it. Dowsett said to Nieli when he felt the terrifying aura from the celestial Qilin. Their current strength was still too weak, so they might not be able to do anything to the celestial Qilin. Nieli shook his head and said, It wasn't easy to find a celestial Qilin. No matter what, I have to help you obtain its demon spirit. Nieli looked at the celestial Qilin in front of him and slightly narrowed his eyes. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for using other methods to force you to submit. The celestial Qilin angrily stomped its feet and said, "Humph, ignorant humans. You want to force me to submit? What a joke. This daddy has killed at least hundreds of thousands of humans at your level. Even if this daddy is trapped here, what can you do to me?" "You're the one who said it," Nia Li coldly snorted. Since the celestial Qilin had slaughtered so many humans, he wouldn't be polite anymore. He glanced at Duan Jian and said, "Duan Jian, give me some of your blood." Yes, Duan Jian didn't have the slightest hesitation. He opened his mouth and bit his arm. Fresh blood immediately dripped down. Although Duan Jian's physical body was very strong, and it was hard for external objects to break through, it was still very simple for him to use his own teeth to bite. He quickly collected a basin of fresh blood. Nieli held the basin of Duan Jian's blood and continuously drew mysterious inscription patterns on the ground. These mysterious inscription patterns surrounded the celestial Qilin in a circle. "What kind of inscription patterns are these?" Lu Piao and the rest asked curiously. "Duan Jian's blood contains the powerful power of the black flames. These inscription patterns can gather a portion of the black flames in this pagoda here," Nieli said. When he finished the last stroke, waves of terrifying black flames rapidly gathered in this direction. As the black flames gathered more and more, the celestial Qilin anxiously paced around when it felt this terrifying burning power. It was most afraid of the black flames in this pagoda. This was also the reason why that person had trapped it here. The blazing black flames continuously roasted the celestial Qilin. The temperature grew hotter and hotter. This kid actually managed to gather the black flames. Then it would be in for a rough time. As the temperature rose, the celestial Qilin breathed out scorching hot air. However, it was impossible for it to surrender to that kid so quickly. At this moment, somewhere in the 9th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands, a group of people were sitting and chatting in an exquisite courtyard. There was a spring in front of the table that reflected the scene inside the black infernal tower. This group of people knew everything that was happening inside the black infernal tower like the back of their hands. Xiao Yu, who was standing behind a black-robed expert, lowered her head and whispered into the black-robed expert's ear, "Father, you didn't believe me when I said that this person's comprehension of the Tao of inscription patterns has already surpassed mine. Do you believe me now?" This person's comprehension of the Tao of inscription patterns is indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, his talent is outstanding. The black-robed expert lightly nodded his head. He raised his head and glanced at the 6 people in front of him, only to see that they were also looking down with rapt attention. "Envoys, you guys didn't manage to pick a single person in the previous rounds. I'm sure everyone is satisfied with the geniuses this time, right? However, don't forget our agreement. The first disciple will be chosen by our Hagami Myunmyun first." The black-robed expert lightly smiled as he continued. "This time, our 6 major sects fought against the Yaoshan sect under the jurisdiction of the ancestral demonic Saint Land. Our Hagami Myunmyun suffered the most losses, so I hope everyone can take care of us." The 6 people in front of the black-robed expert exchanged glances. Among them, a beautiful woman wearing a white silk dress smiled and said, "We'll naturally abide by our previous agreement. All of us came from the tiny world. Although we belong to different sects, there's no need to treat each other as outsiders. Outsiders weren't able to enter the tiny world. Only people like them, who had left the tiny world, could enter and exit freely. However, the various sects of the Draconic Ruins realm had never stopped recruiting talents from the tiny world. This group of people were the special envoys responsible for recruiting talents." Chapter 246. Although these people belonged to different sects in the Draconic Ruins realm, since they all came from the tiny world, they had formed a small group. A white-bearded old man sighed as he continued. The tiny world's demon beast clan was instigated by the Yaoshan sect to slaughter all the humans and other life forms in the origin world. In the past tens of thousands of years, there were only a few geniuses that appeared in the origin world. Only the dreamy cloud world and a few other dimensional worlds have produced a few geniuses. However, compared to the sects that we're in, it's simply a drop in the bucket. The black-robed expert smiled as he continued. The Draconic Ruins realm is vast and boundless, with countless lesser realms that we can recruit. We don't have to worry too much about it. Even if the Yaoshan sect is powerful for the time being, if our sects work together, they might not be able to take advantage of us. That's right. The white-bearded old man sighed and did not say anything else. I wonder which one the master of the nether realm likes more. The beautiful woman smiled as she looked at the black-robed expert. This black-robed expert was the nether master who controlled the nether realm. Everyone thought that the nether realm only had one pinnacle expert, the nether master. However, that was not the case. The nether master was only in charge of making an appearance. Behind the nether realm, including the nether master, there were 7 supreme experts. These experts from the 7 clans continuously recruited geniuses from other clans and recommended them to the Hagami Myunmyun and the other divine sects. Hearing the beautiful woman's question, Xiao Yu couldn't help but look at the nether master beside him. He was looking forward to the nether master's answer. The nether master pondered for a moment before saying, "It's that youth called Nieli, right?" Oh, a trace of astonishment flashed past the absolutely beautiful woman's eyes as she said, "Although that youth called Nieli has a deep understanding of inscription patterns, in terms of talent, I'm afraid he's inferior to that white-clothed youth. That white-clothed youth's talent is quite extraordinary. According to my guess, he probably possesses the legendary supreme physique." The other 5 powerhouses were also a little puzzled. Indeed, in their opinion, the white-robed youth was the best choice. If the master of the nether realm doesn't want that genius, then it will benefit our Heavenly Note sect. The absolute beauty charmingly smiled. The master of the nether realm's voice was calm without a trace of emotion. You don't necessarily have to choose the most talented. I feel that this youth isn't bad. She didn't know why the master of the nether realm would choose that youth. However, they did not doubt the master of the nether realm's judgment. The white-haired elder glanced at the absolute beauty and smiled. Next up is the Heavenly Note sect's turn. Is Lingyan going to choose that white-clothed youth? If I don't choose him, can everyone let me choose 2 people first? The beautiful young woman called Ling Yun pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes were filled with charm. Oh, the Heavenly Note sect is not going to choose that white-clothed youth? The rest looked at Ling Yun. They all thought that Ling Yun would definitely choose that white-clothed youth. After all, isn't that youth's talent the strongest? I'm already so old. I'm worried that people will gossip if I choose a handsome young man as my disciple. I feel that the 2 little girls by that young man's side are pretty good. Why don't you give those 2 little girls to me?" Ling Yun said with a smile that was like a flower. "With 2 female disciples, I can occasionally say some intimate words. Ling Yun really knows how to plan. 1 for 2, it's not a loss." The white-haired elder smiled. "However, since Ling Yun has this intention, it won't be good for us to refuse. It seems that the white-clothed youth will belong to our Divine Cloud sect. I want the one with the Black Dragon bloodline." Inside the Black Infernal Tower, Nia Li and the rest didn't know that all of their actions had been seen by someone else. Those people had already divided up their group of people. As time passed, the celestial Qilin gradually couldn't endure the roasting of the raging flames any longer. It started to curse, Little bastards, fight me if you have the guts. See if I don't tear you apart, you sons of the asterisk cheese. You don't dare to fight me head on, and only know how to play dirty. The celestial Chelan constantly cursed. I've never seen a divine beast with such a foul mouth. Dowsett gloomily said, did he really want to subdue this foul-mouthed celestial Chelan? He really didn't know how this celestial Chelan grew up. Which human did it learn so many profanities from? However, Nieli didn't care. He wanted to subdue this celestial Chelan first. After all, it wasn't that easy to find a celestial Chelan in other places. The celestial Chelan continued cursing for over an hour before it finally stuck its tongue out in a parched state. The terrifying black flames continued to burn as if they were trying to cook it. Although it possessed an extremely powerful physical body, the black flames in the tower weren't ordinary flames. Let's continue our cultivation. We'll be able to see a roasted celestial Chelan soon. Nieli appeared to be very calm. The celestial Chelan finally couldn't endure the terrifying flames any longer. It finally gave in and said, Brat, how about we discuss the conditions again? Give us a portion of your blood first. Nieli indifferently glanced at the celestial Chelan. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. The celestial Chelan angrily snorted and said, you want me to give you my demon blood? That's impossible. If I'm really burned to death by the black flames, then don't even think about obtaining my demon spirit. I'll definitely explode my demon spirit before I die. You're most welcome. Nieli shrugged his shoulders and said, it's fine if I don't have your demon spirit. You've killed so many humans. Killing you today can be considered enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Although it's a pity that I won't be able to obtain your demon spirit. I heard that everything on the celestial Chelan is a treasure. Demon scales, demon palms, demon whiskers, demon penis, and so on. I heard that the celestial Chelan's demon penis is really nutritious. Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning couldn't help blushing as they secretly spat. Nieli was really too vulgar. Lu Piao's eyes lit up as she hurriedly moved to Nieli's side and said, is the demon penis really nutritious? How do you eat it? Stew it? Braise it? Xiao Shui glanced at Lu Piao and said, if there's a demon penis, it can indeed nourish Lu Piao. Hearing Xiao Shui's words, Nieli, Dowsett, and the rest looked at Lu Piao with strange gazes as they held back their laughter. Lu Piao was stunned for a moment before she immediately understood something. Her face flushed red as she said, don't misunderstand. I definitely don't have that problem. I'm not going to eat this demon penis. You guys can eat it. Hearing Nieli's words, the celestial Chelan felt a chill in his crotch. He couldn't help clamping his hind legs together as he cursed, you bunch of despicable and shameless people. I'm so angry. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Lu Piao slightly narrowed her eyes as she looked at the celestial Chelan and said, sure, you can detonate the demon penis and demon spirit before you die. Hearing Lu Piao's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Lu Piao's move was really too ruthless. The celestial Chelan's face turned black. Why did it have to encounter such a group of hooligans? Thinking about how it would die, and its demon penis would be stewed, the celestial Chelan's mood couldn't even be described as depressed. A divine beast like it had actually fallen to such a state. But it was underage. But it was locked here. Otherwise, how could it have ended up in such a sorry state because of Nieli's group? Back in the day, it had slaughtered countless experts, including many demigod rank experts. As long as it killed 1 million, it would be able to use its killing intent to refine its inner core and step into the heavenly fate realm. However, it was beaten up by a hooligan crazy old man and locked in this black infernal tower. Then, it never saw the light of day as it was burned by the black flames. Now, Even Nye Li's group of brats had started to bully it. It was truly a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog when it fell to the plains. When the celestial Qilin recalled the pitiful scene of its demon penis being stewed after its death, it finally admitted defeat and lowered its voice. I admit defeat. Let's renegotiate the conditions. There's nothing to discuss. Hand over your demon blood first. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss. Lu Piao arrogantly pointed at the celestial Qilin. All right, I can give you my demon blood, but you have to remove this inscription pattern array first. The celestial Qilin panted. Sure. Nye Li removed the inscription pattern array and stared at the celestial Qilin. The celestial Qilin's eyes turned and asked, "What are you going to use to store it?" "Use this." Nye Li took out a basin from his interspatial ring and tossed it over. The celestial Qilin knew that Nye Li could continue activating the inscription pattern array at any time. After a brief consideration, it bit its left foreleg and dripped a drop of demon blood into the basin. The demon blood is here. How are you going to arrange soul seal? The celestial Qilin probed. I have to use the demon blood to arrange a soul seal on your body. Nye Li replied, Since you want to arrange a soul seal on my body, why don't you come over? The celestial Qilin was ecstatic, but it remained calm and collected. Of course I will come over. However, you have to kick that basin of demon blood over first. The celestial Qilin's demon blood is good stuff. Once your body transforms, there won't be that much demon blood left. Let's collect a few more basins first. Nye Li said. How could he not know what the celestial Qilin was planning? The celestial Qilin wanted to wait for him to go over and then seize him. That won't do. Our demon blood is very precious. How can you do this? The celestial Qilin said indignantly. It didn't understand what Nye Li was planning, so it didn't dare to hand over the demon blood. Lu Piao glared at it and snorted, Hurry up and kick the demon blood over. Otherwise, you don't want your demon whip anymore. The celestial Qilin was extremely depressed. It hated it the most when people used its demon whip to threaten it. The celestial Qilin swept a glance at Nye Li and the others. In the end, the celestial Qilin could only admit defeat and kicked the basin of demon blood away. The basin of demon blood landed between Nye Li and the celestial Qilin. It was about 3 meters away from the celestial Qilin. The celestial Qilin raised its head and glanced at Nye Li and the others. I accidentally kicked it too lightly. I can't reach that place anymore. You guys can take it yourselves. Chapter 247. Nye Li raised his head to look at the celestial Qilin and narrowed his eyes. The celestial Qilin was crafty and cunning. With its control over its power, it definitely wouldn't make such a small mistake. The celestial Qilin was only trying to bait them. Isn't this a simple matter? Lu Piao took out a leather whip and lashed it at the pot of demon blood in an attempt to pull it over. At this moment, there was a sudden crackling sound, and the leather whip was instantly shattered into pieces. The celestial Qilin revealed an imperceptible sneer and pretended to be innocent. There's a prison locking array set up within a 3-meter radius around here. I'm not sure about the situation either. Everything within a 5-meter radius was under its control. How could it let Nye Li and the others obtain the demon blood so easily? Nye Li, the celestial Qilin, is doing this on purpose. Plume Flame reminded Nye Li. I know. Nye Li nodded. How could he not know the celestial Qilin's little trick? Nye Li looked at the celestial Qilin and smiled. Since that's the case, I can only take it myself. Nye Li slowly walked in the direction of the celestial Qilin. Nye Li, be careful. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning couldn't help but remind him. It was extremely dangerous to approach the celestial Qilin. Don't worry, Nieli knows what he's doing. Dowsett smiled. He understood Nieli too well. How could Nieli fall for such a little trick? Nieli slowly walked over. He was 7 meters away from the celestial Qilin, 6 meters. Seeing that Nieli was about to enter its territory, the celestial Qilin couldn't restrain its joy. However, a brief moment later, Nieli stopped 5 meters away from the celestial Qilin. He didn't take another step forward as he raised his head to look at the celestial Qilin. The celestial Qilin's pupils constricted slightly. Nieli's intention was very obvious. He was telling the celestial Qilin not to play any tricks. Nieli had already seen through all of its thoughts. The celestial Qilin snorted coldly. So what have you seen through me? I don't believe you can get my demon blood. At this moment, Nieli's body rapidly transformed into a fanged panda. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a yin-yang blast at the celestial Qilin. A black and a white light sphere flew towards the celestial Qilin. Humph! You finally couldn't help but make a move. You want to snatch my demon blood, but so what? The celestial Qilin snorted coldly. It opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning towards the yin-yang blast. Even if it was trapped here, it wouldn't be able to escape. His strength was not something an ordinary demigod could withstand. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the lightning struck Nieli's yin-yang blast. However, the yin-yang blast instantly exploded, and a powerful shockwave swept out. The instant the yin-yang blast exploded, Nieli threw out a draconic bomb. Then, he quickly merged with the shadow devil demon spirit and charged towards the demon blood. You want to snatch my demon blood? Dream on. Since you're here, don't even think of leaving. The celestial Qilin coldly snorted. It opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning. At the sight of this, Yi Ziyun and the rest couldn't help but feel their hearts in their mouths as they executed their spells. Icicles and wind blades flew towards the celestial Qilin in an attempt to hold it back. Boom, boom, boom. When these attacks landed on the celestial Qilin's body, they only felt like tickles. They didn't cause any damage to the celestial Qilin. The celestial Qilin's physical body was too powerful. Roar. The celestial Qilin madly roared and spat out lightning. However, at this moment, a draconic bomb flew over and landed in the celestial Qilin's mouth. With a boom, the draconic bomb exploded. However, the celestial Qilin's physical body was too powerful. It was only pushed back a few steps by the draconic bomb. Nieli was as fast as lightning. He scooped up the demon blood with his right hand and threw it towards Dowsett and the rest. At the sight of this, the celestial Qilin furiously roared. Countless lightning bolts bombarded the area where Nieli was standing. Although Nieli had thrown the demon blood away, he could only dream of escaping. As for Nieli himself, he could only dream of escaping. As the incomparably dense lightning bolts were about to land on Nieli's body, Nieli could feel the power tearing his body apart. Boom, boom, boom. The devastating lightning bolts swept across, forming a terrifying thunderstorm that engulfed Nieli's figure. Humph, that kid must have fallen for it. The celestial Qilin sensed that it was impossible for Nieli to escape under such circumstances. Everyone's hearts were in their throats when they saw Nieli being engulfed by the thunderstorm. This terrifying thunderstorm wasn't something that Nieli could withstand at his current state. The celestial Qilin didn't intend to kill Nieli in one blow. The thunderstorm merely knocked him unconscious. Nieli was clearly the leader of the group. As long as it could control Nieli, it wouldn't have to worry about the others not obediently submitting to it. The thunderstorm surged violently before finally calming down. However, when the celestial Qilin focused its gaze, It saw that the ground was empty. How could this be? The celestial Qilin furiously raised its front hooves and stomped down heavily. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of thunderstorm energy bombarded indiscriminately. It wanted to search for Nie Li's position, but it discovered that it couldn't sense Nie Li's presence at all. A brief moment later, Nie Li's figure slowly appeared 7 meters away. Earlier, when the celestial Qilin attacked him, Nie Li used the void form combat skill and entered the void form state. Therefore, the celestial Qilin wasn't able to attack him. How did you escape? The celestial Qilin looked at Nie Li, its heart filled with unwillingness. You don't need to know that. Nie Li lightly smiled. The shadow devil demon spirit was a special type of demon spirit. It was extremely rare, and many of its combat skills were unknown. Although this celestial Qilin had lived for a long time, it didn't seem to know much about demon spirits. At the very least, it didn't know about the shadow devil demon spirit. Nie Li, we've obtained this basin of demon blood. What are we going to do with it? Lu Piao asked as she held the basin of demon blood and looked at Nie Li. Give it to me. Nie Li lightly smiled. He took the basin of demon blood from Lu Piao's hands and started drawing inscription patterns on the ground. Mysterious inscription patterns covered the ground. Seeing these inscription patterns, the celestial Qilin angrily paced back and forth. It looked at Nie Li and asked, "You won't go back on your words, right?" Could it be that after Nie Li obtained the demon blood, he still wouldn't let it go and still wanted to kill him? Of course we won't go back on our words like you. We'll use your demon blood to set up an inscription pattern array. We can trap you and prevent you from plotting against us. We'll use your demon blood to write a soul seal on you and douse it. From today onwards, your body will void form and merge with Dowsit's soul realm. However, don't even think about plotting against Dowsit. The soul seal on your body must be removed by Dowsit. Only then can you regain your freedom. You'll have to obediently protect him from now on. Nie Li said. For Dowsit's safety, Nie Li had no choice but to take some precautions. What if he dies an unnatural death? The celestial Qilin grumpily said, I don't know about that. In any case, this is the current situation. Nie Li shrugged his shoulders. The celestial Qilin was depressed. However, when a tiger falls to the plains, it would be bullied by a dog. What could it do? It could only obediently accept its fate. Nie Li's conditions were quite generous. After all, a human's lifespan wasn't long. When Dowsit dies, he should be able to regain his freedom, right? After all, a person's death was like an extinguished lamp. As long as it didn't offend Dowsit, there was no reason for Dowsit to not release it after his death. All right, it's a deal. I'll do my best to protect him. However, if his lifespan is really about to run out, you must let me go. The celestial Qilin pondered for a moment. If it was trapped here, it would be slaughtered and eaten once it matured. In comparison, lowering its head and following a human for 100 years wasn't something unacceptable. Dowsit stood there proudly and said in a serious tone, I, Dowsit, have always been a man of my words. As long as you follow me for 50 years, I will let you go no matter what I do. All right, the celestial Qilin readily agreed. In comparison, it felt that Dowsit was much easier to deal with than Nie Li. It could see that Dowsit was a more honest person. Nie Li could finally rest assured when he saw the celestial Qilin lowering its head. Dowsit's future achievements would definitely reach an astonishing level after fusing with the celestial Qilin. Even if it was only 50 years, it would be more than enough for Dowsit. After all, Dowsit was cultivating the supreme cultivation technique that Nie Li had taught him, the celestial Qilin technique. In the tiny world, Nie Li could control the majority of the situation within the legend rank. However, if he were to head to the Draconic Ruins realm, the situation there would be much more dangerous than the tiny world. Even if he had cultivated to the heavenly fate realm and possessed many fate souls, it would still be easy for him to lose his life. At that time, Nieli might not be able to take care of Dowsett and the rest. Therefore, Nieli hoped that he could help Dowsett and the rest increase their strength in order to deal with the dangers that they might encounter in the future. Nieli's enemy was the Sage Emperor, who wielded overwhelming power. Facing such an enemy, Nieli didn't dare to slack off. He had to start from the beginning and perfect his plan to deal with the Holy Emperor. In this life, Nieli couldn't walk the same path as he did in his previous life. Although his strength was astonishing in his previous life, he was still a loner. In this life, he wanted to let his friends grow up. The inscription patterns on the ground blossomed with dazzling light and formed into inscription pattern chains that bound the celestial Qilin, causing it to be unable to move. Only then did Nieli walk to the celestial Qilin's side. Using the celestial Qilin's demon blood, he continuously drew soul seals on the celestial Qilin's body. Nieli dipped his finger in the demon blood and placed it on Dowsett's forehead. Suddenly, a bright light burst out from Dowsett's forehead. The demon blood on the celestial Qilin's body also burst out with light and covered its entire body. Its body slowly turned illusory and gradually became translucent, then transparent. Finally, with a whoosh, it turned into a stream of light and shot into Dowsett's forehead. In an instant, 2 divine lights blossomed from Dowsett's eyes. The divine lights contained all kinds of concepts of lightning and flames. It had a kind of breathtaking might. "It's done." Nieli lightly smiled. Now that Dowsett has subdued the celestial Qilin, his strength will definitely have a significant increase. Chapter 248. Every increase in strength of their companions would increase their chances of survival when they head to the Draconic Ruins realm in the future. "Let's go. Let's try going up another floor," Nieli said after a brief thought. The others should have already headed to the higher floors of the Black Infernal Tower, so they could also go up and take a look. When Yi Zian, Xiaoning, and the rest were on the 3rd floor, they were still very relaxed. The only ones who felt a little pressure were Lu Piao and Xiao Shui. However, Lu Piao and Xiao Shui were still able to persevere, so they should be able to go up another floor. Everyone continued to head up the stairs. At this moment, on the 9th floor of the 9-layered Deathlands, when they saw Nieli subdue the celestial Qilin and integrate it into Dowsett's body, becoming Dowsett's demon spirit, the Nethermaster, Ling Yun, and the other experts all had shocked expressions on their faces. The Nethermaster's eyesight is indeed extraordinary. The inscription pattern he used seems to be some kind of secret soul seal. It should only exist in the Draconic Ruins realm. Even people of our level can't come into contact with it. I wonder where he obtained it from. Ling Yun's eyes were filled with curiosity. Just how many secrets does this brat, Nieli, have hidden on his body? The other experts also inwardly muttered. Although Nieli's talent wasn't as good as the white-clothed youth, the methods he had displayed were extremely shocking. The Nethermaster glanced at the gray-clothed, middle-aged man beside him and lightly smiled. "I still have to congratulate Brother Tian Hun. The youth beside you has integrated with the celestial Qilin. The celestial Qilin will definitely transform his bloodline and turn him into a peerless genius." The expert called Tian Hun was naturally overjoyed. Although the celestial Qilin in the Black Infernal Tower had yet to mature and couldn't form an inner core, once it was integrated into Dowsett's body, it would definitely turn Dowsett into a peerless genius. Before, he didn't think highly of Dowsett, but now Dowsett's position in his heart was a little different. Tian Hun cupped his hands and laughed. "Haha, it's all thanks to you. In the Draconic Ruins, Realm Master and disciple were one. Once someone betrayed their master, they would be labeled as a traitor by the various divine sects and be hunted to death. Once the master-disciple relationship was established, if the disciple shined brightly in the future, then the master would also bask in the light and obtain an extremely high position in the divine sect. That was why these super experts were fighting over disciples. Although they were supreme existences in the tiny world, their positions in the draconic ruins realm weren't that prominent in the various sections. The master of the nether realm looked at Nia Li's back and revealed a faint smile. I wonder what other surprises this youth will bring me. Fourth floor of the Black Flame Tower. Currently, there were only slightly more than 10 people on this floor. Songming, Mu Yi, and Hua Hua were all present. However, the pale-faced, white-clothed youth was still present, but it wasn't on this floor. Could it be that the white-clothed youth had already made his way to the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower? When Nia Li and the rest arrived, Songming had just retracted his gaze from the staircase. His eyes were still filled with unwillingness. This time, he came to the master of the Nether Realm's disciple selection to be number 1. However, he had personally witnessed someone ascend to the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. He had wanted to go up countless times, but he had always been forced back by the scorching black flames. In other words, his soul's tenacity was far inferior to the other parties. Just when he was about to give up, Nia Li and the rest arrived at this moment. He furrowed his brows for a moment. He couldn't go to the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. The more people on the 4th floor, the more mediocre he would seem. Hua Hua and Mu Yi opened their eyes and glanced at Nia Li and the rest before retracting their gazes. They were also unable to enter the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. Everyone on the 4th floor of the Black Flame Tower was a competitor on the same level, not to mention that there were so many of them, causing them to be shocked. Just where did this group of people come from? Why haven't I seen them before? After arriving at the 4th floor of the Black Flame Tower, Lu Piao, Xiao Shui, Wei Nan, and the rest could no longer hold on. Dao Zit, Yi Ziyun, and Xiao Ning all seemed to have some energy left, but they couldn't go any higher. Only Nia Li, Plume Flame, and Duan Jian were left, and they looked relatively relaxed. The entire 4th floor of the Black Flame Tower was filled with black flames, causing Lu Piao and the rest to feel like their bodies were boiling. You guys stay on this floor for now. I'll go to the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower with Sister Plume Flame. Nia Li looked at Dao Zit and the rest, then glanced at Duan Jian. Duan Jian, stay on the 4th floor and protect them. Yes, Duan Jian replied respectfully. Nia Li raised his head and glanced at the spiral staircase. Could there be other things hidden on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower and higher floors? Nia Li, be careful, everyone said with concern. I understand. Nia Li nodded and walked toward the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. Seeing Nia Li's actions, Songming snorted. How can the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower be so easy to reach? Previously, when he was walking up the spiral staircase, every time he went up a step, he felt that the power of the black flame was several times stronger. When he reached the 6th step, he retreated. The others also tried, but none of them could surpass Songming. Nia Li stepped onto the 1st step and instantly felt a wave of heat assaulting his face. He raised his head to take a look. It seemed that the 5th floor of the Black Infernal Tower wasn't going to be easy to reach. When Nia Li was about to head to the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower, almost everyone on the 4th floor of the Black Flame Tower looked over. They all wanted to see what level Nia Li could reach. They didn't think that Nia Li could reach the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. So far, only that monstrous young man in white could do it. The others were too far behind. Under everyone's gaze, Nia Li walked up the stairs step by step. The second step, the third step, with every step he took, Nieli felt a terrifying pressure on his face. The black flames surged. He didn't know how the young man in white managed to get up there. Was the resilience of that person's soul really that strong? What Nieli didn't know was that the demon lord had experienced the pain of his soul being burned every day. The resilience of his soul had already reached an unimaginable level. In addition, the demon lord had a supreme physique in this life, so the black flames were nothing to the demon lord. Nieli slightly furrowed his brows. Since someone could reach the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower, he couldn't be any weaker. When they saw Nieli walk up step by step, Song Ming and the others all stared at him. When Nieli reached the 5th step, they were already extremely shocked. They didn't expect Nieli to continue. The 6th step. The 7th step. Song Ming's eyes flashed with a deep dissatisfaction. To think that there were 2 people whose souls were far more resilient than his. He had always been regarded as the #1 genius of Nether City, but he couldn't understand why. Where did these 2 people come from? He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of defeat in his heart. Mu Yi and Hua also revealed curious expressions. They didn't know where Nieli and that young man in white came from, but their talents were actually so shocking. As Nieli walked forward step by step, he constantly tempered his state of mind. With every step he took, he seemed to enter a profound realm that constantly absorbed the power of the black flames. As for Plume Flame, God Knees. To Plume Flame, God Knees. Entering the Black Infernal Tower was simply too happy. She cultivated the law of fire, so the surrounding black flames seemed to be sucked into a bottomless whirlpool. As long as she had enough law of fire, Plume Flame Godney's divine body would continuously grow stronger. Big Sister Plume Flame, do you know who left this black infernal tower here? Nieli asked as he looked at Plume Flame Godney's. There were still many things he didn't understand about the black infernal tower. Plume Flame Godney's thoughts were distant, as she said, "Speaking of which, the history of the Black Infernal Tower is even older than the 9-layered Deathlands. In an extremely ancient time, there were 2 experts who comprehended the legendary boundless mysteries. In order to fight for something, they engaged in a great battle that even the spiritual gods didn't dare to participate in. These 2 peerless experts seemed to have suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was said that one of them died, and the other was injured. This black infernal tower was a treasure left behind by them. When this treasure fell, the entire plain turned into a land of raging flames. Boundless mysteries. Nieli furrowed his brows. Could those 2 experts be Kong Ming the Great's disciples? In order to fight for Kong Ming the Great's inheritance? No one has been able to move this black infernal tower. Later on, some spiritual gods made use of it and turned it into a training ground. Plume Flame Godney's said, "As for the celestial Qilin, I have no idea who locked it here." Nieli nodded his head as he understood. To possess strength that even the spiritual gods feared, the strength of Kong Ming the Great's inheritors was indeed extraordinary. There were a total of 5 Kong Ming the Great's inheritors. If one was dead, wouldn't that mean that there were only 4 left? However, there was also a piece of bad news. Although one had died, it meant that the other one had become even more powerful. That's because the 5 inheritors of Kong Ming the Great had been killing each other. If they killed the other inheritors, they would be able to obtain their boundless mysteries. A light flashed through Nieli's mind as he recalled the crazy old man in the Abyss Prison realm. That crazy old man was most likely one of the inheritors. From time to time, he would wander around the ancient tablet and recite that mantra 3 times. He might have already discovered that Nieli was also one of the inheritors. As for why the other party didn't kill him, Nieli thought of a possibility. His current comprehension of the boundless mysteries was still too low. Therefore, there was no value in killing him. Take the celestial Qilin, for example. A young celestial Qilin simply didn't have any value in killing him. However, once it matured and formed an inner core, it would become a priceless treasure. Thinking about it, Nieli couldn't help sweating. So he had unknowingly stepped into a trap. I'm still worthless to you right now. However, I'm afraid that you will regret it in the future. A profound light flashed through Nieli's eyes. It looked like he had to head to the Draconic Ruins realm as soon as possible to increase his strength. Fifth floor of the Black Flame Tower. When Nieli stepped onto the fifth floor, his gaze fell onto the white-clothed youth who was cultivating in the middle of the fifth floor. The white-clothed youth seemed to have sensed something as he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Nieli. Neither of them said a word, aside from Plume Flame Godnies, who was hiding in Nieli's sleeve. There were only the two of them on the fifth floor of the Black Flame Tower. Chapter 249. Nieli could sense the terrifying and bizarre aura coming from the other party. A surge of energy surged towards him, even more powerful than before. His opponent's cultivation must have increased after arriving at the fifth floor of the Black Flame Tower. Just when Nieli was about to sit down and cultivate, the white-clothed youth suddenly burst forth. Countless black chains shot towards Nieli from all directions. He's going to attack without saying a word. Feeling the chains descending, Nieli quickly leaped away. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever Nieli's feet landed, it was instantly bombarded by the chains. Streams of black flame energy continuously exploded. The Black Infernal Tower was extremely sturdy, so when the chains bombarded its surface, sparks flew in every direction. Nieli constantly leaped away, dodging the storm-like attacks. While still in the air, his body began to transform. He turned into a fanged panda and shot out yin-yang blast from his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. The entire fifth floor of the Black Flame Tower was engulfed by the violent energy. I never thought that we would meet here. The bewitching youth coldly smiled, but his attacks did not stop. I'm also a little surprised, Demon Lord. Nieli coldly snorted as he stared at the Demon Lord. So you've already guessed who I am. The Demon Lord said as his hands rapidly formed seals. His body rapidly transformed into a 5-meter-tall, 8-armed giant demon. He brandished his fist towards Nieli's direction. His fist energy contained the law of hell. If I can't even guess this, then wouldn't I be an idiot? When Nieli saw the Demon Lord's demon spirit, he was startled. He never thought that the Demon Lord would actually fuse with an extremely rare 8-armed black hell demon. This kind of creature only appeared in the Abyss Prison realm. It's extremely powerful and mysterious, with many terrifying combat techniques. Even Nieli didn't know much about it. Nieli could feel the Demon Lord's control over the law of hell. He had already comprehended it to an extremely shocking level, and was only a step away from becoming a spiritual god. Boom, boom, boom. The energy of the law of hell continued to explode, suddenly exploding around Nieli. That terrifying impact ruthlessly bombarded Nieli's back, blasting Nieli away. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Nieli's mouth. His internal organs felt like they were about to explode. He flew to the wall and roared at the sky. The laws of light and darkness quickly condensed, forming two huge balls of light, one black and one white. Tenfold yin-yang blast. So. The black and white spheres intertwined as they flew towards the Demon Lord's 8-armed dark fiend. As the two spheres of light collided, a terrifying explosion resounded. The terrifying might instantly engulfed the Demon Lord. Even Nieli was caught in the terrifying might of the yin-yang blast. A tenfold yin-yang blast could even kill a demigod rank expert. Is he dead? Nieli crossed his arms in front of his chest, resisting the incoming impact. Raising his head, he wasn't sure if the demon lord was dead or not. After all, he didn't have a clear understanding of the demon lord's strength. Before the terrifying might of the Inyang blast could subside, the enormous 8-armed dark fiend suddenly appeared beside Nieli. Its speed was so fast that Nieli couldn't react in time. 2 of the 8-armed dark fiend's hands grabbed onto Nieli's right leg and smashed him onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The 8-armed dark fiend's strength was boundless as it continuously smashed Nieli onto the ground. This terrifying force was simply unstoppable. Nieli felt as though his internal organs were about to shatter. Nieli's body rapidly shrunk and reverted back to his human form. With 2 puffs, a pair of black and white wings sprouted from his back. He also condensed the law of death into a pair of huge white bone gauntlets that blocked the 8-armed dark fiend's attack. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 figures turned into afterimages as they continuously exchanged blows on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. The terrifying shockwaves continued to wreak havoc. If it wasn't for the Black Infernal Tower being sufficiently sturdy, it would have long been destroyed by this violent force. I admit that your talent is indeed shocking. Furthermore, you've actually comprehended 3 types of law energy. However, compared to my supreme physique, you're still too lacking. You're destined to not be my opponent. The demon lord furiously roared. In his 8-armed dark fiend form, his entire body turned scarlet and his strength rose to another level. Nieli felt a terrifying pressure. This demon lord was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever faced. With his current strength, he still wasn't a match for the demon lord. 10,000 soul lock. The demon lord furiously roared as he raised his fist and punched towards Nieli. There seemed to be countless ghosts wailing on the surface of his fist as a terrifying pressure bore down on Nieli as though it could crush everything into powder. Nieli's heart trembled. This force was simply too powerful. He immediately circulated the law of death and condensed several bone walls in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The bone walls shattered layer by layer. Nieli tried to find an opening in the demon lord's body, but the demon lord was simply too powerful. His control over his strength had also reached the point of perfection. It wasn't something that Nieli could match up to. Sensing that Nieli wasn't a match for him, Plume Flame Godniece, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally couldn't help but take action. With a wave of her hand, several firewalls were condensed in front of Nieli. In addition to that, countless fire chains coiled towards the demon lord like giant snakes. The demon lord's myriad soul lock shattered Nieli's bone walls and collided with Plume Flame Godniece's firewalls. Only then did the demon lord's figure slow down a little. Sensing the countless fire snakes coiling towards him, the demon lord brandished his 8 arms and grabbed at the fire snakes. Asterisk bang, 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 bang. Asterisk, your helper is finally willing to show himself. The demon lord retreated a few steps as a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Nieli wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although Nieli still had a life-saving method and wouldn't be killed by the demon lord, Nieli didn't have the slightest chance of winning if the battle continued. The demon lord was simply too powerful. Furthermore, Nieli could sense an extremely powerful demonic energy hidden within the demon lord's body. If that energy was unleashed, it would be extremely terrifying. Plume Flame Godniece flew in the sky as she coldly stared at the demon lord. She was prepared to fight with all her might. However, Plume Flame Godniece couldn't help feeling a little solemn in her heart. Even she wasn't sure if she could defeat the demon lord. The demon lord's body constantly shrunk as he returned to his original appearance. He glanced at Nieli and said, "From this battle, I can at least confirm that you're not a spiritual constellation expert. I don't know what methods you use to reach your current cultivation and knowledge, but it has piqued my interest. I'm not in a rush to kill you today. I want to see what level you can reach in the future. From the very beginning, the Demon Lord had no intention of killing Nia Li. He only wanted to probe Nia Li's strength. Whether you can kill me or not is still a question. Nia Li's brows twitched as he spoke without showing any weakness. Although his current strength was only in the legend realm, he had grasped countless secret techniques that could stimulate his potential to the extreme. He still had some capital to contend with the Demon Lord. However, Nia Li still wasn't sure how many trump cards the Demon Lord had hidden. Thus, there was no need for him to risk his life at this moment. "Oh, you're pretty confident." The Demon Lord narrowed his eyes as his gaze swept past Nia Li's body. Truth be told, although Nia Li's strength was slightly inferior to his, he could sense that Nia Li still had many hidden cards up his sleeves. This was also the reason why he gave up on killing Nia Li. His cultivation was still at the most crucial point, so there was no need for him to waste his time on some unnecessary people. The Demon Lord swept a glance at Plume Flame Godniece, who was floating in the air. If he had guessed correctly, this petite woman should be a spiritual god that had reconstructed her divine body. Her strength was also immeasurable. "I'll head to the Draconic Ruins realm first," the Demon Lord thought inwardly. The situation on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower was in a deadlock. Nia Li and the Demon Lord were cultivating on their own. Although there was a trace of enmity between them, neither of them made a move for the time being. Under such circumstances, it would be even more difficult to comprehend the selfless state. At this moment, on the 9th floor of the 9-layered Deathlands, the Nethermaster and the others were chatting. Tian Hun smiled as he said, "The talents of these two are extraordinary. Even the demon spirits they've integrated with are extremely powerful. It looks like it'll be hard to determine who's stronger." "I'm afraid that's not the case. The white-clothed youth should be a little stronger, but the other one isn't weak either." Ling Yun slightly knitted her brows. She could tell that both Nia Li and the Demon Lord were holding back. Xiao Yu listened from the side. Ever since he had discovered Nia Li, he had felt that Nia Li wasn't an ordinary person. He felt that if Nia Li and the Demon Lord continued to fight, it would be hard to determine the outcome. Ever since he was young, he had been cultivating with his father in Hagami Myunmyun. This was the first time that he was curious about someone from the tiny world. "I never thought that Plume Flame would also appear." Ling Yun smiled. Tian Hun took a sip of tea and lightly said, "Plume Flame is only the lowest grade spiritual god. She probably doesn't know about the Draconic Ruins realm, right?" Among the 7 of them, aside from the Nethermaster, the others had never appeared, not even during the battle of spiritual gods. It was likely that Plume Flame and the other spiritual gods didn't even know of their existence. The Nethermaster pondered a while and said, "Although Plume Flame is the lowest grade spiritual god during the battle of spiritual gods, even the attacks of so many experts were unable to destroy her soul. In the end, she could only be suppressed in the Black Spring. She's one of the human spiritual gods that the Demon Beast clan is most worried about. I'm thinking if we should let Plume Flame follow us into Hagami Myunmyun to take a look." The others lightly smiled as they said, "You can make the decision on this matter." At this moment, the master of the Nether Realm suddenly sensed something. His grayish-black eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. "A guest has arrived in our Nether Realm. I'll go meet him," the Nethermaster said as his body turned into black smoke and quickly disappeared. "A guest?" Xiao Yu glanced in the direction where his father disappeared. He was a little puzzled. Just who was the guest that his father was talking about? She glanced at the other 6 experts and saw that they all had a cold expression on their faces. Could it be that they were? Chapter 250. In the 8th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands, a dark cloud shrouded over. The layers of pressure made one feel suffocated, causing the golden armor god's servant to take several steps back. Shortly after, a mysterious energy extended towards the black, infernal tower. This energy was filled with terrifying killing intent. Just as this energy extended towards the black, infernal tower, a formless energy bombarded it. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, a terrifying explosion resounded throughout the entire 8th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. Zhu Long, since you're already here, why didn't you greet me? The Nether Master appeared out of thin air as he stared ahead. Within the dark cloud, a handsome man slowly appeared. He stood in the air as his body emitted a faint white light, like a red candle in the darkness. Ming, I never thought that we would meet again so soon. The man called Zhu Long by the Nether Master had an expression as cold as an unmelting ice. His brows looked as if they were carved by a knife. I wonder what business you have with me. The Nether Master stood in the air with an indifferent demeanor. Ming, back then, when you sheltered those humans who entered the Nether Realm, our demon race didn't bother with you. It wasn't because we were afraid of you, but because we didn't want to hurt our friendship. I know that Hagami Myunmyun is standing behind you. In the battle of the spiritual city in the Draconic Ruins realm, the Yaoshin sect defeated Hagami Myunmyun. You should know the severity of this matter. Do you still want to continue fighting with our demon race in the tiny world? No matter how intense the battle outside is, what does it have to do with us? This is the tiny world. We don't care how powerful the Yaoshin sect is. In any case, the people from the Yaoshin sect can't enter. At the very least, in the Nether Realm, I have the final say. The 9-layer Deathlands have long been under the jurisdiction of my Nether Realm. No matter how intense the battle between the demon race and human race is in the origin world, it has nothing to do with me. However, in the Nether Realm, no matter how powerful your demon race is, you still have to obediently follow the rules of the Nether Realm. The Nether Master disdainfully glanced at Zhu Long. Zhu Long looked at the Nether Master and coldly snorted, "And if I don't comply, then I can only chase you out." The Nether Master's face was hidden under the black cloak. There was no joy or sorrow to be seen. The boundless power of law in the Nether Realm surged like a storm, giving off a suffocating pressure. The Master of the Nether Realm had been operating in the Nether Realm for tens of thousands of years. The density of the law of Nether here was tens or even hundreds of times that of other places. Here, the Master of the Nether Realm was the absolute ruler. Ha ha ha! Zhu Long laughed wildly. Ming, you are still as arrogant as before. But things were different now. If you still refuse to come to your senses, then don't blame me for being impolite. As long as you hand over Plume Flame, who's hiding in the Nether Realm, I won't pursue this matter any further. Otherwise, Zhu Long, you dare to spout such arrogant words in my Nether Realm? Just who is the more arrogant one here? The Nether Master coldly stared at Zhu Long. The law energies of both sides had already begun to clash. The entire 8th floor of the 9-layer Deathlands was filled with two frightening law energies. The collision of the law energies created an explosion that engulfed the entire Nether Realm. Your cultivation has increased quite a bit since the last time we fought. The corner of Zhu Long's mouth curled into a cold smile. Around him, the boundless law of ice transformed into countless ice dragons. They roared as they charged towards the Nether Master. You too. The law of Nether around the Nether Master transformed into millions of black spears that shot towards Zhu Long. Boom, boom, The entire 8th floor of the 9-layer Deathlands was filled with earth-shattering devastation. The ground was engulfed by terrifying explosions. Some of the 8th floor's demonic beasts were unable to dodge in time and were engulfed by the terrifying explosions. In the entire 8th floor of the 9-layer Deathlands, only the Black Infernal Tower remained standing. The golden-armored divine, servant responsible for guarding the Black Infernal Tower, had already been suffocated by the aura of the 2 apex powerhouses the moment they had appeared. When the explosion had engulfed the tower, the golden-armored divine servant had already felt suffocated. His entire body was blasted away, the golden armor on his body shattered, and his entire body was covered in wounds. Whether it was Julong or the Nethermaster, both stood motionlessly in the air. They had merely used their law energy to resist. The law of ice covered the entire world in a thick layer of frost. In an instant, the 8th floor of the 9-layer Deathlands had turned into a world of ice. The Nethermaster continuously pressed down on the Nethermaster. The Nethermaster slightly knitted his brows. The law of Nether gathered together only took up a third of the space. The speed at which Julong's strength increased had far exceeded his expectations. The current him, he was no longer Julong's opponent. Suddenly thinking of something, the Nethermaster stared at Julong and said in a deep voice, "You've already condensed 7 lotuses." "That's right. Nether, if you're willing to submit to me, the tiny world will belong to the 2 of us. However, if you continue to resist pointlessly, then I'll have no choice but to eliminate you," Julong coldly said. "You've condensed 7 lotuses. Within the tiny world, there's indeed no one who can match up to you. However, it won't be that easy for you to control the tiny world." The Nethermaster coldly snorted. "Haha, don't tell me you can still cause any waves?" Julong wildly laughed. He suddenly sensed 2 other auras, and his face slightly changed. He stared at the Nethermaster and asked, "You're not the same person?" "Of course." The Master of the Nether Realm lightly said, "Fine, I admit that I've underestimated you. Since there's more than one of you, then I won't be able to do anything to you this time. I'll still say the same thing. As long as you hand over Yu Yen, we'll join hands and thoroughly control the tiny world. All the resources here will belong to us. If you're still stubborn, where can you run to after I subdue the spiritual gods of the other clans?" "Julong, you're still thinking too simply. Even if your cultivation is unparalleled within the tiny world, do you really think that you alone can control the tiny world? My nether realm naturally has its own means of self-defense. How could the other 2 ominous lands not have theirs? What experts from the Abyss realm and the Lava realm? Do you really think that you can control them? You haven't even been able to invade the Dream Cloud realm of the human race, let alone control the entire tiny world." The Nethermaster shook his head and smiled. "I can't be bothered to fight with you. There's no benefit to us anyway. As long as you don't step into the Nether realm, we'll mind our own business. If you do, then my Nether realm isn't without people." Julong deeply looked at the Nethermaster. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to bring Plume Flame back this time. He coldly snorted. "That woman, Plume Flame, will temporarily stay here with you. But sooner or later, I'll capture her and bring her back." After speaking, Julong's figure gradually disappeared without a trace. Feeling Julong's aura disappear, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of the Nethermaster's mouth. He had been injured during the confrontation of the law energy earlier. "Are you all right?" Ling Yun appeared by the Nethermaster's side. The Nethermaster shook his head and said, "Julong's strength is getting stronger and stronger. If I had known earlier, I would have gone all out to kill him. He's condensed 7 lotuses. I'm afraid that even if the 6 of us joined hands, we still wouldn't be able to deal with him. He doesn't know our depths and is worried that we're still hiding our trump cards. Therefore, he doesn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Otherwise, I'm afraid that he won't let this matter rest. Tian Hun also appeared by the Nethermaster's side. I never thought that his strength would already be this strong. I'm afraid that there's no one in the tiny world that can stop him. The other four didn't follow. Zhu Long might return, so it was best for them to not reveal too much of their strength for the time being. I died 3 times in the battle between Hagami Myunmyun and the Yao Shin sect. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been suppressed by him to this extent. The Nethermaster said in a deep voice, "We have to recover our strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, the tiny world will be under his control." The 3 figures disappeared into the vast sky. The 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower, the 2 people in confrontation seemed to be unable to enter a state of selflessness. After all, in a state of selflessness, it was very easy to be attacked. The Demon Lord stood up and glanced at Nieli and Plume Flame. At this moment, Nieli also opened his eyes and stared at the Demon Lord in front of him. He was on high alert, ready to fight at any moment. The Demon Lord lightly glanced at Nieli and asked, "Do you want to follow me to the 6th floor of the Black Infernal Tower?" A cold killing intent emanated from the Demon Lord's body. Nieli shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'll go." The Demon Lord calmly stood up and walked towards the 6th floor of the Black Infernal Tower. As the spiral staircase continued to spiral, Nieli could sense that the Demon Lord was having a hard time walking. The terrifying black flames were constantly pouring into the Demon Lord's body. Nevertheless, he moved steadily, step by step, towards the winding staircase. "Be careful, or you'll be roasted," Nieli suddenly said as the Demon Lord walked up. The Demon Lord's footsteps paused for a brief moment as he turned his head and coldly glanced at Nieli. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he continued to walk up. I gave him a kind reminder, but he treated it as malicious intent. What a boring person. Nieli closed his eyes and continued to meditate. Now that the Demon Lord had gone to the 6th floor, he could finally cultivate with peace of mind. Gradually, his mind drifted as he entered a mysterious realm. His soul slowly turned illusory, as if he was riding on the clouds. Vaguely, Nieli could see an egg floating in the air. This egg was covered in cracks and seemed to contain a profound energy that wanted to suck people in. Nieli could sense that this egg was hiding some kind of extremely terrifying and powerful creature. A profound and mysterious energy fluctuation was slowly spreading out. A bloodthirsty and murderous energy assaulted his senses. In his previous life, Nieli could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable. He understood that what he sensed at this moment was the hidden power of the creature within the egg's bloodline. Its ancestors had experienced countless massacres, so the aura of slaughter was left behind in this egg. Even Nieli felt fear from this aura of slaughter. He didn't know what kind of terrifying creature it would become if he were to hatch this egg. Chapter 251. Nieli retracted his consciousness and consciousness. After this cultivation session, Nieli was prepared to find a way to destroy the mysterious egg. From the bloody and murderous aura, he could feel that this egg was an extremely dangerous existence. Just as this thought emerged in Nieli's mind, he heard a cracking sound. The egg's eggshell cracked open. Nieli suddenly opened his eyes and hurriedly took out the mysterious egg. He saw that the eggshell had already cracked open rapidly, and a terrifying energy wave swept out in all directions. "Is it too late?" Nieli frowned. Plume Flame Godney's gaze also fell on the egg in Nieli's hand with a solemn expression. The eggshell cracked, and the terrifying energy wave subsided. A golden round head popped out from inside. Then, with a thud, a ball-shaped thing rolled out from inside. There was still some sticky liquid left on its body. Niali stared at this creature without blinking. This thing landed on the ground and stood up shakily. Its entire body was golden, and it had a big belly. As it swayed, it looked like a duck. There was a pair of small wings on its back, and its huge eyes were wide open. Gulp, gulp. This little thing waddled over to Niali's side and used its round head to rub against Niali. Then it looked innocently at Niali with its round eyes. Niali had just condensed 3 types of nomological powers and was prepared to kill it completely. However, when he saw this little guy's harmless eyes, he immediately stopped. This little thing doesn't seem to be as dangerous as he imagined it to be. Niali can still feel that his soul realm has a slight connection with it. When this mysterious egg hatched, Plume Flame Godniece was also shocked because the energy released was too strong. But when she saw this little guy hatching from this egg, Plume Flame Godniece was also stunned. Niali, what is this thing? Plume Flame Godniece could not help but ask. Niali sensed for a moment. He could not feel any energy wave from this little guy at all. Niali was a little suspicious. The egg hatched just now. Was it really it? Before the egg hatched, it had already absorbed a lot of Niali's nomological powers. Now, there was not a trace of energy wave. Gulp, gulp. The little guy called out to Plume Flame Godniece in a childish voice. Plume Flame Godniece's sharp gaze finally softened. This little guy doesn't seem to be a threat. Do you want to keep it? Niali's gaze fell on the little guy. When it hatched, Niali had indeed felt that terrifying and bloody murderous aura. But now, looking at its blank and confused look, Niali's heart softened a little. After all, that bloody murderous aura only came from its bloodline. It had just been born into this world, so it was not at fault. Moreover, from Niali's point of view, this was not something that could not be salvaged. As long as Niali used his own energy to transform it from the moment it was born and gradually reversed the bloodthirsty power in its bloodline, it should not become like its ancestor when it grew up. Then let's keep it. Niali had already thought of a transformation plan in his mind. Gulp, gulp. The little guy clearly did not understand what Niali and Plume Flame Godniece were talking about, and was in a daze. Looking at the little guy's adorable look, Plume Flame Godniece flew to its side and stroked its round head with her right hand. You will follow us from now on. Be good and listen to us. Understand? The little guy seemed to understand and nodded its head. Niali, look, this little thing seems to understand me. Plume Flame Godniece said with a little surprise. The little guy suddenly opened its mouth and bit Plume Flame Godniece's dress. With a ripping sound, a large piece of Plume Flame Godniece's dress was torn off. Plume Flame Godniece's dress was condensed from the power of laws. Ordinary people would not be able to tear it, but to this little guy, it was as if it was made of paper. Caught off guard by such an attack, Plume Flame Godniece's lower body was instantly bare. All that was left was a torn pink skirt, and the plump buttocks could be faintly seen in the torn area. Niali could not help but burst out laughing when he saw this. Plume Flame Godniece usually had a high and mighty look on her face, but this little guy had actually torn her dress. Fortunately, there was no one else here. Otherwise, Plume Flame Godniece would not be able to face anyone. Plume Flame Godniece's face immediately darkened. She leaped onto Niali's shoulder and quickly condensed a new dress. This pervert, let's just kill it. Plume Flame Godniece's voice was as cold as ice, filled with killing intent. Niali looked down and saw the little guy happily chewing and swallowing Plume Flame Godniece's dress. He could not help but laugh. Sister Plume Flame, I don't think it did it on purpose. It didn't know that it was your dress, and thought it was the power of laws. It seems like it lives by devouring energy. Plume Flame Godnies snorted. Although Nieli had seen her whole body previously, she had just condensed her divine body, so she could not blame others. But now her dress had been torn, and Nieli had seen her in such a sorry state. She had lost all her face. However, after hearing Nieli's words, Plume Flame Godni's expression softened a little. According to Nieli, the power of laws was food to this little guy, to this little thing. It probably didn't know what a dress was. Little guy, you can't tear a girl's dress. You understand? Nieli half squatted down and tapped the little guy's head with his finger. The little guy nodded as if it understood. Its round eyes darted around and landed on Plume Flame Godni's dress, which had just condensed. Then its eyes lit up and it squealed happily. Seeing this, Plume Flame Godnies could not help but clamp her slender legs together. Then she covered her dress as her expression changed. Under normal circumstances, a dress condensed from the power of laws could not be broken by many powerful weapons. Logically speaking, there was no need to worry about it being torn. But under the little guy's sharp teeth, it was as if it was nothing. Plume Flame Godnies was extremely depressed. Nieli spread his hands. There's nothing I can do now. It can't understand human language at all. Sister Plume Flame, it seems like you'll have to change to a normal dress from now on. Change to a normal dress? Plume Flame Godni's expression darkened. How could a normal dress be used in a battle between spiritual gods? It was destroyed in just one battle. Why don't you wear a normal dress and get a dress condensed from the power of laws? Nieli could not help but laugh. Just as Nieli and Plume Flame Godnies were talking, the little guy's round eyes searched around as if it was looking for food. Its stomach was rumbling. Then, as if it had realized something, it suddenly opened its mouth and sucked. The black flames on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower gathered crazily, forming a huge vortex. The little guy's stomach was originally flat. As it frantically sucked in the power of the black flames on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower, its stomach constantly bulged. After a while, all the power of the black flames on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower was sucked clean. The little guy instantly turned into a round ball. Its short wings patted its stomach, and after a burp, its face showed a hint of satiety. At this moment, it could not move at all and was rolling around like a ball. Seeing this scene, both Nieli and Plume Flame Godnies were stunned. This was the black flames on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. It was actually swallowed by this little guy. Nieli couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. This little guy was too frightening. It was simply a monster that devoured all energy. If it was already so terrifying at birth, what would it be like in the future? Nieli didn't even know if he could control it. The little guy rolled to Nieli's feet and rubbed against Nieli's feet, appearing extremely obedient. Nieli went silent for a moment. He felt a trace of soul force connection, and his heart softened. Forget it. I'll just continue with my modification plan. At this moment, on the 9th floor of the 9-layer Deathlands, the 7 powerhouses looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Just what kind of demon beast is that little guy? How could it be so powerful? It actually absorbed all the black flames on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. Tianhun's face revealed deep shock. The master of the Nether Realm slightly frowned and said, "We've never seen this creature before. I'm afraid it's not a demon beast, but a spiritual beast." Spiritual beast? Ancient bloodline. Ling Yun and the rest were slightly startled. However, after thinking about it, only a spiritual beast would have such an ability. Normally, once a spiritual beast is hatched by someone, it will automatically recognize its master. It will have a telepathic connection with its master and will never change its master. That youth's luck is really good. He actually hatched a spiritual beast. Even us old fellows can't even get a low-grade spiritual beast. Tian Hun said enviously. Even in the Draconic Ruins realm, spiritual beasts were extremely rare and precious. At this moment, Nieli slowly squatted down and lowered his head to look at the little guy. In fact, in his previous life, it wasn't that Nieli didn't have any spiritual beasts in the Draconic Ruins realm. He knew what kind of existence a spiritual beast was. Once a spiritual beast hatched, it would form an unbreakable soul connection with the spiritual beast. However, after Nieli hatched this little guy, although there was a faint soul connection, it wasn't unbreakable. Nieli felt that this creature wasn't as simple as a spiritual beast. Looking at the little guy's satisfied expression, Nieli couldn't help finding it a little funny. This little guy had a very high intellect. From now on, I'll call you Golden Egg. Nieli couldn't help laughing. Right now, this guy was as round as an egg. Furthermore, its entire body was golden. This name was quite appropriate. Chapter 252. Golden Egg. Plume Flame Godniece had a strange expression on her face. This name was a little strange. However, no matter what this little fellow's name was, Plume Flame Godniece wouldn't tease it anymore. The black flames on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower had all been sucked dry. It looked like they could only proceed to the 6th floor. Although a lot of black flames were surging over from the 4th and 6th floors, the black flames were still too thin. Big Sister Plume Flame, let's go to the 6th floor, Nieli said as he glanced at Plume Flame. Plume Flame, Godniece nodded. Since Golden Egg had absorbed all the black flames on the 5th floor, she was no longer able to cultivate. Thus, she could only proceed to the 6th floor. However, the Demon Lord was also on the 6th floor. Nieli hoped that there wouldn't be another fight. After all, if a fight broke out, their chances of victory would be very low. As Nieli walked towards the staircase leading to the 6th floor, he turned around and saw Golden Egg moving its fat body clumsily, slowly following behind him. It seemed that this little fellow was still somewhat reliant on him. Seeing Golden Egg's clumsy appearance, Nieli moved his right hand and gathered a trace of law energy to lift Golden Egg up and have it follow behind him. Although it was suspended in the air, Jeandon's short legs kept paddling as if it was walking. It had a leisurely and contented look on its face. Does this fellow still think that it's walking by itself? Nieli couldn't help but laugh, bringing Golden Egg and Plume Flame Godniece with him. Nieli followed the winding staircase and headed towards the 6th floor. The 6th floor of the Black Infernal Tower. When Nieli stepped into the 6th floor, his surroundings suddenly became vast and boundless. It was as if he was standing under a boundless sky. His surroundings were empty, and he couldn't see the Demon Lord's location. What's going on? Nieli furrowed his brows. He never imagined that the 6th floor of the Infernal Tower would be such a vast space. It seems to be an illusion. Plume Flame, Godniece frowned. In this vast space, there seemed to be countless powerful auras hidden, as if there were countless pairs of eyes. It was as if he was looking at them, causing their hair to stand on end. I don't care about that anymore. As long as I cultivate the selfless state of mind, I will be able to cultivate it. I'll pass the Nether Master's test, Nieli said as he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. Yu Yin stood by Nieli's side, ready to fight at any moment. She could vaguely sense that something was wrong. There was definitely something terrifying hidden in this space. As for Golden Egg, he was snoring and sleeping beside Nieli. Previously, Nieli had touched upon a trace of the state of selflessness. However, because he sensed the changes in Golden Egg, he stopped. If an ordinary person were to suddenly be interrupted in this state, it would be very difficult for them to enter the state again. However, Nieli seemed to be very familiar with it, and quickly found that familiar feeling. His soul floated and entered into a bizarre state. Nieli seemed to be able to see the vine slowly growing within his soul realm, the flower bud on the branch. It was pure and full, as if it would bloom at any moment. Just by quietly gazing at the flower bud, a beautiful feeling filled his chest, and his state of mind became transparent. Nieli entered a mysterious state. His body was constantly being tempered within the black flames. Traces of black impurities were secreted from his skin, which were quickly burned away by the black flames. Nieli's skin became increasingly fair, and his brows became more heroic. After an unknown period of time, Nieli was still immersed in this mysterious state. Time continued to pass. Suddenly, Nieli heard a vigorous voice. From the vast void, it was transmitted into his mind like a huge bell. Infinity has no beginning. No beginning can have no end. Nieli suddenly felt enlightened. A majestic force poured in from the top of his head. Nieli felt a powerful soul rushing into his soul realm, as if it wanted to completely occupy his soul realm. Nieli, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, frowned in pain. He felt that this soul came with ill intentions and was filled with murderous intent. Nieli felt that every part of his body was in pain, as if it was about to explode. I finally met another inheritor. After staying in this damn place for God knows how many years, I finally have the chance to see the light of day again. The soul laughed wildly and frantically bombarded Nieli's soul realm. One of the inheritors of Kong Ming the Great. This fellow wants to seize my body. Nieli coldly snorted. That fella is thinking too simple of him. He will definitely not let anyone bully him. Nieli immediately contracted his soul realm. 3 types of law energies gathered together and bombarded towards that soul force. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 types of law energies frantically collided with that soul force. Feeling Nieli's frantic resistance, that soul force lightly exclaimed, "You actually know how to contract your soul realm and use the law energies to resist. I never thought that you would have some ability at such a young age. However, it's impossible for you to resist me." That soul force suddenly split into several strands, dodging the bombardment of the law energies, and charged towards Nieli's soul realm. This fella is hard to deal with. Nieli frowned his brows for a moment. Without any hesitation, he urged the fanged panda and shadow devil demon spirit's powers to besiege that soul force. "Kid, where did you come from? Aside from comprehending 3 types of law energies, you've also integrated with 2 demon spirits." That soul force exclaimed. He felt that Nieli is much harder to deal with than an ordinary person. He's never seen anyone that can integrate with 2 demon spirits. In this world, only the heavenly god cultivation technique can integrate with 7 demon spirits at the same time. The number of people that know of this cultivation technique is few and far between. This soul force wants to take over Nieli's body. He can dodge the bombardment of the 3 types of law energies, but he can't avoid the 2 demon spirits. He has to thoroughly defeat the 2 demon spirits in order to truly take over Nieli's soul realm. Boom, boom, boom. That soul force and the 2 demon spirits crazily battled. Nieli felt that his soul realm was about to be shattered. This kind of terrifying collision isn't something that his soul realm can withstand. This soul force is simply too powerful. As time passed, Nieli felt that the 2 demon spirits were being pressured to the point that they couldn't breathe. Ha! This body is even better than I imagined. Since that's the case, it belongs to me, Kong Yen. Today, the soul madly laughed as it closed in on the 2 demon spirits. It was as if it wanted to drive the two demon spirits out of its soul realm. This soul force's name is Kong Yen. Old fart, get out of my soul realm now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Nieli coldly snorted and began to frantically activate the soul array, absorbing the soul force from Duan Jian and the rest, preparing to counterattack at any time. That soul force can feel Nieli's frantic resistance. However, in his view, this resistance is futile. Humph, impolite to me? You're overestimating yourself. Although this old man is only left with a remnant soul, it's still more than enough to deal with you. That soul force directly charged towards Nieli's soul realm. Nieli circulated all of his soul force, turning it into a sharp spear, and shot it towards that soul force. Boom, boom, boom. In Nieli's soul realm, the battle became more and more intense. Although that soul force is powerful, it can't gain any advantage over Nieli. I never thought that your control over soul force would reach such a shocking level. When that soul force spoke, its voice contained traces of shock and anger. Nieli's soul force can be retracted and released at will. Even if that soul force is several times stronger than his, he can still deal with it easily. Seeing Nieli's pained expression, Plume Flame Godnies can't help but frown. She can feel that Nieli's cultivation seems to have some problems. The surrounding power of law is extremely chaotic. She landed on Nieli's shoulder, wanting to see what's wrong with Nieli. How can this be? Plume Flame Godnies frowned. He's in a deadlock with that soul force. Suddenly, Nieli had some ideas. In his soul realm, there's something that even he himself is afraid of. That's the vine in the depths of his soul realm. Nieli immediately mobilized the vine and swept it towards that soul force. What the hell is this? How can there be such a thing in a person's soul realm? That soul force was speechless. Nieli's soul realm is too strange. It's too different from an ordinary person's soul realm. Seeing that the vine was sweeping towards him, that soul force bellowed, "Scram!" Then he mobilized a force and blasted it towards the vine. Boom! The force bombarded the vine, but the vine only deflected a little. Then it grew wildly and swept towards that soul force. Then it frantically absorbed the soul force's energy. Even Nieli doesn't know the origin of this vine. But if he underestimated it, the consequences would definitely be very serious. The vine wrapped around that soul force. That soul force suddenly let out a mournful scream as it was constantly being absorbed by the vine. He struggled nonstop, but the vine was like a maggot attached to a bone. Seeing that he was about to be completely absorbed by the vine, that soul force suddenly broke free and rapidly dissipated. This soul force escaped from Nieli's soul realm and ran wildly. A ray of light shot out from between Nieli's eyebrows. "Where do you think you're going?" Nieli suddenly opened his eyes. A divine light flashed in his eyes. His soul force condensed into a beam and swept towards that soul force. That soul force was severely injured and was no longer as strong as before. Plume Flame Godnies was observing Nieli's condition. Suddenly, she saw a ray of light shoot out from between Nieli's eyebrows and immediately understood what was going on. Just as she was about to help Nieli capture that soul force shot into her eyebrows with a swift speed. Plume Flame Godnies' pupils immediately became a little slack. Not good. Nieli didn't expect that the soul force would turn to Plume Flame Godnies after failing to deal with him. Although Plume Flame Godnies was a spiritual god at her peak, this soul force's strength when it was alive was much stronger than an ordinary spiritual god. Chapter 253. A pained expression appeared on Plume Flame Godnies' face, as though she was struggling fiercely. Sensing that something was amiss, Nieli immediately held Plume Flame Godnies in his hands. Plume Flame Godney's body was still the same size as before. Her exquisite body and delicate skin were filled with endless temptation. Her thin silk clothes were like nothing. However, Nieli wasn't in the mood to pay attention to that at this moment. He pressed his thumb on Plume Flame Godney's chest, and a trace of soul power bombarded Plume Flame Godney's soul realm. Plume Flame Godney's moaned, and her body squirmed uneasily. Nieli felt a strange sensation on his thumb. He could feel that Plume Flame Godney's was suffering from intense pain. There was probably an intense battle going on in her soul realm. Nieli pressed his thumb harder, and his thoughts directly bombarded Plume Flame Godney's soul realm. In her soul realm, that soul was engaged in an intense battle with Plume Flame Godney's soul. I didn't expect this old man to fall to such a state. I'm actually condescending to steal a woman's body. The soul called Kong, Yen said resentfully. If it wasn't for the damned vines in Nieli's soul realm injuring him, he definitely wouldn't have been interested in Plume Flame's body. After suffering such a heavy injury, he had no choice but to find a new body. Otherwise, his soul might be obliterated. He had no choice but to choose Plume Flame. However, he didn't expect that Plume Flame's resistance would be even stronger than he had imagined. The souls of both sides were engaged in a fierce battle in Plume Flame Godney's soul realm. However, Plume Flame Godney's soul was gradually at a disadvantage. After reconstructing Plume Flame Godney's godhood, her weakest part was her soul because it was currently incomplete. When the two sides clashed, Plume Flame Godney's soul suffered a crazy blow. After Nieli's soul force entered Plume Flame Godney's soul realm, he immediately launched an intense attack on that soul. However, he could only help Plume Flame Godney's. After all, they were inside Plume Flame Godney's body. Nieli's help was limited. Plume Flame Godney's was assisted by Nieli. He launched a counterattack against the soul. Damned bastard, you've actually been obstructing this old man. If this old man can be revived, I'll tear your body into pieces. That soul simply hated Nieli to the bone. If not for Nieli's obstruction, he would have already devoured Plume Flame Godney's soul. However, it won't be that easy to stop me. The soul suddenly turned into a thin needle and dodged Nieli's obstruction. It directly blasted into Plume Flame Godney's soul. Ha ha ha, you want to stop me? That's impossible. The soul let out a savage laugh. Not good. Nieli's expression changed. Once the soul blasted into Plume Flame Godney's soul, it would be a battle between their souls. Nieli would not be able to help at all. The soul's aura suddenly became extremely powerful. It completely devoured Plume Flame Godney's soul. Seeing this scene, Nieli's heart was in the air. He could feel it. He could feel that Plume Flame Godney's soul aura was becoming weaker and weaker. It was about to disappear. Nieli's heart was filled with deep sorrow. After all, Plume Flame Godney's had been with them for so long. She could be considered a friend of Nieli and the others. If her soul was taken away, she would be completely obliterated. Plume Flame Godney's frowned. She could feel the deep pain in her soul. Since a long time ago, she had gradually forgotten about human emotions. Those distant memories had already faded from her mind. But now, at this moment, when she was on the verge of death, suddenly, countless human memories surged out from the depths of her mind. She saw herself, who was still a child, running on the empty grassland, playing with her father and mother happily. She saw herself as a young girl, deeply in love with a boy, even though she did not even dare to lift her head to look at his face. All sorts of emotions that only humans should have. They came back to life in her mind. Human emotions are really meaningless things. You're going to die soon. What's the point of reminiscing about these things? Kong Yen laughed maniacally. He frantically devoured Plume Flame Godney's soul. Just as Plume Flame Godney's soul was about to be completely devoured, there was a sudden poof. Plume Flame Godney's soul ignited with a golden flame. The golden flame was tiny at first, but it gradually grew hotter and hotter. Ah! Kong Yen let out a shrill scream. The golden flame was not something he could withstand. It continued to burn his soul. The aura of Yu Yan's soul gradually grew from a trace of weakness to a powerful aura. You are. Kong Yan's face was filled with fear. His soul trembled uncontrollably. He turned around and tried to escape, but Plume Flame Godney's golden flame engulfed him completely. His soul was reduced to nothingness amidst his shrill scream. Nieli hurriedly withdrew his soul power when he sensed the blazing energy in Plume Flame Godney's soul realm. What's going on? Nieli did not understand what was going on either. The aura of Plume Flame Godney's soul finally recovered. She suddenly opened her eyes and gasped for air. Her clothes were already drenched in sweat. Although Plume Flame Godney's body was very small, her translucent clothes could not conceal her impressive figure. The collar of her clothes revealed her long, slender legs, which were as pure as a white jade sculpture. Nieli and Plume Flame Godney's eyes met. When he realized that Plume Flame had awakened, he was slightly stunned. He did not know who had taken over Plume Flame Godney's body. "Hurry up and let go of me." Plume Flame Godney's looked a little embarrassed after a moment. She was currently in Nieli's grasp. Nieli's thumb was pressed against her chest. Her ample breasts were slightly deformed by Nieli's thumb, which made her even more alluring. Nieli was stunned when he saw Plume Flame Godney's expression and posture. His hands loosened, and he did not regain his senses for a long time. Plume Flame Godney's expression and posture were too different from before. However, this should be Plume Flame Godney's. If it were Kong Yen, it would not be like this. Nieli scratched his head, a little confused. Plume Flame Godney's flew up and landed on Nieli's shoulder. The blush on her face had not yet faded. She said, "That soul was burned away by my natal flame." Plume Flame Godney's did not tell Nieli about the changes in her heart. Oh, Nieli could sense that the soul had indeed been burned away. However, Plume Flame Godney's was acting a little strange. After thinking about it, he let it go. Nieli continued to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Plume Flame Godney's sat on Nieli's shoulder, unable to calm her thoughts for a long time. She raised her head and looked at the firm outline of Nieli's face. Her eyes flickered, and she raised her head to look into the distance. She sighed. She could see from the depths of her memories that she did not come from this world. Just what was her background like? Where did she come from? Plume Flame Godney's decided that once she recovered her peak strength, she would head to the distant world to search for her background. If there was anything she was worried about, it would be the youth beside her. She wondered how much this youth would grow one day. Nieli quietly sat cross-legged. For 3 days, he gradually entered the selfless realm from the selfless realm. His cultivation also rose rapidly from 1-star legend rank to 2-star legend rank. 7th floor of the Black Infernal Tower. This was an extremely narrow space. The demon lord quietly sat cross-legged by himself. He had already entered the selfless realm a long time ago. Within the 7th floor of the Black Infernal Tower, a mysterious energy entered his body. Gradually, a small clump formed in his soul realm. That was a person's fate soul. Only by cultivating a fate soul could one truly step into the heavenly fate realm. He had already touched the threshold of the heavenly fate realm. He suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing the boundless power of the black flames into his stomach. His abdomen immediately swelled up like a frog before quickly deflating. He frantically devoured the black flames of the 7th floor at a speed even faster than Nieli's golden egg. After entering the selfless realm, time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. On the 10th day, after the test ended, the experts of the various races within the Black Infernal Tower turned into streaks of white light and disappeared. In an exquisite courtyard on the 9th floor of the 9-layered Deathlands, Nieli and the rest appeared in the courtyard out of thin air. What is this place? Nieli looked around. Yi Ziyun, Xiaoning, Duanjian, and the others were also present. As far as his eyes could see, the courtyard was decorated with carvings and painted rafters. The garden was in full bloom, creating a beautiful scene. It made him wonder if he was still in the 9-layered Deathlands. Brother Nieli Ning, we meet again. Xiaoyu smiled as she greeted them from the side. Xiaoyu, why are you here? Xiaoning, was slightly stunned. Nieli's gaze swept past Xiaoyu and landed on the 7 experts behind Xiaoyu. These 7 experts were dressed differently, and each of them exuded a frightening aura. Nieli's heart pounded wildly at this scene. These experts had all reached the heavenly fate realm. He never thought that there would be so many powerful experts in the nether realm. Seeing Xiaoyu with this group of people, Nieli's heart trembled. Among this group of experts, one of them should be the master of the nether realm. At this moment, Tsangming, Mu Yi, Hua, and the others were still in shock. The demon lord, on the other hand, appeared a little indifferent. His gaze swept past the experts as the corner of his mouth revealed an undetectable smile. After waiting for so long, he could finally head to the Draconic Ruins realm. The black-robed expert's gaze swept past Nieli and the others as he slowly said, "Hello, I am the master of the nether realm that you've been talking about." Chapter 254. Hearing the words of the black-robed expert, everyone was slightly shocked in their hearts. This black-robed expert was the legendary master of the nether realm, Plume Flame, who was hiding in Nieli's sleeve, also felt the aura of the master of the nether realm and his group. Her heart was filled with shock. So there were actually so many experts in the nether realm. 7 of them had even reached the spiritual god realm. Xiaoyu, you, and the master of the nether realm are. Xiaoning, couldn't help asking in a low voice. Xiaoyu looked at Xiaoning, and lightly smiled as she explained, "The master of the nether realm is my foster father. He treats me like his own child." So Xiaoyu's origins were so shocking. No wonder Xiaoyu had once said that no one in the nether realm could touch him. The master of the nether realm looked at everyone and lightly smiled. "You are all geniuses that we have handpicked from the nether realm. Perhaps you still don't know anything about the future, but from today onwards, you will come into contact with a whole new realm. The place that we are currently in is called the Tiny World. It is only a small part of the Draconic Ruins realm. The legend rank that you speak of is only the beginning of cultivation. Above it are the Heavenly Fate, Heavenly Star, Heavenly Axis, Tao of the Dragon, and Martial Ancestor realms." Hearing the master of the nether realm's words, Tsangming and the rest revealed deep shock in their eyes. So, the tiny world was only a small world. There was an even larger world outside. There were still so many realms above the legend rank realm. The master of the nether realm continued. Within the Draconic Ruins realm, there are many divine sections. These are all super forces that have existed for countless years. Any one of these sects could easily annihilate all the experts of the tiny world. The reason why the tiny world can maintain its current state is because it was created by a supreme expert. No one from the outside can enter. The passage between the tiny world and the outside world opens once every 5 years. Only those of us who came from the tiny world can enter and exit as we please. In his previous life, Nieli had entered that passage and arrived at the Draconic Ruins realm, coming into contact with a whole new world. Hearing the master of the Nether Realm's words, Tsangming, Mu Yi, Hua Hua, and the rest all had strong expectations for the Draconic Ruins realm. What kind of world was that? The 6 experts over here are the same as me, experts born in the tiny world. You guys have been chosen as disciples by these experts. If you agree to establish a master-disciple relationship with them, they will take you to the Draconic Ruins realm to join the various sects and come in contact with higher-grade cultivation techniques. Become a peerless expert. The master of the Nether Realm swept his gaze across the crowd. This kind of temptation was something that no cultivator could resist. Once the soul seal was placed, the master-disciple relationship would be established and extremely stable. In the Draconic Ruins realm, deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors was the most intolerable matter. Dowsett whispered in Nieli's ear, "Nieli, are we going to the Draconic Ruins realm?" Nieli nodded his head. He swept a glance at the Demon Lord and said, "We definitely have to go to the Draconic Ruins realm. Otherwise, we won't have enough strength to protect Glory City in 5 years." If they didn't go to the Draconic Ruins realm and the Demon Lord went instead, then when the Demon Lord returned 5 years later, destroying Glory City would be as easy as lifting his hand. But are we going to bid farewell to our parents? Lu Piao's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. The master of the Nether Realm should give us some time, right? Nieli said after pondering a while. The master of the Nether Realm seemed to have heard the discussion of Nieli and the rest. He lightly smiled and said, "Before heading to the Draconic Ruins realm, I will give you guys a few months to reunite with your families. Furthermore, if you have any unfulfilled wishes in the tiny world, we will do our best to help you fulfill them." At this moment, Song Ming stepped out from the side, bowed, and asked, "Esteemed sir, I would like to ask, who will be our master? Do you want us to choose a teacher?" The master of the Nether Realm shook his head and said, "Your teacher has already been confirmed. If you don't want to be his disciple, you can return." Hearing the master of the Nether Realm's words, Song Ming immediately shut his mouth. They didn't have the right to choose. Indeed, for an expert of that level to be willing to accept them as a disciple, it was already a great gift. They all felt a little uneasy, not knowing what their teacher would be like. Yi Ziyun, Dowsett, Xiao Ning, and the rest were a little nervous. With so many of them, they would probably be assigned to different teachers. Wouldn't that mean that they would have to be separated? Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning simultaneously raised their heads to look at Nieli. After all, it was the distant Draconic Ruins realm. They didn't know what they would encounter. Once you've become my disciple, your master will explain the situation of the Draconic Ruins realm to you in detail. However, what I want to say here is that no matter which divine sect you go to, you are all people of the tiny world. As humans, you cannot forget your roots, and even more so, you cannot betray your master. Otherwise, we will use all our strength to personally annihilate you. The master of the Nether Realm's gaze swept across everyone. Feeling the frightening chill in his gaze, everyone immediately nodded their heads in agreement. The beautiful woman behind the master of the Nether Realm pointed at Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Shui with a gentle smile on her face. You come here? From today onwards, you are my disciples." Compared to the other experts, this beautiful woman was much more amiable. Since Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Shui could follow this woman, Nieli felt a lot more at ease. Very quickly, each expert found 3 disciples. Among them, Daozit, Huahua, and Songming were assigned to follow a blue-haired expert. Duan Jian, the demon lord, and Mu Yi were assigned to the same group. Nia Li, Lu Piao, and a 20-year-old demigod, rank expert, were assigned to the same group as the master of the Nether Realm's disciples. Although the soul seal had a binding effect on the disciple, it also had an effect on the master. In the Draconic Ruins realm, anyone who had formed a soul seal would have a very stable master-disciple relationship. The master would definitely not harm the disciple. Therefore, Nia Li calmly formed a soul seal with the master of the Nether Realm. The Nether Master looked at everyone and said, "In the next 3 months, you can bid farewell to your families. Once the passage to the Draconic Ruins realm opens, you will head to the various major sections." He gave a deep glance at Nia Li's sleeve. Nia Li also understood that the Nether Master would definitely notice Plume Flame, who was hidden in his sleeve. However, the Nether Master only took a glance and didn't say anything. The Nether Master glanced at Nia Li and the other 2 and said, "From today onwards, the 3 of you will call me Master." Nia Li took a step forward and cupped his hands. "Lord Master, before we head to the Draconic Ruins realm, I have a request. I wonder if Lord Master will agree to it." "What request?" the Nether Master asked. "I come from a place outside the Nether Realm called Glory City. During the time that I'm not around, I hope that Lord Master will do his best to protect Glory City." Nia Li respectfully said. He decided to be honest with the Nether Master. Since their master-disciple relationship has already been established, the Nether Master should be willing to help him. After all, to the Nether Master, protecting Glory City isn't a difficult matter. "Oh, Glory City?" When the Nether Master heard Nia Li mention Glory City, he wasn't surprised in the slightest. Instead, he gave a profound smile and said, "Of the human cities in the origin world, not a single one survived. Why is Glory City still standing and not destroyed by the demon beast horde? Do you think that just by relying on a few experts, Glory City is able to stand until now? Rest assured, an old friend once entrusted me with this task. As long as I'm here, no ordinary person can touch Glory City." An expert once entrusted the Nether Master with the protection of Glory City? Nia Li was stunned for a moment. After thinking about it for a moment, he realized that it was indeed true. Glory City has experienced so many disasters and yet still managed to survive. This is simply an inconceivable matter. So it turns out that there's someone protecting it from the shadows. What made Nia Li curious is, who was the expert that entrusted the Nether Master with the protection of Glory City? If that's the case, then why was Glory City destroyed in his previous life? Could it be that in his previous life, the Nether Master, Nia Li's heart was filled with doubts? However, the Nether Master was being secretive and didn't seem to be willing to talk about it. Therefore, Nia Li didn't continue asking. It seems that these mysteries can only be solved in the future. At the end of the apprenticeship ceremony, everyone formed a soul seal with their master. Xiao Yu lightly smiled towards Nia Li and said, "If you go to the Hagami Myunmyun of the Draconic Ruins realm, I'll have to ask Brother Nia Li to take care of me." "It's more like I'm asking you to take care of me." Nia Li shrugged his shoulders. Previously, when he didn't know of Xiao Yu's identity, Nia Li still had his guard up against Xiao Yu. But now that he knows of the relationship between Xiao Yu and the Nether Master, the fear he had for Xiao Yu finally disappeared. However, Nia Li still disapproved of Xiao Yu's effeminate behavior. "Then we'll meet again in 3 months." Xiao Yu smiled. 3 months from now, everyone will be heading to the Draconic Ruins realm. These 3 months will be the last time they'll be staying in the tiny world. The next time they return to the tiny world will be 5 years later. After the ceremony ended, all the chosen geniuses bid farewell to the 7 experts and returned to their respective families. Nieli, are we going back to Glory City? Dowsett asked as he looked at Nieli. The trip to the Draconic Ruins realm would take at least 5 years. Everyone was waiting for Nieli's reply. Nieli pondered for a brief moment, then said, "Of course we'll return to Glory City. However, before that, we have to go to a place first." "What place?" Everyone looked at Nieli in doubt. "The Desert Palace," Nieli said with a distant gaze. Before heading to the Draconic Ruins realm, they had to go to that place first. The Desert Palace? When everyone heard this name, they were stunned for a brief moment. They had no idea where the place that Nieli was talking about was. Why would Nieli go there? Chapter 255. On the east side of the Saint Ancestral Mountains, there was a vast and boundless desert. Nieli and his group entered the boundless desert. When the wind blew, the endless yellow sand covered the sky and covered the earth, shrouding the entire world. The environment here is extremely harsh, with all kinds of demon beasts appearing from time to time. It's extremely dangerous. The origin world is vast. In his previous life, when Glory City was destroyed, the residents of Glory City first escaped to the Heavenly Fate Plateau, then headed east. Under the pursuit of the snow-wind demon beasts, they passed through the entire Saint Ancestral Mountains and entered the endless desert. Along the way, countless people fell. Nieli still remembered that after entering the endless desert, Yi Ziyun died under the attack of demon beasts in order to save him. Nieli originally wanted to follow her, but Yi Ziyun's last words were for him to protect the remaining clansmen. But later on, as they headed east into the depths of the desert, people fell one after another. In the end, only Nieli was left, and he stepped into the desert palace. Now that he thought about it, everything in his previous life seemed to be arranged by fate. Standing in the middle of the desert, Nieli's eyes were moist. Countless scenes flooded into his mind. He thought of how he met Yi Ziyun and how they went through life and death together. It was Yi Ziyun who started the transformation of his life. From a timid youth with an inferiority complex, he gradually transformed into a firm and strong youth. "Nieli, you're crying?" Xiao Ninger noticed Nieli's expression and asked in puzzlement. Nieli wiped the tears off his face, looking at Xiao Ninger's beautiful face, and then at Yi Ziyun, who was quietly staring at the endless desert. Nieli sighed and said, "Ninger, in a person's life, there will always be some things, some people. Although they might only appear in your life for a short period of time, they will become a memory that you can never erase. You will live for that memory for the rest of your life. That memory, no one can replace it. Those who have seen the ocean are not water. Those who have not seen Mount Wu are not clouds." Nieli murmured, deep in thought. Looking at Nieli's absent-minded look, Xiao Ninger didn't know why. A trace of pain flashed through her heart. She vaguely understood what Nieli meant. "However, Nieli, do you know that you are also a memory that I can never erase from my life? If they were destined to go to the Draconic Ruins realm, they were destined to be separated. I will live for this memory for the rest of my life. No one can replace this memory." Tears welled up in Xiao Ninger's eyes. Although her heart was aching, a smile blossomed on her face. "Nieli, why are you suddenly saying such irrelevant things? How far is the desert palace you mentioned? Let's hurry." When she finished speaking, Xiao Ninger turned around and walked forward. Amidst the yellow sand, Xiao Ninger's pretty figure looked a little lonely. Looking at Xiao Ninger's figure, Nieli couldn't help sighing in his heart. He walked forward. When he reached Yi Ziyun's side, he realized that Yi Ziyun was blankly staring at the endless desert with her brows tightly knitted. No one knew what she was thinking. "Ziyun, what's wrong?" Nieli asked as he looked at Yi Ziyun in puzzlement. Xiao Ninger was also curiously looking at Yi Ziyun. Yi Ziyun had a blank expression on her face. Her brows were tightly knitted, as if she was trying her best to recall something. However, she couldn't remember anything. I feel weird. Why is it that when I entered this desert, my heart would ache? My heart would ache, and some fragments of memories would enter my mind. Among these memories, I would feel a dull pain. Within these memories, there was happiness, sadness, and pain. I don't know what's wrong with me. Yi Ziyun shook her head. Hearing Yi Ziyun's words, Nieli felt a rumble in his head, as if he was struck by lightning. This is too weird. Yi Ziyun clearly stayed in Glory City from the moment she was born. She stayed in Glory City and did not step into the endless desert. But why would she have such a feeling when she stepped into the endless desert? Can you remember anything? Nieli held onto Yi Ziyun's shoulder and anxiously asked. Yi Ziyun blankly shook her head and said, I don't know whose memories they are. Why would they appear in my mind? I can't figure it out. These memories seem to be of us being chased by a group of demon beasts. Nieli looked at Yi Ziyun in shock. Why would Yi Ziyun have memories of her previous life? What's going on? Could it be that Yi Ziyun was reborn? No, without the temporal demon spirit book. How could Yi Ziyun be reborn? Nieli felt more and more that all of this is mysterious. There's definitely a huge secret hidden within. He looked at Yi Ziyun's beautiful face and anxiously asked, Can you remember anything else? Yi Ziyun frowned her brows as she tried her best to think. She was completely immersed in her memories. Looking at the fragments of her memories, her body seemed to produce a strange feeling. She could vaguely see her clothes slowly slipping off her body. Under the illumination of the moonlight, her body was like a white jade sculpture. She happily walked towards her lover. The person in front of her is Nieli. Nieli's hands gently caressed her body. A numbing electric current flowed through her body. Nieli carried her up. Under the moonlight, Nieli's firm face made her heart palpitate. She's deeply in love with him. The two of them, who are in love, can't wait to rub each other into their bodies. A strange feeling spread throughout her body. She couldn't help letting out a soft moan. However, at this moment, Yi Ziyun suddenly remembered that those were just some scenes that she saw. Her face instantly turned red. Nieli anxiously looked at Yi Ziyun. However, he saw Yi Ziyun's red cheeks. Her pretty face and rosy lips made people want to take a bite. Yi Ziyun was still deep in her thoughts. Nieli was worried that something might happen to Yi Ziyun. He approached Yi Ziyun, trying to find something from Yi Ziyun's clear and charming eyes. Yi Ziyun was deep in her memories. That charming scene made her heart palpitate. When she opened her eyes, she suddenly saw Nieli's face in front of her. She screamed and slapped him. There was a crisp "pa" sound. Rogue, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Yi Ziyun hurriedly broke free from Nieli's hand, turned around and left, her head almost touching her chest. Being slapped by Yi Ziyun, Nieli was stunned for a moment. He didn't do anything. If you're talking about being a hooligan, Yi Ziyun stripped naked in his room that night. That's the real hooligan. Hearing that sound, Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest turned their heads and looked at Nieli in doubt. Nieli, what did you do to Goddess Siyun? Lu Piao looked at Nieli with a weird expression. Although Goddess Siyun is already your fiancé, you don't have to be so horny. Nieli was depressed. He obviously didn't do anything. He also didn't know what happened to Yi Ziyun. Yi Ziyun lowered her head. She had already woken up, but her face was still red. Her chest was heaving up and down, and her heart was thumping wildly. She knew that she hit Nieli for no reason. However, she didn't want to go back and apologize to Nieli. Why did those scenes appear in her mind? Why did her body have that strange feeling when those scenes appeared? She didn't want to do those shameful things with Nieli. However, could it be that those were her true thoughts? Thinking about how she had stripped naked in front of Nieli, Yi Ziyun felt that she didn't have the face to see anyone. Looking at Yi Ziyun's back, Nieli's heart moved. Could it be that Yi Ziyun recalled something from her previous life? Although he was a little puzzled as to why such a situation would appear, Nieli was ecstatic in his heart. If Yi Ziyun could really regain those memories of her previous life, she would definitely understand his undying feelings for her. Xiao Ning looked at Nieli in puzzlement, then looked at Yi Ziyun. She still didn't know what happened. Why did Nieli suddenly become so excited? Why did Yi Ziyun suddenly blush and slap Nieli? Furthermore, Nieli and Yi Ziyun were talking about profound things like memories. Nieli, what happened to Yi Ziyun? Xiao Ning looked at Nieli and asked in puzzlement. Nieli looked deeply at Yi Ziyun's back. His gaze was distant. He looked at Xiao Ning and smiled. Ning, do you believe in past life? Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Ning slightly paused. She suddenly nodded seriously and said, I do. Nieli was stunned for a moment. Xiao Ning's answer made him completely stunned. Immediately, Xiao Ning said leisurely, a long time ago, I had this doubt. Occasionally standing under a tree, occasionally sitting by the window, I would have a strange illusion. It was as if the things I experienced had happened countless times, and everything was in an infinite loop. Before I met you, I was trapped in an endless nightmare. I dreamt that I was forced into a marriage by my family. I dreamt that I was about to marry Shin Fei of the Sacred Family. Therefore, I angrily left and resolutely stepped into a dark forest. From then on, I fell into endless darkness and pain. I also dreamt that in that endless dark forest, I was like a soul wandering around, suffering endless torture and pain, until one day a youth pulled me out from that endless nightmare. At that moment, my world turned from darkness to light. From that moment on, I decided to use everything in my life to repay his kindness. Hearing Xiao Ning's words, Nieli fell into deep shock. In his previous life, Xiao Ning stepped into the Black Devil Forest without hesitation and never came out again. Did you dream of anything else? Nieli asked Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning shook her head and said, after that, the dream was very vague. I don't know what happened after that. I vaguely felt like it was a little bit, but I don't remember it clearly. To be continued. Chapter 256. When Yi Ziyun came to the endless desert, she found some memories of her previous life. And in Xiao Ning's dreams, there was a scene of her entering the Black Devil Forest in her previous life. This was definitely not a coincidence. Just what was going on here? Nieli could vaguely sense that his rebirth wasn't a simple matter. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he felt. Just who had the power to set up such a trap? Nieli felt that if he wanted to solve all the mysteries, the first step would be to find the Temporal Demon Spirit Book and head to the Draconic Ruins realm. He would never be able to find the answer in the tiny world. Looking at Xiao Ning's pained expression, Nieli suddenly understood something. His encounter with Xiao Ning wasn't a coincidence. Xiao Ning's fate was the same as Yi Ziyun's. They were destined to be bound together. No matter what, he would bring Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning together to find the answer. The group of people searched in the endless desert for several days. According to Nieli's memories, the desert palace should be nearby. Nieli, are you sure that the desert palace is nearby? Look, Duan Jian has been flying in the sky for so long, but he still hasn't found the desert palace. Lu Piao said in a depressed tone, the desert palace is nearby. Let's continue searching. Nieli said in a serious tone after a brief silence. All right, let's continue. Lu Piao nodded her head when she saw how confident Nieli was. A group of people kept searching in all directions. Nieli's brows were tightly locked together. The desert palace from his memories should be nearby. But why couldn't they find the shadow of the desert palace after searching for so many days? Logically speaking, there was no reason that such a huge and majestic desert palace could not be found after so long. Walking in the endless yellow sand, Nieli carefully recalled everything from his previous life. Slowly, he seemed to have sunk into a mysterious state. While walking, memories from his previous life flashed through his mind. In his previous life, he was walking alone in the vast desert, and the people around him fell one after another. He also fell into a state of unconsciousness, as if he was sleepwalking. Under the blazing sun, in the distance, a majestic divine palace appeared in his line of sight. At that time, he was deeply shocked by this divine palace. He thought that it was the legendary heaven, the place where the gods lived. Step by step, he walked toward the desert palace. His entire body was enveloped in golden light as he walked to the front of the desert palace. When he pushed open the golden door, the dazzling white light made him unable to open his eyes. He tried his best to open his eyes and saw the majestic reliefs in the palace. These reliefs had all sorts of expressions. There were giants wearing golden armor, naked girls, and all kinds of demonic creatures. Under these huge reliefs, there was a continuous road that led forward. Following this continuous road, he walked to the shrine platform at the front of the palace. There were all kinds of scrolls on it, and they were densely packed with words. In the center was the temporal demon spirit book. A bizarre energy slowly spread out from the mysterious temporal demon spirit book. Nieli stretched out his right hand and picked up the temporal demon spirit book. From this moment onwards, his fate had completely changed. Nieli had been in this mysterious state. These images kept appearing in his mind as he walked forward in a daze. He sensed that something was wrong with Nieli, Dowsett, and the rest quickly followed behind Nieli. They looked at Nieli in doubt, not knowing what was going on. Lu Piao wanted to push Nieli to wake him up, but she was stopped by Dowsett. Nieli seemed to be in a state of cultivation. They walked for a few thousand meters. Nieli suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and looked ahead. His footsteps paused as he was stunned on the spot. Everyone followed Nieli's gaze. It was a vast desert. There was no desert palace. In the middle of the desert, there were broken statues. Many of them were badly damaged and weathered. These statues seemed to have experienced hundreds of millions of years. They could no longer be recognized. As far as the eye could see, it was desolate. The wind howled, stirring up sand. It was as if it was telling them something. It was a scene of ruins. How could this be? Nieli stared blankly at the scene in front of him. In his previous life, he had come to this desert palace. It had been so majestic and majestic, as if it had been built by the gods. No one had been able to destroy it, but in this life, when he arrived at the same place, it had been turned into ruins. Nieli, what's going on? Is this the desert palace you were talking about? Didn't you say that the desert palace was a magnificent palace? Why is it in ruins? Lu Piao looked at Nieli in confusion. Dowsett and the others were also puzzled. Before they came, Nieli had said many times that the desert palace was very magnificent. It was like an ancient god's palace. However, when they came here, the scene that they saw was not like that. Nieli must have found out about the desert palace from some treasure map or ancient book. But now that he'd come here, the desert palace had long since been destroyed. Could it have been destroyed by demon beasts? However, they couldn't understand Nieli's current mood. Nieli's head was hurting. there were some things that he couldn't understand. He continued to walk forward, following the path in his memory. After a while, he should have reached the location of the altar. However, aside from some broken fragments, there was nothing else. He couldn't even find a scripture, not to mention the temporal demon spirit book. Where did the temporal demon spirit book go? Could it be that the temporal demon spirit book had disappeared? Nia Li felt an intense pain in his head, as if it was about to be torn apart. The scenery in front of him was constantly distorting, including Daozit, Lu Piao, and the others. Everything became unreal. Ard. Nia Li let out a mournful shriek. His head felt like it was being torn apart. Nieli, what's wrong? Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and the rest anxiously called out Nieli's name. Nieli? However, Nieli gradually couldn't hear them. His consciousness slowly blurred, and he collapsed. The desert palace was gone. The temporal demon spirit book was also gone. What's going on? Under the intense pain, Nieli's consciousness fell into darkness. 1 month later, Glory City. This place was still as bustling as before. With the addition of the Heavenly Fate tribe and the various families of the Abyss Prison realm, Glory City became even livelier than before. The city walls of Glory City were also several meters higher than before. In the sky, surging energies were like clouds surging in the sky above Glory City. The defense of Glory City was also much tighter than before. There were already 10,000 demonic beast arrays in the city, as well as various other defensive measures. Even if there's a large-scale demon beast horde, it would still be able to withstand it. In the Marshall Field of St. Laurent College, countless youths were currently training. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Every move of these youths was full of vigor and vigor. The trees by the side of the field rustled in the wind. These youths are training in a much higher level cultivation technique than before. Many of them are already silver rank demon spiritualists. They are the future of Glory City. When they grow up, one day they will become the power that protects Glory City. Not far away from the field, a group of 3 to 4-year-old children were happily playing. From time to time, bell-like laughter could be heard. On a big tree beside the Marshall Field, a huge golden bird that was covered in metal couldn't help revealing a smile when it saw this scene. Its expression was no different from a human's. After a brief moment, the huge bird flapped its wings and flew up, turning into a streak of light in the sky. City Lord's mansion in Yi Ziyun's yard. Yi Ziyun was bathing in a wooden tub. Her face was filled with melancholy and sadness. It's been a month, and Nia Li still hasn't woken up. During this period of time, she and Xiao Ninger took turns to take care of Nia Li. Now that it's Xiao Ninger's turn to take care of Nia Li, she came back to take a bath. She quietly sat in the water. The surface of the water reflected her beautiful face. Her perfect figure was faintly discernible in the water. 2 drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. She really wanted to tell that person how much she missed him. However, when she wanted to say those words, it's already too late. Her heart was filled with pain. She prayed to the heavens. As long as Nieli can wake up, even if she had to pay with her life, she'd be willing. Suddenly, knocking sounds came from the outside. Xiao Shui's voice came from outside. Yi Ziyun, Nieli seems to have regained some consciousness. Ninger wants you to go over quickly. Nieli regained consciousness? Yi Ziyun was stunned for a moment. She couldn't care about anything else and quickly stood up from the water. Water droplets rolled down from her white skin. She quickly tidied up, wore her clothes, and walked out of the room. After walking out of the room, Yi Ziyun immediately headed towards another yard in the City Lord's mansion. In another yard in the City Lord's mansion, Nieli was lying on the bed with both of his eyes closed. From time to time, traces of pain could be seen on his face. After Yi Ziyun returned, Xiao Ninger has been guarding Nie Li's side. In the past month, she didn't have a good rest. Her beautiful face looked a little haggard. Her eyes were red and swollen. Obviously, she had been crying. Her white hands tightly held onto Nie Li's hand. She tried to transfer a trace of her soul force into Nie Li's body. She felt Nie Li's hand move, so she immediately asked Xiao Shui to call Yi Ziyun. Previously, Nie Li's body seemed to have been drained of all his energy. No matter what they did, it was useless. But now, she felt that her energy was slowly returning to Nie Li's body. She quickly wiped the tears on her face and tried to transfer more of her soul force into Nie Li's body. Chapter 257. Because she had used too much soul force, Xiao Ning's body was weak. Her pretty face was covered in sweat, looking a little pale. At this moment, Nie Li felt like he was having a long dream. In this dream, he was in the space of the temporal demon spirit book, cultivating nonstop. Occasionally, he would feel a deep sense of loneliness and solitude. In his previous life, Nie Li was very sad and miserable. His family, lover, and friends died one by one, but he was powerless to do anything about it. When he found out how to revive his family, lover, and friends, all his hopes were extinguished by the Holy Emperor. In the end, he died alone in pain. Because of the mysterious temporal demon spirit book, he was reborn and everything started from the beginning. However, the root of everything, the temporal demon spirit book, had disappeared. Nie Li's head hurt from thinking about it. He couldn't understand what was going on. He dreamt that he wanted to grab the temporal demon spirit book, but the book turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the endless void. The temporal demon spirit book is the root of everything. Could it be that when he was reborn, he was already in another space and time, a space and time without the temporal demon spirit book? The intense headache caused Nie Li to slowly wake up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Ning sobbing by his bed. At this moment, Xiao Ning was wearing a pink silk dress. Her beautiful face was covered in tears, making people feel pity for her. Looking down from her fair neck, he could see her exquisite collarbone, which was like a beautiful jade. Cough, cough. Nie Li awkwardly coughed twice and quickly shifted his gaze. Xiao Ning, who was sobbing with her head lowered, was stunned for a moment. She raised her head, and her eyes were filled with ecstasy. She blankly looked at Nie Li and immediately pounced towards Nie Li. Nie Li, you're awake? Xiao Ninger hugged Nie Li tightly. All of this made her feel surreal, and she was afraid that she was still dreaming. Nie Li had been unconscious for a long time. Xiao Ninger was very worried. What if Nie Li didn't wake up? Nie Li was stunned for a moment as the warm and fragrant body entered his arms. A trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes. Although he did not know how long he had been unconscious, it should be a very long time. Ninger must be worried sick. He patted Xiao Ninger's back tenderly, and a faint fragrance of a young girl wafted into his nose. Ninger must be very worried during this period of time. Xiao Ning felt the warmth of Nie Li's body and knew that she wasn't dreaming. However, she couldn't help hugging him just now. Her face was flushed, but she didn't want to leave. She enjoyed this moment of warmth. Only at this moment, Nie Li belonged to her alone. At this moment, two figures rushed into the room. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shui immediately turned her head and said, "I didn't see anything. Please continue." Nie Li looked up at Yi Ziyun and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He was about to explain to Yi Ziyun, but he saw that Yi Ziyun's face was full of tears. The look in her eyes was not jealousy, but the joy of reunion after a long time. She walked towards Nie Li and sat on the chair beside Nie Li's bed. As long as Nie Li was alive, nothing else mattered. Nothing else mattered. During the time when Nie Li was unconscious, Yi Ziyun had already thought about it. If Nia Li could come back to life, she wouldn't be willing to fight with Xiao Ninger anymore. Compared to life and death, what does that count for? Seeing Yi Ziyun sitting beside the bed and looking at him with tears in her eyes, Nia Li felt that his heart was about to melt from her gentle gaze. Being able to meet her again in this life was definitely a gift from the heavens. Nia Li stretched out his hand and pulled Yi Ziyun into his embrace. His eyes were also filled with tears. Previous life, current life. All kinds of entanglements. What Nia Li was most afraid of was if this life was just a dream. However, looking at the two girls in front of him, Nia Li dared to confirm that he was really alive. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger actually did not fight. Xiao Shui stared blankly at this scene. She was already completely dumbfounded. However, after thinking about it, she felt relieved. Indeed, being alive was more important than anything else. To survive in this post-apocalyptic world, no one knew if they would still be alive in the next moment. Enjoying the present was the most important thing. At this moment, Duan Jian, Lu Piao, Daozit, and the rest also rushed over. Just as they entered the room, they saw Nia Li hugging two beautiful girls. All of them widened their eyes. Holy shit, that Nia Li guy is simply too unreasonable. Lu Piao scratched his head frantically. Those were the two goddesses that countless people in St. Laurent College had a crush on. However, they were actually taken by Nia Li alone. However, seeing that Nia Li had woken up, he was also wild with joy. Daozit smiled. As long as Nia Li had woken up, they could be at ease. How long have I been unconscious for? Nia Li asked as he looked at Daozit and the rest. You've been unconscious for more than a month. Daozit replied with a stern expression. More than a month. Nia Li was also shocked. He knew that he had been unconscious for a long time. However, he thought that 2 to 3 days was already shocking enough. He never imagined that he would be unconscious for more than a month. Nia Li, how's your body? Lu Piao asked, a little worried. Although he was usually a little heartless, he was still very concerned about Nia Li. Nia Li circulated his law energy and shook his head. My body's fine. His body's condition was exactly the same as before. Aside from a dull pain in his head, he was fine. Nia Li couldn't figure out why he had been unconscious for so long. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what he should do next without the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. It looked like he could only head to the Draconic Ruins realm first. Nia Li touched his chest. The 2 remnant pages of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book were still there. He could only slowly unravel the mysteries of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book in the future. Very quickly, the news of Nia Li's awakening spread throughout the City Lord's mansion. Very quickly, after knowing that Nia Li had woken up, both Yi Zong and Yi Mo felt relieved. They immediately put down the things they were doing and rushed towards Nia Li's courtyard. Under the support of Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning, Nia Li got off the bed and started to walk around. His strength slowly returned to his body. Nia Li and the rest walked into the courtyard. Birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. It was spring. After pondering a while, Nia Li said, we'll be heading to the Draconic Ruins realm soon. I have to bid farewell to my clansmen. Your body has yet to recover. Don't be anxious. Why don't I get someone to call Uncle and the rest over to the City Lord's mansion? Yi Ziyun said after pondering a while. In order to prevent Nia Li's clansmen from worrying, they had always announced that Nia Li was concentrating on his cultivation. Therefore, Nia Li's clansmen still didn't know that Nia Li was unconscious. Nia Li pondered a while and nodded his head. All right. Just as they were chatting, Yi Zong hastily walked in from the outside. While Nia Li was unconscious, Yi Zong had been worried for Nia Li. After understanding Nia Li's character, Although he often bickered with Nieli, in Yizong's heart, Nieli was already his son-in-law. Seeing that Nieli was alive and kicking, a trace of a smile appeared on Yizong's face. Nieli, you've finally woken up. If you let my daughter become a widow at such a young age, just watch how I'll teach you a lesson, Yizong said with a straight face. Hearing Yizong's words, Yiziyun's face blushed as she anxiously stomped her feet. Nieli had just woken up not long ago, so why was her father already talking about such nonsense? Thank you, father-in-law, for your concern. I'm fine. Nieli smiled. After being unconscious for so long, when he saw Yizong again, Nieli couldn't help feeling a sense of familiarity. Therefore, he no longer bickered with Yizong. Since when did this brat suddenly become so well-behaved? Yizong was a little baffled. Could it be that he was enlightened after being unconscious? He took a glance at Yiziyun, Daozit, and the rest. This bunch of children are the hope of Glory City. The only thing that made him sad was that Nieli and the rest were about to head to the Draconic Ruins realm. Although he had no idea what kind of place the Draconic Ruins realm is, it should be very far away. However, if an eagle doesn't spread its wings and fly, it will never be able to grow. Therefore, this bunch of old fellows can only let them fly. The courtyard seemed to be very lively. A group of people were happy and harmonious. Whether it's Nieli or Yiziyun, both of them were enjoying their time together. Although Yizong was still imposing, when he looked at Nieli and Yiziyun, his eyes flickered with a loving light. Seeing his children enjoying themselves, he couldn't help feeling happy in his heart. The current Glory City is much safer than before. Even if Nieli and the rest leave, with so many 10,000 demonic beast arrays and so many legend rank experts, it's more than enough to protect the safety of Glory City. The sun slowly sank below the mountain and night fell. Why isn't grandfather here? Yiziyun curiously asked. Yeah, he should have received the news. Yizong was a little puzzled. Although Yi Mo is still in the midst of cultivation, he should be able to quickly rush over after receiving the news of Nieli's awakening. Just when they were chatting, intense fighting sounds came from the city lord's mansion. Boom, boom. Several buildings were destroyed. What happened? Yizong frowned his brows for a moment and suddenly stood up. Nieli's gaze also had a trace of doubt. Who dares to behave atrociously in the city lord's mansion? Right now, aside from several legend rank experts, the city lord's mansion is also protected by the 10,000 demonic beast array. Unless it's a demigod rank expert, it's impossible to leave the city lord's mansion alive. Let's go and take a look. Yizong leaped and flew over. A pair of black and white wings quickly condensed on Nieli's back. He soared into the sky and flew over. Duan Jian, Daozit, Yiziyun, and Bunch also followed. Boom, boom. An intense battle took place in the center of the city lord's mansion. Countless buildings were destroyed by the terrifying energy. Dust filled the sky like a terrifying storm. Countless experts of Glory City stood on the trees, walls, and roofs, looking at the center of the battle. The level of energy in the center of the battle is simply too frightening. It's not something they can resist. They don't even dare to approach. Just who dares to be so impudent in the city lord's mansion?